Chapter 902. His thunderous words reverberated throughout the entire realm of the gods, stirring up unconcealable waves in the void. Even the void trembled because of his words. The remaining rules and orders from the primeval age also collapsed at this moment. Between heaven and earth, a strange fluctuation suddenly reverberated, as if something had been broken and the heaviness from the vault of heaven had been removed. In fact, this world had really changed. The old rules and orders had disappeared. With Quarter Moon's declaration, the remaining rules and orders from the primordial era would no longer affect this new era. The rules and orders of this era would flow more smoothly, and the part of the rules and orders that had been dominated by the remaining power of the primordial era would return to nature. It's over. This time, it's really over. The era that belonged to us has completely come to an end. Quarter Moon sighed deeply, and 2 streams of tears fell from her eyes uncontrollably. Her empty eyes stared fixedly at the sky, and she was in a daze. Everyone in the god realm who could sense the true meaning of this matter felt empty in their hearts. They stood up in confusion and looked around. They didn't know why, but they always felt like their hearts were empty. Among them, there was an extremely small number of people who had survived from the High Ancient Era, but they had lost their control and sense of that era. There was also a small number of people who might be the descendants of the heavenly gods of the High Ancient Era. They had the bloodline of the gods, so they could sense this fluctuation. This fluctuation felt familiar to them, but they couldn't find any trace of it. The birth and end of an era needed to be announced by a person who had supreme control over the rules and order. In the distant far ancient era, after a long period of time, the announcement of the end of the era finally came. The primordial era was chaotic enough. There was chaos everywhere, and the realm of the gods was not peaceful. Let it end quietly like this. I'm already tired. Quarter Moon glanced at Yun Nuwashing, and with a wave of her hand, the transparent ball on his body floated into Yun Nuwashing's body. Then, with a sudden tremble, it broke down into countless bright white spots of light and merged into Yun Nuwashing's body. Along with it, everything that remained in the ball of light merged into Yun Nuwashing's body, including the elements of chaos. I'll leave this era to all of you. Quarter Moon turned around and looked at everyone who looked inexplicably sorrowful. She smiled, and when she saw that the ball of light had completely merged into Yun Nuwashing's body, a trace of satisfaction flashed across her eyes. Then she slowly closed her eyes, and her body gradually faded away. In the end, she completely disappeared. The soul energy formed by Yun Nuwashing and Zero souls also quickly returned to their bodies. Boom! Just as the 2 souls returned to their respective owners' bodies, the mausoleum world suddenly trembled violently. A terrifying energy fluctuation was like a giant dragon that was slowly awakening from its slumber, as if it was the ruler of all things in the world. That energy instantly spread throughout the entire mausoleum world, causing Yuan Shi and the others' legs to go soft, and they almost knelt down. However, this energy only appeared for a moment and disappeared as quickly as it came. In an instant, it completely disappeared without a trace and retreated back into Yun Nuwashing's body. Then, the pair of colorful eyes slowly opened, and the colors of elemental energy were reflected in his eyes. The space around him also gradually fluctuated, and balls of colorful energy rapidly appeared around him. The dazzling golden light element, the pitch-black but invisible chaos element, the azure lightning element, the green wind element, the silver-white metal element, and the dazzling 5 elemental elements spun around Yun Nuwashing's body like a hurricane. It was extremely beautiful, like the Lord of Elements. He controlled all the elements and slowly descended from the sky. F***CK. He has all 10 elements. Yuan Shi sucked in a breath of cold air, and his cheeks trembled. No, to be specific, there are 12 elements. The ice element and chaos element are all mutated elements, and they are all in their purest states. Do you still want me to live? How was he going to let her live? Heavens! Earth! Hurry up and subdue this monster. I can't take it anymore. Yao Hua's legs went soft, and he finally knelt down. He frantically reached his hands toward the sky, wanting to ask why the heavens were so unfair. Forget it. The boss is carrying the power from countless years ago. If you have the ability, jump into the cycle of reincarnation and reincarnate for dozens of eras. Then come back and inherit the power of this life. It's also very scary, Nightmare said as he kicked Yao Hua. Everyone instantly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They quickly retreated and waved their hands. Forget about it. They couldn't play with it anymore. Reincarnation sounded very scary. Zero and Ming were the first to come back to their senses. They landed on the ground and looked back at Yun Nuoshing, who was slowly descending while being surrounded by the 12 elements. Zero scratched his head. He didn't feel anything. After all, this was Yun Nuoshing's business, and he was only passively watching for a while. He was just an assistant to Yun Nuoshing. Yo, idiot number one, are you awake? Even if you aren't, it's time to wake up. Wake up from that long nightmare. Zero looked at Yun Nuoshing's confused eyes, waved his hand, and said softly. Yun Nuoshing blinked, and his eyes were slightly listless. After a while, they became even more deep and empty. Although his eyes were looking forward, everyone felt that his gaze seemed to be piercing through time. They didn't know where he was looking. He seemed to still be immersed in that complicated memory and couldn't pull himself out for a while. Looks like it'll take a while. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Zero calmly waved his hand, then looked at Ming and said, "You should be fine." Then you should know something, right? Ming stared blankly for a moment before her jade-like hands suddenly grabbed the front of her robes. She lowered her head to take a look as the pure, white wings on her back lightly flapped a few times. A moment later, she raised her head and lightly nodded. "It's good that you know. This idiot, I'll leave him in your care in the future. I'm almost at my limit." Zero shrugged and sighed softly. There was a touch of distress and helplessness on his face. Ming nodded without hesitation. The mark that was engraved in her heart and Yun Nuoshing's heart made her understand many things in an instant, including the many things that Yun Nuoshing was carrying. She couldn't help but feel a little distressed. There were so many things and such a heavy burden that had been passed down from ancient times. It was his destiny that he couldn't escape in this life. Zero, Ming, and Yun Nuoshing didn't know who they were. They only knew that they would come knocking on their door. In Quarter Moon's previous life, she touched on some taboos and provoked them. From then on, she started a plan that lasted for dozens of eras. Perhaps it was to fight against them, or perhaps it was to expose the taboos that she accidentally touched. There were both possibilities. These were all things that Quarter Moon wanted to do, but couldn't do. Now, Yun Nuoshing had to do not only for these things, but also to protect himself and the people around him before they came knocking on his door. Yun Nuoshing suddenly made a sound that sounded like he was talking in his sleep. His turbid and deep eyes gradually regained some clarity until those colorful eyes became lively and lustrous again. The moment he opened his mouth, he said something that no one could understand, causing everyone to be confused. Yun Nuoshing still looked confused. He shook his head and looked at Ming. Ming? This time, everyone finally understood what he said and heaved a sigh of relief. Ming took a step forward and nodded. She held Yun Nuoshing's face in her lily-white hands and said, "Brother, you're awake." "Awake?" Yun Nuoshing looked at her blankly and looked around blankly. Everyone looked at him as if he was a stranger and was stunned for a moment. After a while, they heard him say, "I'm back. I'm back, I'm back. Don't be immersed in it. This is not the ancient era. This is the 139th era. Don't sleep in the past. Idiot number 1, Zero said as he patted his head in annoyance. I'm back, Yun Nuashing murmured softly. After a while, he let out a long sigh of relief and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were filled with the colors that everyone was familiar with. His gentle gaze made people feel very comfortable. This time, it was indeed the idiot that they knew who had woken up. Brother, what happened to you just now? Little Moon came over and asked curiously. Yin Nuashing smiled and rubbed her head. There was still some confusion on his face. After sorting out his words, he shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. It was a big dream, a dream that lasted for dozens of eras." Yun Nuashing sighed deeply and retracted the elemental power that was circling around him. Perhaps to Ming and the others, he had only fallen asleep for half an hour. However, he felt completely different. His soul and consciousness were immersed in that memory dream. It contained all the memories of Quarter Moon's life, and many of his memories from the reincarnation cycle. Although the memories from the reincarnation cycle were not complete, it was still an extremely long period of time. He went through it completely, as if he had gone through tens of thousands of eras. Although this memory dream made him feel as if he had experienced it himself, it was more like he had seen his past through the eyes of others. Other than being filled with emotions, he did not feel that his memories were in a mess. He only saw a lot of memories. These memories were now stored in his memory star ocean and became another memory core. Suddenly, I want to go out and find some people to meet up with. Yun Nuashing suddenly smiled and said something that made everyone confused. Brother Yun, are you Quarter Moon or Brother Yun now? You mischievously pounced on Yun Nuashing and asked with a grin. Me? He turned around and hugged you, placed her on the ground, and rubbed her soft hair. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuashing frowned and said, I'll still be me. I can be Quarter Moon, and I can also be myself. However, for the time being, I'll still be Yun Nuashing. Now that I think about it, my identity as Quarter Moon can be frozen for a while. I don't need it for the time being. Yuan Shi and the others let out a long sigh. What a complicated relationship. People like Yun Nuashing really had their own genealogy, their own lineage, and their own family. Now that they had even inherited the memories of the past, they did not even know who they were anymore. You said you want to find people to meet up with? You remember those people from the past? Zero asked curiously. I remember now. Yun Nuashing nodded and smiled. I remember some very special people. I'll go and meet them when I have the time. Everyone did not ask anything. Needless to say, those who could make him use the words remember, and special should be terrifying people of that level. It was better for this group of ignorant juniors to keep their mouths shut. After chatting and laughing for a while, everyone was filled with emotions. They could not help but say one after another, I'm witnessing the birth of a legend. After a while, Yun Nuashing coughed a few times and cleared his throat, causing everyone to pause and subconsciously shut their mouths. Then the former laughed and said, Speaking of which, that little brother void being, since you've woken up, you shouldn't be lying down. This sentence stunned everyone for a moment. Only then did they remember that the void being from the 8 elements realm, who had a fierce fight with chaos in the 5 elements realm, had also returned with them. However, the things that happened just now were too eye-catching, and the matter was of great importance. They had all forgotten about the void being, who was the victim from the beginning to the end. Hearing this, the youth who was curled up in a ball in the distance with purplish black hair that gradually turned into the color of the void, suddenly turned over and jumped up. He scolded, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" "I've been dragged here and there by all of you and even fooled around for tens of millions of years. Now that you've finished your business, can't you let me have a good rest now that I've rested?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then could not help but laugh bitterly. This lord's resentment was very strong. Seeing that everyone was looking at him strangely, the void youth's handsome face also froze. His cheeks twitched, and he waved his hand in annoyance. "My name is Ji Kuan. As you all know, I'm an extra-nomological life form born in the void. Moreover, I was born in this world, in the void of the primordial realm that you all call the realm of the gods. Yes, we all know this. Why don't you tell us in detail?" Yin Nuashing smiled. "There's nothing to say." The void youth who called himself Ji Kuan pouted and muttered, then sighed. "I've been born in the void for a very long time. I've been floating aimlessly in the depths of the void, and I don't have the energy to do anything. When I'm bored, I'll look at the balls of light in my body. There are many living creatures in the balls of light. Well, most of them are the same as all of you, or rather, the same as us. After all, the human race is a big race in the void." When he said the words "in your body," everyone's expression changed, and they all felt a little strange. However, when they thought about how void life forms were the representatives of the void, it was indeed very vivid. "I've been floating leisurely in the void for 100 million years. One day, I suddenly had the idea to enter the ball of light world and look at the planets and stars inside. I think it's quite fun, but I'll get bored after a while. When I'm bored, I'll leave and head to the next world. When I feel tired, I'll sleep on the spot. Sometimes I'll sleep for tens of thousands of years. Anyway, no one will discover my existence." Ji Kuan spread his hands and said, "What a dull way of life." Everyone could not help but complain. "There's nothing I can do. I'm just an avatar of the void, but I don't have to control anything. This void will still operate on its own. I'm just an avatar born by the void to observe itself." Ji Kuan shook his head and said, Continue." Everyone laughed dryly. Ji Kuan nodded. "Later, I came to this place. I've heard the name Realm of the Gods many times outside. It's the largest world in the 8 elements realm. I came because I was very interested, but no one outside could find this place. After I arrived, I realized that the world barrier of this world had been tampered with, and there's also a strong barrier outside the realm of the gods. It's these 2 factors that prevent others from discovering the realm of the gods. However, I'm an avatar of the void, so these methods do not affect me very much. Or rather, it's not targeted at me. So I was able to discover that the person who did these 2 things was an extremely powerful life form. Its existence occupation is comparable to half of the void." "Wait a minute. What's this existence occupation?" Yuanxi asked. "It's what Father said just now. There are 3 factors of origin in this world. How much is needed to give birth to a life form, and how much is needed to have a life form evolve? The more it consumes, the greater its existence occupation," Zero explained. "That's it. That powerful life form was so powerful that its existence itself used up half of the void's existence occupation. However, this is something that happened a long time ago, so it won't affect the void at this time." Ji Kuan waved his hand and continued, "Later, I came to this world. As soon as I saw the bustling realm of the gods from the starry sky, I felt sleepy and fell asleep. Then one day, I suddenly felt a little uneasy. Before I could react, a ball of light rushed out from that bustling world and took me away. Moreover, it took me to a narrow and desolate void. I still remember what happened after that, but I'm still muddle-headed." Ji Kun said with a bitter smile. An unexpected calamity. Everyone sighed as well. An unexpected calamity. Just by sleeping here, he was mysteriously taken away. Moreover, he was gone for tens of millions of years. What kind of situation was that? I can't even sleep properly now. Everyone was speechless again. Why was this guy talking about sleep all the time? Was sleep the only thing left in this guy's mind? Well, that's it. I don't have anything else to do other than sleep. I've been wandering in the void for hundreds of millions of years before I remembered to make myself a body. It's not a lump of black stuff floating around in the void. Well, my original form is more comfortable. To me, it's also a way for me to return to the void. It's like returning to my mother's womb. Nightmare could not help but blabber. That sentence left everyone shocked. That's about it. Ji Kun laughed happily. Everyone was even more shocked. Anyway, that's it. After that, I felt that I had caused a huge ruckus in that void. The negative energy in my body was also cleansed. When I woke up, I was back in the void where I was originally in. Ji Kun swayed around, his right foot constantly rubbing against the ground. He said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I'm tired. This time, I need to find a quiet place to sleep for tens of millions of years so that I won't be taken away by strange things again." Everyone laughed bitterly. Chapter 903. In the world of the mausoleum, a crack suddenly appeared. On the other side of the crack was a black land of nothingness. That was a boundless void. Nothing existed there, but a strange life form had been born there. That's it then. Well, anyway, I still have to thank you this time. Tens of millions of years is nothing to me and the void, but it can't be wasted in vain. Who knows how much it would be to use it to sleep? Cough, cough. Anyway, that's it. Ji Kun rushed into the crack. His carefree appearance made it impossible for others to tell that this guy was actually very lazy. His head was full of sleep. I'm going back to rest. I've been corroded by the elements of chaos for tens of millions of years, and my injuries are not light. I have to go back and rest. Well, I still remember the coordinates of the realm of the gods. When the time comes, I might come back to play with you guys. You guys are the first group of people I know. After sending Ji Kun off, the group stood in place and looked at each other. Then they spread their hands and looked at Yun Nuoshing and Zero, who were standing at the front. These two big shots were nothing. They were both true undying old monsters. Zero sighed. Perhaps it was because he was an origin life form born from time, while Ji Kun was a void life form. They were both origin life forms, and they belonged to the same race. Moreover, this race had a small population. Now that he saw another origin life form leave, he more or less felt a little emotional. However, this was not a big problem for him. After all, he had lived for tens of eras. Yu moved in front of Yun Nuoshing and sniffed. She was sniffing something on his body with all her might. Her jade-like hands grabbed onto his sleeves and said, "So strange. I smell a very familiar scent from Big Brother Yun's body." Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They all subconsciously sniffed, but there was no need for that. They could directly sense the scent. When they heard you say that they also felt a very familiar scent from Yun Nuoshing's body. It was so familiar that this scent was almost integrated into their lives. "It seems to be the scent of the realm of the gods," Jining said softly. Everyone was shocked. After carefully distinguishing for a while, they all nodded in agreement. This scent was indeed very similar to the scent of the realm of the gods. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, she roughly understood the situation. It should be because of the pillar of creation. That iron pillar? Lin Sheng used his hands to draw a line from the ground to the sky to show how huge the pillar of creation was. This thing gave him enough of a visual impact because it was really too big. It was so big that he could not see where the top was. Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, "There are pillars of creation in every corner of the realm of the gods. Each of the 9 god temples is in charge of one. Its existence is closely related to the survival of the realm of the gods. But as for who made it, I don't know. Quarter Moon doesn't know either. Back in the ancient age, when the realm of the gods was invaded by many powerful beings from the outside world, when the situation took a turn for the worse, Quarter Moon turned on the destruction switch of the Pillar of Creation and burned the entire realm of the gods. The boundless flame of karma burned the entire realm of the gods. However, the Pillar of Creation also helps to stabilize the existence of the realm of the gods. It is also a protective measure for the realm of the gods to survive the great samsara. Oh, speaking of the great samsara, I finally know what's going on." Yun Nuoshing suddenly became interested and turned to look at everyone. Everyone quickly waved their hands. "You don't have to say any more. We all know. You just said it yourself." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. She scratched her head embarrassedly and continued, "Quarter Moon has the right to control the Pillar of Creation. In reality, he is just the maintenance staff of the Pillar of Creation." Maintaining the Pillar of Creation in the entire realm of the gods is his job. That's why the 9 god temples are guarding the Pillar of Creation. Now that the right to control it has fallen into my hands, the Pillar of Creation is closely related to the realm of the gods. That's why you can feel the aura of the realm of the gods from me." Everyone looked at each other and could not help but roll their eyes. "Sigh, the things in your hands are getting better and better. We can't catch up." Yuanshi sighed and patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. "Why do I have to catch up?" Yun Nuoshing smiled and sighed deeply. "The more I get, the more I know, the more I inherit, and the more responsibilities I have. Now, I know a lot. It's the truth that I have been searching for ever since I woke up. Who am I? What is the meaning of my existence? When these 2 answers are revealed, well, I'm more or less at a loss." Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. The truth that he had been searching for 20 years was suddenly revealed one day. It made him feel a little overwhelmed. After knowing all this, he also had to do what he had to do after knowing all this. It was something that had been passed down from the ancient era. Quarter Moon did not do it. What he had to do was not only for this, but also to have the power to protect himself and the people around him before they arrived. Who are they? He had asked this question many times. Now that he had inherited most of Quarter Moon's memories, he still could not get the answer. He only knew that they were very powerful, far more powerful than a few heavenly gods. Everyone knew that his emotions were complicated. At this time, they did not say much and just let him ponder on it alone. Everyone tacitly kept their mouths shut. Speaking of which, when Quarter Moon left behind this part of his self, he knew that you might have a problem. Yun Nuoshing suddenly patted Zero's shoulder. In most of the memories that I inherited, there was a monologue in his heart. He felt that there might be a problem with another part of his self. I didn't expect you to really lose your memories. Fortunately, this part of his self still has a complete part. Zero could not help but smile bitterly. This is something that I can't control. Then, according to what you said, the meaning of my existence has been reduced by half. You don't have to devour me to obtain the complete memory. I only have to slowly activate the arrangements that I have made in the dark side. Speaking of which, I can't see half of the plan. Yun Nuoshing suddenly said, "It should have been forgotten by me, but that doesn't have much of an impact. Perhaps Father did not think that half was important, so he did not forcibly brand it. Zero shrugged and smiled. After all, in these 70 eras, other than Father's memories, I have also been making arrangements everywhere. I just have to guide you to it at the right time. Now it seems, it's quite dramatic. Yun Nuoshing smiled. Yes, it is quite dramatic. Zero let out a long sigh. Although his efforts over the years were not in vain, half of it was in vain. Many of the things that he had set up could not withstand the cleansing of the great reincarnation. Although the pillar of creation could block most of the power of the great reincarnation, it could not completely nullify it. It only preserved the divine realm. Even so, after going through so many great reincarnations, the divine realm's surface had shrunk quite a bit. Now, the divine realm was only 2/10 of its original size, or perhaps even smaller. As for the reconstruction of the divine realm, gods had the power to move mountains and seas. Earth elemental gods could create a huge floating island out of thin air with their own power. It was not impossible to create a planet with some time and effort. The reconstruction of the divine realm had been mentioned in the past generations. However, the divine realm was made using a very special method. It contained a large amount of mysterious power of order and order. Simply adding some ordinary stones to make up for the volume that was blown up by the great reincarnation would not have much effect. It would also make the divine realm's composition more complicated. Therefore, this matter was still in the imagination stage. As for the actual reconstruction, unless the first god who created the divine realm came back to life and did it himself. Let's talk about something else. This topic is too heavy. Yuanshi coughed dryly and changed the topic stiffly. Speaking of which, we are still in the arcane realm. Wow, I wonder how chaotic it is outside. Schwelling Feng and the rest recalled and jumped up excitedly. Before we met, we were split into two groups. One is still in the arcane realm, and the other, yes, they followed us to the Five Elements realm. Yao Hua nodded calmly. Everyone smiled bitterly. No one had expected this to happen. Moreover, they had left for half a month. Traveling across realms was really the most amazing trip in history. Then let's not delay any longer. Let's get out of here quickly. Lin Sheng waved his hand. Just as he lifted his foot, he was stunned. Where's the door again? Everyone was speechless. I'll open the door. Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly and waved her hand. With a thought, the mausoleum realm suddenly trembled. Then, a huge door opened in midair. However, the scene on the other side of the door was not inside the sealed heaven and earthland, but the arcane realm. The arcane realm of the 3 floating islands was in the middle of the last floating island, outside the temple. Let's get out of here first. This mausoleum realm is now under my control. If there is a need, we can come back again. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand. Everyone nodded and rushed toward the space door in midair. There were some things that one would not remember until they were about to face them. For example, the Jiasu realm was greatly changed by the sealing power from the sealed heaven and earthland. Now, the entire arcane realm was filled with seals that suppressed one's strength. When everyone came out of the mausoleum realm, they were suddenly shocked. I forgot. What about the seals? We're behind by half a month. If we go back rashly, we'll be beaten to death, right? Yao Hua suddenly shouted, giving Yun Nuoshing and the others a fright. Speaking of which, didn't you say that you wanted to recover inside? Why did you suddenly come out? Yuanshi was also puzzled. Who said we wanted to come out in a hurry? Nightmare widened his eyes. Everyone thought for a while and looked at Lin Sheng, who was shrinking his head. The latter quickly smiled apologetically. I forgot. Oh, it's not that big of a deal. Yun Nuoshing smiled and said, Didn't you feel it? After going out for half a month, we came back stronger. The seals have weakened. Hearing this, everyone carefully sensed it. Indeed, they felt that they were stronger than before they set off for the Five Elements realm. They could control much more power than when they went out. It's a small compensation. Although we're definitely not as strong as those people who stayed in the secret realm for half a month longer than us to recover their power, at least we won't be beaten up so easily. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. It should be because of me and Zero. After breaking the seals here, the strength of the seals from the mausoleum world has slowly weakened. After all, this world is now under my control. There's no need for that sealed land to exist anymore. Then why are you still in the virtual realm? Yuanshi looked at him in astonishment. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks trembled as he let out a long sigh. After all, the effects of the seal are still there. If we want to remove it, it will take a long time. At least before our trip to the secret realm ends, the seal should still exist. Everyone, didn't you say a lot of nonsense? Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and nodded seriously. Yes, a lot of nonsense. Everyone was speechless. Was it really okay to be so straightforward? Well, you guys go ahead. I'll leave first. While everyone was talking, Zero laughed softly. His laughter was slightly unnatural. However, the others did not notice it. Yun Nuoshing, on the other hand, turned around immediately. When he turned his head around, he saw a somewhat strained expression on Zero's handsome face. The aura around his body was unstable, and veins were protruding from his forehead and arms. It was as if he was enduring some kind of extreme pain. A complicated emotion flashed within his golden eyes. Yun Nuoshing immediately understood what was going on. His voice became calm. You can't hold on anymore? Well, I've reached my limit in this half a month. Zero forced a smile and said, Don't worry about me. In the end, I'm just a failure. You still have things to do. Don't worry about me. Hey, idiot number one. Remember what I said. You must go on in this life. You already have a lot of advantages. Before they find you, you must go on. This era, this world. The next time we meet, don't be merciful because of me. This wisp of consciousness of mine is about to disappear. When I appear again, I'll be the crazy me. At that time, Zero's hurried words alarmed everyone. They quickly turned around and saw that the blue veins on Zero's body were popping out. His aura was unstable. From time to time, a crazy look would flash across his eyes. The time around him was very chaotic. However, in the next moment, it suddenly became quiet. Everything became quiet. At that time, I won't be merciful either. Zero raised his head and looked at Yun Nuoshing with a crazy look. He laughed wildly. Yes, I know. Yun Nuoshing nodded calmly. When we meet again at the beginner god level, at that time between the two of us, only one of us will survive. Zero laughed wildly and licked his lips. There was an evil smile on his face. Whether it's the spiritual godly body or quarter moon, they're all mine. They're all mine. At the end of his words, Zero moved closer to Yun Nuoshing and grinned. I want to eat your flesh. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in front of them. A violent roar came from the space, accompanied by the sound of space shattering. Everyone raised their heads and saw a gap in the sky. At this moment, it was slowly recovering. When they looked beside them again, Zero's figure was no longer there. I'll wait for that day. Yun Nuoshing took a light breath and smiled at everyone. In the end, everything has to return to the right track, right? That strange journey has completely ended. Let's just treat it as a dream. After Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the floating island. The group of people behind her looked at each other blankly and quickly followed her. "Hey, what's wrong with that guy?" Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but ask. "He's crazy." Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and said calmly, "He's persisted from the second half of the ancient era until now. He couldn't become a heavenly god. He severed his cultivation time and time again, and then cultivated from the beginning to the divine spirit level again. After going through each great reincarnation, he's gone crazy. He's no longer the zero you know these days. Now, he's only left with the obsession of madness. He inherited Quarter Moon's resentment towards this world and hatred towards them. He's just a lunatic." Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. "The next time we meet, he'll be a beginner god. At that time, one of us will definitely fall. Unfortunately, I've already lost once, and this time, silence." At this point, there was suddenly silence. Yun Nuoxing did not know what to say. Everyone could only be silent, looking at each other. They all sighed in their hearts. Yun Nuoxing seemed to sense that the atmosphere was a little heavy because of him. She waved her hand and smiled faintly. "It's okay. I have my reasons why I can't lose. I can't lose. This life is very important. Every step must be taken carefully. I can't leave such an important matter to a lunatic. Similarly, I can't go crazy. By the way, don't tell anyone about the elements of primal chaos." Yun Nuoxing's expression suddenly became strange. The elements of darkness caused irreparable damage to the realm of the gods in the ancient era. Now, they even set up a barrier outside the small divine lands. Although they erased it from the natural order level, causing this world to not give birth to any more elements of darkness, my elements of darkness and elements of primal chaos are inherited from the ancient era. The elements in my body have also been replaced with the elements from the ancient era. The elements in that era were much stronger than the elements in this era, no matter how you look at it. The fewer people who know about the elements of darkness, the better. I don't want you to talk about it, because I'm afraid you'll get into trouble if you talk about it. It's fine as long as we know about this," Yun Nuoxing said. Everyone nodded solemnly. They also knew how important this matter was, so they wouldn't talk about it casually. If this matter were to spread, it would be to the extent that they would become enemies with the entire world. At that time, Yun Nuoxing, who was already a little crazy to begin with, they couldn't think about it anymore. Especially when this guy was half the ruler of the realm of the gods. If he died, this void would also be destroyed prematurely. TSK. Thinking of this, they wouldn't court death, even if it was for themselves. Then let this secret rot in their stomachs. Chapter 904. "So, you're just going to follow me like this." Yun Nuoxing turned around and looked at Fu Qing, who had been following him silently without saying a word. This girl had not said a word ever since she came back. Her presence was as weak as Qin Yan's. If Yun Nuoxing had not suddenly remembered that there was still a person to deal with, Fu Qing would have probably followed him without saying a word. What else? Fu Qing raised her head and looked at him with her vertical pupils. "Don't you have any other way to follow me? This image is too." Yun Nuoxing coughed. Everyone looked thoughtful. Fu Qing was a demon. She was one of the demons who had followed Quarter Moon. She had crossed dozens of epochs to wait for the person who had died young to return. However, although that person had recovered a lot of her memories, she had forgotten about them. It was a small matter for her to follow them again, but her image was too different from ordinary people. However, it might not be a big deal. In the realm of the gods, where there were countless races, perhaps others would just treat Fu Qing as a special race. Everyone sat down cross-legged to cultivate and rest. After circling the 5 elemental realms and the 8 elemental realms, The seal in the Jiesu's secret realm had weakened. In short, there were various reasons. Everyone expressed that they needed to sit down and rest. This short period of time was not a big deal. After a while, they would be involved in a high-level battle in the 8 elemental realms, which was not something the 5 elemental realms could compare to. However, they had stayed in the 5 elements realm for half a month. Putting aside the not-so-peaceful place, their life in the star origin continent made them miss it a little. It was peaceful, and their biggest battle was against the beast tide. Perhaps they could understand the distant ambition of the Yun Nuwa planet, and they could also understand it because that kind of life was indeed very beautiful. However, they were in the 8 elements realm, and perhaps this kind of life was always parallel to them. Now that the seal in the Jiesu's secret realm had weakened, everyone felt that they could recover to the 4 or 5 seals of the demon rank. For those who were weak to begin with, they could recover to the 4 or 5 seals of the demon rank. However, this was only a normal level. Due to the weakening of the seal in the Jiesu's secret realm, they could only recover to the 4 or 5 seals of the demon rank. If it was someone who had been staying in the secret realm all this time, it was not impossible for them to recover to the 7 or 8 seals or even the demigod rank. Transform into something else. Fu Qing pondered for a moment, a thoughtful look on his face. Yes, of course. It's not a problem if you don't transform. I'm just asking. If you want, you can stay in my spiritual world. There are a few people in there. You won't be lonely. Yun Nuashing nodded. Then she coughed dryly. It's mainly because you're interested in everything. I'm just asking. You can decide for yourself. There are a few people in your spiritual world. Fu Qing's gaze suddenly became strange. She lowered her head and muttered. Yun Nuashing felt a little awkward. Then she looked up and looked at her with an even stranger gaze. In the past, you didn't allow others to enter your spiritual world. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing was stunned. After thinking for a while, she understood why. Once, Quarter Moon became an enemy of everyone in the divine realm because of the dark element. She had inherited his memories. Now, she knew that the extent of it was not as simple as treating everyone as an enemy. The friends who had once fought side by side with him, the forces that he had once been on good terms with, almost all of them had betrayed him overnight. It was not an exaggeration to say that everyone had betrayed him. It was just that he had no family. Everything was forced. He was forced to the point of no return. He was forced to pick up his weapons and point them at his former friends, causing him to go to the extreme of the dark side. Before he was completely betrayed, he had already betrayed everyone. From then on, the concepts of justice and evil no longer had any meaning in his heart. He only faced those who deserved to die, and those who did not. He was no longer afraid of anything. He no longer cared about anything. Anyone who raised their weapons against him would be given an extreme death. He would not show any mercy just because he had known someone before, nor would he forgive anyone just because someone begged for mercy. Wherever he went, he would only leave behind a devastated land and a prelude to death. That was the darkest memory of his life. Several ancestors of the 9 Gods Temple had also been injured because of him. However, during that long period of careful companionship, he had finally let down his guard and truly accepted a few of his closest old friends. Among them, Yun Nuashing felt that the ancestor of the Light Temple had really contributed a lot. If it were not for her, the knot in Quarter Moon's heart would not have loosened so quickly. That miraculous, crazy woman, his heart was once cold, just like Yun Nuashing himself in the past. Although he looked fine, his cold heart was always difficult to let go of, even the people around him. On the surface, he did not seem to be on guard against them, but no one knew what he was thinking in the depths of his heart. However, in the end, he really let down his guard against them. If this had happened to him more than 10 years ago, he probably would not have dared to think about it. Now he knew how the unshakable seal on the chains of his heart came about. It was placed on him by Quarter Moon during that period of time. She sealed many of his emotions in order to prevent him from being swayed by his emotions and leaving behind any future troubles. That seal had persisted for so many years and had not dissipated. It was only until today that a crack quietly appeared on it. Moreover, behind the seal, there seemed to be two vague imprints. Shaking his head, Yin Nuoxing shook off all those thoughts of the past. He coughed dryly and said, "Anyway, that's how it is. The past is the past. That, cough, cough, you can get to know me all over again. That's right, I'll borrow this sentence." Fu Qing looked at him with a strange expression. This guy had been deep in thought for a full 5 minutes, and that was all he said. However, she did not have any special requests. She was the one who said that she wanted to follow him, so there was nothing wrong with following his arrangements. In the past, Quarter Moon had also asked them to change their forms and follow by her side. Now, there was no exception. She would just treat it as if everything had returned to how it was before. This time, she would just follow by his side and continue to look at this world. Fu Qing nodded and said, "All right, then I'll go into your soul. I won't disturb you from the outside." "What's there to disturb? That's not what I meant." Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Fu Qing did not say anything more to him. Her body shook, and she turned into a thumb-sized green light spot on the spot. Then she entered his soul. His soul trembled slightly, and he felt that another new guest had appeared. In the soul world, Ziyi and the others raised their heads, pushed away the cards on the table, and stood up one after another. They saw a green light spot fall from the sky and turn into a little girl in front of them. They clapped their hands and laughed happily. "Welcome, welcome. You're the 8th guest of our soul, In. Let's get along well." Yun Nuoxing and Fu Qing were both stunned. The former counted with her fingers. Ziyi, Lan Exan, Kaixia, Yishi, Xiaobai, Feng, and Ming, who had stayed for a while. So Fu Qing was the 8th guest? So that's how it was. That's how it was. "Hey, this is my soul world. What do you think this place is?" Yun Nuoxing was flustered and exasperated. This was his soul world, all right? How could they live here so naturally? "Nonsense, this is my home." Ziyi replied him domineeringly, causing Yun Nuoxing to be instantly speechless. It seemed that what he said was not wrong. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The consciousness of the little person in the white ball of light, the Yin spirit fire, was also jumping up and down on the table. It seemed to agree with Ziya's words, because the latter said with satisfaction, "Look, look, even little Yin agrees." Yun Nuoxing covered her face speechlessly. Before she could say anything, Ziyi shouted from inside, "There's everything here. Make whatever you want to eat and drink. Do you want to come over and play cards later?" Yun Nuoxing looked up at the sky in a daze and muttered, "This is my soul world. You can't mess it up like this." Fu Qing stared blankly at the group of people grabbing her and pressing her down on the table. She didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. It was more like Ziyi, and the others were talking to themselves. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh. I finally know how that cold and heartless fellow in the past became so obedient now. Yun Nuoxing covered her face speechlessly. Even the demons knew how powerful Ziyi and the others' mental pollution ability was. After a long sigh, she couldn't be bothered with these things. Anyway, her soul world had already been tormented to such a state. Just let them do whatever they want. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing sighed again. She felt that the number of times she sighed today was uncountable. "Why do you keep sighing? Don't you know that sighing makes you grow old?" A loud voice came from behind, causing Yun Nuoxing to turn around. She saw Chu Yingzhan, who was dressed in men's clothes, walking over with her right hand on her waist. Seeing her distressed expression, she couldn't help but raise her slender eyebrows. "What's wrong? Is there something that our deity can't figure out?" "No." Yun Nuoxing sighed. She waved her hand and said, "Have you recovered?" "Of course. Don't you know who this fairy is? I'm the #1 fairy in all of history. My talent is top-notch. It won't take long for me to recover. Ahem, how many demon rank seals have you received?" Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly, interrupting her nagging. "6 seals. It's higher than I thought." Chu Yingzhan squeezed her jade-like hands and said, she didn't seem to be angry at being interrupted. Then she patted his shoulder casually. It's okay. Although you're still in the emptiness realm, this fairy won't leave you alone. There's always a time to stir up trouble. You're so impressive outside. Now, you just have to be a little man and obediently hide behind us." What? Yun Nuoxing suddenly widened her eyes. "I can still use dozens of divine artifacts. Why do I have to hide behind you and ask for protection? I'm not that weak, am I?" Chu Yingzhan blinked and slapped her forehead. "Oh, damn, I forgot." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He reached out and poked her forehead. "Okay, I promise you. I won't mess around here. Hey, you really understood what I was trying to say." Chu Yingzhan slapped Yun Nuoxing's chest. Yun Nuoxing sighed and looked at her. "You said it the last time you came in, right? Hey, about that. I was afraid that you'd be depressed." Chu Yingzhan used her elbow to poke Yun Nuoxing's arm. Then she coughed lightly and said, "Speaking of which, we still have a debt to settle with you." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. "Huh, that day when you rushed out alone and planned to die together with 0. Chu Yingzhan said angrily. Then she suddenly calmed down and looked at him calmly. "Harem man, what is your identity?" "Huh." This inexplicable question confused Yun Nuoxing. Identity? What identity? Was it his current identity? Or what? To put it simply, what identity do you think you have right now? Chu Yingzhan said seriously. "I don't know much about you. At least, I don't know as much about you as Ming and the others. But I know that you have multiple identities. You have a previous life, right? What do you think?" "Me? This answer has been confirmed a long time ago. It won't change much now. For the time being, I plan to live quietly as Yun Nuoxing, which is the identity of this life," Yun Nuoxing said. "In other words, you plan to live as a mortal for the time being?" Chu Yingzhan raised her eyebrows and said meaningfully. Yun Nuoxing didn't hear any special meaning in her strange voice. He looked at her suspiciously. After a while, he nodded. "That's good." Chu Yingzhan suddenly said something that confused him. But before he could slowly think about the meaning of this sentence, he felt a sudden pain in his stomach. Yun Nuoxing sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Chu Yingzhan, who had just punched him, and said angrily, "What are you doing?" "I'm punching you." "Why?" Chu Yingzhan blew a breath of air at Xiao Xiuquan and said, "This punch is to punish you for leaving the team without permission. You're not a saint. Don't shoulder everything on your shoulders. Mortals have to deal with things the way mortals do. Do you think a mortal is capable of rushing to the enemy alone and fighting to the death?" Chu Yingzhan grabbed his collar with a serious expression on her face. Mei Mao stared at him. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment. Look at those experts from ancient times who can hold back 10,000 men by themselves. Aren't they also mortals who can block thousands of troops by themselves? That's true. Chu Yingzhan was stunned. After she reacted, she became angry and said, "I'm not talking about this with you." Yun Nuoxing shrunk his neck. He wanted to retort, but when he saw that she was really angry, he could only mutter in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that if he said it out loud, he would be devoured on the spot. I'm talking about the team. The team. We're a team, aren't we? You have a bunch of friends around you, don't you? The more powerful a person is, the more responsibility they have. Powerful people do more work, but that doesn't mean that you'll die from overwork. Look at Havana and the others. They're in charge of the entire 5 elements realm. How many lives do they have? Quadrillion? Billions? Countless. But you don't ask about everything. You always ignore the people around you and always think that you can solve everything by yourself. You hope that you can take care of everyone, and you don't want the people around you to have a good time because of you. I really like this kind of good person, but look at the people around you. Look at your companions behind you. They were gathered because of you, and this time they will also take action because of you. Right now, you are a leader, a spiritual leader, a bellwether. You are, and so is that heavenly God of primal chaos. However, none of you clearly recognize your own identities, and you continue to do everything by yourself. Could it be that you want to shoulder this world alone? You want to shoulder all the sins of the world alone? You're really crazy. This sentence suddenly rang out in his mind, and it made Yun Nuoshing a little absent-minded. Yes, it seemed that someone had once lectured him like this. However, whether it was that voice or Chu Yingzhan's lengthy speech, Yun Nuoshing only sighed softly, regardless of whether it touched his heart. The difference was that after Chu Yingzhan finished speaking, he also responded. This is also something that can't be helped. The burden on my shoulders is a little heavy, if even I need to ask for help from others who can help me shoulder it. Yun Nuoshing was a little absent-minded. Don't you still have us? Chu Yingzhan stared fiercely at him, and her pretty face was only an inch away from his face. We all know that the burden on your shoulders is very heavy, and we don't even know the strength of the enemy. At the very least, it could be the threshold of a heavenly God. However, I don't think that after experiencing all this and knowing all this, we can still stand by and do nothing. You need strength. You need our strength. Everyone is working hard. You're only a mortal right now, so you're also working hard. Everyone is working hard. You can't trust us, but you can trust your 3 sisters, right? They're also working very hard to help you. Right now, they're also working hard to become stronger. Can't you just wait a little longer? Yun Nuoshing's body trembled, and a complicated look flashed across his eyes. Don't lose yourself, Yun Nuoshing. From the beginning to the end, you shouldn't have shouldered everything on your shoulders. Perhaps we're not strong enough to share your burden, but one day, everyone around you will become your strength. Quarter Moon's rough instructions should have told you that a person's strength is ultimately limited. Even if you're very strong, there's still a limit. The treasures that he left behind were not opened by you alone. Isn't this hinting to you that you need the help of others? Chu Yingzhan looked straight into his eyes with a serious expression. Okay, I know, I understand. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly waved his hands and sighed. He had heard a lot of similar conversations. Yu Yin had said it, Xian had said it, Ming had said it, and now even Chu Yingzhan had said it. Perhaps his mentality had been wrong from the beginning. These things had troubled him for a long time. In Quarter Moon's memory, he was also exhausted by himself. Perhaps at the right time, Chu Yingzhan's words broke his last line of defense. He stubbornly dispersed the troubles in his heart, and his mood gradually relaxed. He knew what she said was right. He just couldn't face it. He was very worried. He was always very worried that he would make an irreversible mistake because of himself. They can't always hide under your protection. Chu Yingzhan seemed to know where the knot in his heart was. Her expression relaxed slightly, and she also sighed. When the enemy comes, if you can't even survive, how can you talk about protecting them? If one day you're not by their side and they're in danger of dying, how can you protect them? Let go. There's no need to be so nervous. Before death comes, we have countless opportunities to become stronger. As long as you're willing to leave a path for us to follow, we'll be able to become your solid strength one day. When that time comes, you won't have to bear everything alone. Yun Nuoxing slowly closed his eyes and nodded his chin. I understand. I understand. Thank you. Did you say that? Chu Yingzhan was also stunned. She quickly let go of him and waved her hand as if she couldn't stand it, and quickly took a step back. Hey, don't be so serious. Wah, don't laugh like that. It's so disgusting, so disgusting. Chu Yingzhan looked as if she couldn't stand it anymore. She scratched the goosebumps all over her body and hurriedly jumped away. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. You've changed back. I don't know if you're really smart or just pretending to be smart. After saying that, he looked up at the sky again. The line of defense that he had been holding in his heart finally dissipated. There will always be time. Just as you have thought, this life is it, right? Then let this life be the turning point and the end point of everything. Chapter 9:05. Yun Nuoxing didn't know if the change in his state of mind would lead to any changes in the future. Chu Yingzhan's words were the last straw that broke his stubborn state of mind. However, before that, he had already been educated many times. Quarter Moon also hoped that he could abandon his previous thoughts. There would always be a limit to a person's strength, and Quarter Moon didn't want him to repeat the same mistakes. Chu Yingzhan bounced back and ran over to Yun Nuoxing. She had a simple-minded look on her face, and there was no sign of the wisdom that she had just said. Hey, what does your chaotic element look like? Let me take a look. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. What? I'm just curious and want to take a look. I haven't really seen the 10th element or something. Seeing her curious look, Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Just as he was about to nod, he was stunned. Then he shook his head. I'm still in the virtual realm, so I can't use it. Chu Yingzhan was stunned. No, you also used the light element when you were in the virtual realm. That's different. Although my realm was suppressed, my divine body wasn't. I could forcibly activate the light element by burning some of my life force. However, the dark element and the chaotic element have a minimum activation limit. Before my realm was restored to the immortal realm, it was impossible for me to activate these two elements no matter how hard I tried. But just now, that's because the power I obtained was too great, and it overflowed outside my body. Once it dissipated, it would be gone. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly waved his hand. Chu Yingzhan was stunned for a while, and her gaze gradually became strange. Looking at Yun Nuoxing, she couldn't help but smack her lips. Hey, unreliable guy. Yun Nuoxing, be careful, or I'll throw you into the void. Hey, you really have the nerve to do such a rude thing to a beautiful fairy like me? Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Other than her face and voice that could be considered female, he couldn't see any other characteristics of a girl. Of course, it could also be that her clothes were too strange. In short, Yun Nuoxing really didn't think that this girl was a girl. When she was careless, she was full of masculinity. She was simply a copy of him. Of course, he was a real boy. After resting for half a day, everyone had recovered to the peak that they could reach. The strength that they recovered was uneven. Ming and Bing Air were originally gods, and now they had recovered to the demigod level. Chu Yingzhan was originally a demigod, and now she had recovered to the demigod level. Lin Sheng had just advanced to the demigod level, and now he was at the demigod level. The others were also in different situations. Yun Nuoxing calculated with his fingers and rolled his eyes. Was part of the seal here calculated by percentages? But I found that the situation here is very special. Lin Sheng clenched his hands. He had advanced to the demigod level before coming to the secret territory. When the strength recovers to the limit before being suppressed, it will continue to grow at the same speed. After Yun Nuoxing heard this, he was also stunned and frowned. The speed of recovery of strength is faster than the speed of growth of the original strength. But after recovering the strength to the original limit here, will it continue to grow at the speed of recovery? Lin Sheng scratched his head. Something like that. I discovered this when I recovered to the demigod level. That's a benefit. The secret territory of the Jiasu realm can indirectly increase the speed of cultivation like this. Yun Nuoxing muttered, his heart full of unhappiness. Why do I have to be a demigod? Because you are a power outside the rules, and you are tragically suppressed by your own power. Everyone laughed bitterly. After chatting for a while, everyone was ready to go. Yun Nuoxing was still looking at the pillar temple with a complicated expression in his eyes. After a while, he gently stretched out his hand toward the temple and pressed the air with his index finger. Boom! The heavy sound seemed to have detonated a violent energy storm. In everyone's line of sight, the tall divine palace stirred up billowing dust and slowly collapsed. The pillars separated from the main palace. The entire divine palace was disintegrating on its own. It collapsed vertically, and the fragments also sank straight into the ground. It did not affect Yun Nuoxing and the others who were close by. Only the dust that was stirred up by the strong wind blew their robes and stirred up everyone's emotions. It's over, it's over. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly and closed his eyes. A holy aura came from beside him, causing him to open his eyes again. He saw Ming standing beside him with huge wings spread out behind him. The golden Mei Mao was also looking at the collapsed temple in front of them. It's over. Upon hearing his words, Ming nodded and replied, the long 70 eras of waiting is over. Let's go back, brother. There's no need to stay here any longer. Ming turned around and smiled like a flower at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He reached out and rubbed her silver-white hair. He nodded gently and held her hand as they turned around. Behind them, a weak pillar of starlight descended from the sky and covered the original spot where the temple used to be, covering the huge hole. The starlight in Yun Nuoxing's eyes slowly faded. He smiled at everyone and waved his hand. Let's go. It's time to get down to business. This secret realm in the void dimension had been turned upside down by people in the past half a month. There was almost nothing to be gained, other than the people who had seen the first floating island. No one else knew what terrifying things had happened in this secret realm. The people who were still here only knew that there were 2 floating islands floating in the shallow layer of the void. Nothing existed on the first floating island, and the second one could not be entered. A layer of golden barrier enveloped the floating island, and there was an extremely powerful restriction that prevented anyone from approaching. Most people who tried to approach lost their strength when they approached the second floating island and fell into the void. They only recovered their strength when they were very far away. They were so far away that they almost got lost in the shallow layer of the void. There were not many people who knew about the characteristics of the void, but there were still quite a few who were not afraid of death and tried to rush to the second floating island. It was only when someone suddenly disappeared into the void that they began to feel afraid. They all stopped at the edge of the first floating island and waited with bated breath for the island's restrictions to be lifted. They didn't find anything of value on this floating island, so everyone thought that the treasures were on the floating island that they couldn't get close to. In fact, there was really nothing on this floating island. This floating island was just the storage place of the sealed skies land in the modern world. Other than Yun Nuashing and Zero, no one else would see anything. As for the temple that protruded out, it had already been destroyed by Yun Nuashing, leaving behind a pillar of starlight that couldn't be broken through. However, the others did not know about this. There were still many people waiting here. Perhaps some people felt that they were wasting too much time and could not see any hope, so they turned around and left. However, the majority of people were still waiting. Everyone stretched their necks and looked into the distance, praying that this floating island would open. Then, in the next moment, very suddenly, the restriction on the floating island was lifted. The golden barrier dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the huge barrier that enveloped the entire floating island disappeared completely. Everyone was stunned. They stared blankly and did not react for a long time. Whoosh! It wasn't until there was the sound of something breaking through the air and a figure flew towards the floating island that everyone woke up from their stupor. They howled and moved, rushing into the void and towards the floating island. "Big sister, are we going too?" There was a group of people gathered in a remote area at the edge of the first floating island. An 8-foot-tall man had his arms crossed and his muscles were tense. He looked very aggressive, but when he spoke to a person beside him who was only as tall as his abdomen, he was very careful and spoke very softly. When the people beside him heard the man's voice, they didn't laugh. They only looked at the figure cautiously. The slender figure knelt on a huge rock. She was wrapped in a tattered black robe. Purple clothes could be vaguely seen under the black robe. Her long purple hair was also covered by the black robe. A pair of purplish-black May Mao stared ahead without blinking, but she did not say anything. The burly man smiled bitterly and shook his head. They had already waited here for a month. Big Sister had always maintained this posture and had not moved at all. Other than occasionally cultivating, there was no other movement. She was just like a statue. Fortunately, they had found a lot of heavenly treasures before entering this secret realm, so they did not fall behind in terms of rank. After waiting for a while, that figure didn't say anything. The big man and the people waiting at the side also waited quietly without any complaints. They stood at the side like soldiers with serious expressions on their faces. There was a smell of blood on their bodies that couldn't be washed away. Swish! Suddenly, the figure stood up, giving the man a fright. He looked around vigilantly. When he did not find anything, he turned around and saw Big Sister taking off the tattered black robe, revealing a beautiful purple robe. Her purplish-black hair flowed down like a waterfall. On that indescribably beautiful face, there was a beautiful smile that they had never seen before. It also carried an unconcealable longing, stunning the man and the others. Everyone was still in a daze. The girl had already rushed out like the wind. She did not even bother to say a word to them. She left the man and the others looking at each other in dismay. After hesitating for a moment, they gritted their teeth and followed. In the middle of the two floating islands, a large group of people suddenly appeared out of thin air in the shallow layer of the void. When everyone saw the light purple color of the void, they subconsciously opened their rule domains. However, after thinking for a while, they turned off their rule domains. After all, when they first came here, they were fine without their rule domains. It was unlike in the deep layer of the void, where they would get lost without their rule domains. Speaking of which, This trip to the five elements realm probably gained more experience. What else is there in the void? Lin Sheng could not help but say, "That's right." Speaking of this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. They looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was being carried by Ming Ming, and said in unison, he was instilled with a lot of knowledge. Ahem, that. Feeling the resentment from behind, Yun Nuoshing also trembled. This is something that can only be learned after reaching God level. Why are you unhappy that we let you know in advance? Hearing this, everyone laughed dryly and waved their hands. No, it's just a sentence. After all, our worldview has been refreshed. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and struggled slightly. However, Ming, who was hugging her from behind, said unhappily, "Brother, you can fly by yourself now. When we enter the floating island later, you still have to be carried by me. Be good and don't move." Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and let out a long sigh. Damned seal, everyone laughed evilly. Yuan Shi and Nightmare laughed evilly and rubbed their hands. Suddenly they were stunned. Yuan Shi said in astonishment, someone is approaching quickly. Didn't we choose a very secluded path? Why is there still someone? Nightmare was also stunned. Before he could volunteer to rush out and investigate, Yuan Shi pulled him back. A familiar aura. Wait, I think, before Yuan Shi could finish speaking, everyone stopped. Then, a purple figure suddenly appeared in front of them, giving everyone a fright. However, what happened next stunned everyone. The girl who suddenly appeared plunged into Yun Nuoshing's arms. Then, everyone came to a sudden realization and hurriedly waved their hands and turned around. Yuan, she was also shouting, "Hey, hey, hey, everyone turn around. Don't look, don't look. Little Star's wife is here." Yun Nuoshing, who was still in a daze, did not expect such a thing to happen. When he came back to his senses, he saw the purple figure dashing into his arms. It was a pity that there was still Ming Ming behind him. The two women, one in front and one behind, bumped into him like a sandwich biscuit, almost squeezing out his stomach acid. Puff. "Girl, my body is so small now, cough, cough. I can't stand you bumping into me like that." That familiar aura, that familiar smell. Yun Nuoshing didn't need to look to know who the girl in his arms was. When he lowered his head, as expected, he saw a dark purple head wriggling around in his arms. With great difficulty, Yun Nuoshing finally calmed down the girl, who was rubbing against him like a kitten. With a gentle smile, he rubbed Ziyan's dark purple hair and said with a smile, "I'm back." Ziyan reached out her hands to hold his beautiful face. Her red lips gently touched his cheek, and she smiled like a flower. "Little Star, I found you." Staring blankly at Yun Nuoshing's colorful eyes, Ziyan didn't ask anything. She didn't know where Yun Nuoshing had disappeared to during this time, nor did she know what he had experienced. However, she could see some slight changes in his eyes, as if his entire person had changed. She didn't ask, because Yun Nuoshing would tell her everything, so there was no need to ask. Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. First, he taught Ziyan how to condense a soul seed. After the two exchanged soul seeds, he told her everything in their souls. 5 elements realm, quarter moon. As expected, Ziyan was also very surprised, but there was a hint of regret on her beautiful face. Obviously, she felt a little regretful that she couldn't follow Yun Nuoshing to the 5 elements realm. As for Yun Nuoshing's previous identity, she was also stunned for a moment, but she ignored it after a moment. She never cared about these things. She only cared about whether Yun Nuoshing was still himself. Ahem. While Yun Nuoshing and Ziyan were whispering to each other, Ming, who was behind the former, finally couldn't help but cough softly. "Brother, these words can be said on the way." Don't you think that this is not a suitable place to talk? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing and Zian both laughed dryly. Ming pursed her lips, but didn't show anything. This surprised Yun Nuoshing a little, but she didn't say anything at this time. She waved her hand and pointed to the front with her eyes. Girl, are those people you brought with you? Zian turned around and saw the big man rushing over with a group of people. Nodding slightly, Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly. It seems that when I left, a lot of things happened around you. Well, it's good that you're fine. I was worried that you would be bullied in the secret realm alone. I left too quickly at that time. Hearing this, Zian felt a little sweetness in her heart, but she just smiled and shook her head. She bent her finger and gently flicked Yun Nuoshing's forehead. Little star, don't look down on me. I have the 5 elements body. How could I be bullied? Yun Nuoshing thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. Zian had also recovered her strength as a demigod in the secret realm. Looking at this momentum, it would be good enough if the girl didn't bully others. At this time, the group of people in the distance also hurried over. They were stunned when they saw their big sister being intimate with another person. When they saw that the other person was also a beautiful girl, they were even more stunned. However, they didn't ask much and tactfully lowered their heads. The big man also turned his face away and saluted Zian. He softly called out, Big sister. Big sister? As soon as this name came out, Yun Nuoshing and the others all turned their gazes towards Zian. A bunch of gossipy gazes were all directed towards Zian. The latter's pretty face instantly turned red. She hurriedly waved her hand and laughed embarrassedly. This is for a reason. Oh, the reason? Yun Nuoshing also inexplicably laughed. She pressed her hand on Zian's head and scratched it hard. Girl, did you bully me? Zian was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Her neck was completely red. She shrunk her head and didn't dare to make a sound. When he saw Ziyan's reaction, the man's cheeks twitched slightly. His expression was calm, but he gave himself a fierce slap in his heart. He almost slapped himself unconscious and called himself blind. That cold-blooded, decisive, murderous, mysterious girl who was known as the Blood Queen actually had such a girlish attitude. Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw that the big man and the others were all tensed up and didn't dare to speak. She waved her hand and said, Well, thank you for taking care of Zian all this time. She didn't beat you up, did she? The big man's face was tense. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She did beat them up, and the kind that gave them a good beating. Seeing that the big man's face was tense, but he looked like he was about to cry, Yun Nuoshing also knew something. She couldn't help but shake her head. Her gaze was a little strange as she looked at Zian, who was standing next to him, and whose pretty face was so red that it could bleed. She sighed. Chapter 906. Due to the addition of another group of people, they spent some time familiarizing themselves with the area before flying towards the entrance of the secret plane. On the way, Zian gave Yun Nuoshing a detailed account of the current situation in the Jiesu secret plane. After not seeing each other for some time, the two of them flew a little further away and whispered to each other. Oh, they also brought along Ming, who was still carrying Yun Nuoshing as they flew. As for why they didn't hand Yun Nuoshing over to Zian, no one dared to bring it up. However, Ming didn't seem to say anything either. She listened to Zian and Yun Nuoshing whispering to each other with a faint smile on her pretty face. As for Blockhead and the others, their expressions were about to crack. They didn't dare to show any abnormalities, but their hearts were on the verge of collapsing, especially when they heard Yuan Shi and the others say that Yun Nuoshing was a man. The extent of their collapse became even more exaggerated. They couldn't keep their zombie-like faces straight anymore. Then they thought about how Big Sis once said that she had a boyfriend. Seeing the sudden change in the expressions of this group of people beside them, Yuan Shi and the others also had strange expressions. They didn't know what this group of people was thinking about, but it should be related to Xian. During the conversation, Yun Nuoxing found out that nearly 1.5 months had passed in the Pantheon realm, but they had clearly only spent half a month in the 5 elemental realms. Moreover, according to the division of time between realms, the time they spent in the 5 elemental realms shouldn't be too different from the time in the 8 elemental realms. The time of each elemental realm master, that is, the time difference between the origin worlds, shouldn't be too big. Moreover, that half a month is equivalent to half a month in the Pantheon realm. How could there be a difference of 1 month? Yun Nuoxing scratched her head in distress. Everyone also had a puzzled look on their faces. They had inexplicably lost a month's worth of time, making them unable to explain it clearly. Could it be? Yuanxi thought for a while. In the end, we came back from the chaotic zone. Did something happen there? Yun Nuoxing heard this and also pondered for a while. After thinking for a while, she nodded hesitantly. It's possible. That place is the state when the primordial realm was first born. The concept of time and space is very vague. Perhaps time was accelerated in that place. Well, that's the only explanation. We are still in the origin world, and the timeline world did not switch. The only problem is the problem of time. However, this could also be because we crossed realms. After all, the flow of time between elemental realms is at different speeds. However, there wouldn't be any difference. But the flow of time in the 5 elemental realms is different time to the elemental realms, and everything of time in the elemental realms. Because we both live in the correct world and receive the correct laws of that world, we are not independent of that world, so we feel the same. Yuanxi asked, "Full marks?" Yun Nuoxing nodded. It's just that we acknowledge the time rules of the 5 elemental realms. That's why we can't feel the difference between the flow of time in the 5 elemental realms and the 8 elemental realms. Of course, we can't feel it now. When we reach my level, we might be able to recognize it and directly experience what it feels like to have a difference in the flow of time. Everyone, because there were still a bunch of newcomers, everyone's conversation was completed in their souls. It was fast and convenient, and they weren't afraid of being eavesdropped. After everyone left the secret realm, Xian finished telling Yun Nuoxing what happened in the Jiasu secret realm during this period. The latter also told them about what happened in the 5 elemental realms, including his own situation. As soon as they came out of the small secret realm, Yun Nuoxing opened her eyes and looked at the Jiasu secret realm that she hadn't seen for a month. She was stunned for a moment, then inexplicably laughed. She didn't hide her laughter, and everyone was confused. So that's how it is. This world is really like this. It's really interesting. Chu Yingzhan had goosebumps all over her body. She took a step forward and directly slapped him on the head. She rolled her eyes and said, "If you found anything, just say it. Your laughter is really disgusting." After being slapped, Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and muttered. However, he shook his head and smiled mysteriously. The main show will be played at the end. Hearing that he was keeping them in suspense, everyone looked at each other and rolled up their sleeves in unison. Hey, calm down. Calm down. Impulsiveness is the greatest sin of mankind. Yun Nuoxing widened his eyes and said, "Ahem, Bieni, now is not the time to solve the riddle. I just found something very interesting." Something interesting? Yuanxi looked at him suspiciously. He knew his brother's temperament. This something interesting could become something deadly if not handled well. He felt that it was better to clarify things now. Yes, something very interesting. Yun Nuoxing smiled mysteriously. With a wave of his hand, He took out a huge sword that looked like a sawtooth and a barb. It was the huge sword that he received from the ritual square in the Jiesu secret realm. He looked at the sword and laughed again. It's something related to this destroyed world. There seems to be a point not far ahead. Shall we go and take a look? Before anyone could ask anything, Yun Nuoshing said to everyone with a smile. Everyone looked at each other, and the corners of their eyes twitched. Then they nodded their heads in resignation. This guy, can't he say everything in one go? Doesn't he know that keeping people in suspense will drive them to their deaths? The small secret realm that sealed the heavens and earth was at the border between the wood element and the soul element. At this time, the group was walking towards the south and gradually approaching the fire element area. Returning to the Jiesu secret realm after a month and a half, the atmosphere seemed to have become heavier. Moreover, everyone could smell a bitter smell, as if there was a faint smell of blood in the air, causing some of them to frown. Such a strong smell of blood. In the secret realm, 11 holy objects have appeared. Each of them hovered in their own position and never moved. The energy in the area where the holy objects appear will also boil. Those holy objects have never been obtained by anyone, even if their strength has reached the demigod level. The center of the area where the holy objects are located is a very vast, invincible area. Those who enter that area, no matter how serious their injuries are, will be resurrected immediately. No one has ever died. Now, countless people are attacking the holy objects every day. Those who are persistent have even died dozens of times in there, most of them killed by others. The few who can reach the holy objects can't withstand the enormous power of the holy objects, and the energy in their bodies is disturbed by the fluctuations of the holy objects, causing them to burn to death. Xian explained softly. The power of the holy objects is very chaotic and violent. It can disrupt the rules and order, right? Like the disorder of time and space. Everyone became excited at once. When they heard the words chaotic and violent, their bodies twitched. When these words were added together, wasn't it that thing? How did you know? Xian was also stunned. She tilted her head and looked at everyone strangely. They had been away for a month and a half. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have known. But something is not right. I don't know about the rules and such, but the disorder of time and space is real. Did you guys go in and take the holy objects when they first appeared? No. Everyone waved their hands and smiled bitterly. They all looked at Yun Nuoshing and winked at her, implying that she should at least say something. Seeing everyone looking at her, Yun Nuoshing could only shrug and spread her hands. She shook her head and said, "This time, it's not the element of chaos. It should be the element of darkness. The element of chaos can directly make space and time become violent, and the rules and order. Even if you can't feel it, you can feel that place is very uncomfortable, as if you are born to reject it. That's the effect of the element of chaos changing the rules and order. Girl, you don't feel that way, do you?" Xian thought about it seriously and shook her head. "No, other than the overlapping of space and time, there's nothing else." Yun Nuoshing nodded. "That's right. It should be the element of darkness. The holy objects are the key to unlocking the door to the little divine lands. It has the power to open the barrier of darkness. If you want to drill a hole in the barrier in a short time, other than the element of darkness itself, no other power can do it, unless you use a crushing force to force it open, but that would require at least the power of an emperor god." Yuanqi frowned and thought for a while. In other words, the holy objects are filled with the power of the element of darkness. Based on the current information, that should be the case. Yun Nuoshing nodded. She looked up and suddenly saw something. We're here." Everyone stopped when they heard this. What appeared in front of them was the sky not far away. There were 11 stone doors. The stone doors were formed by 2 pillars and a semicircular arch at the top. They were made of stone. They looked like ordinary stone, and there was nothing special about them. However, there was a strange energy fluctuation coming from inside the stone. In between the 2 pillars of the stone doors, there was a blue spatial door. It was very similar to the little secret realm that they had entered before. This time, no one went in. They just stood in the distance and watched as Ming flew over with Yun Nuoxing in his arms. The latter held the serrated sword in her hand and waved it twice. Then, she gently stabbed it into the arch at the top of the stone door. Splash! It sounded like something heavy had fallen into water, or like the sound of a heart suddenly beating. This strange sound came from the space. Then, the entire stone door trembled. For a moment, everyone seemed to see a thin layer of red shadow outside the stone door. Then, a red beam of light shot up into the sky from the shadow and exploded in the sky. It expanded into a large ball of red light. At the edge of the ball, there was an irregular shape that extended out. It was like a blood vessel pointing into the distance. No one understood what was going on. They could only watch in confusion. However, they could feel that something seemed to have been triggered. You seem to have done it once before. Before we went to the realm of 5 elements, Chu Yingzhan said strangely. Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. This is one of the steps. Although I can't tell if this step is correct or not for the time being, I can't go wrong by doing it. Who knows? Maybe I hit the right spot by luck. So, you don't know it yourself? Everyone's faces were full of resentment. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. After all, it's related to this world. That's it. Even Ming Ming and Ziyan, who were close to him, didn't hear him clearly. The group of people looked at him with strange and astonished gazes. They were stunned and didn't know what to say. This guy was good at everything, but he liked to keep people in suspense. Oh, he also liked to play with his life. Well, you'll know when the time comes. Yun Nuoxing put her hands on her hips and said nonchalantly, there are only 2 results. One is that we see the truth, and the other is, I made a mistake. However, according to my guesses, only the first one should be the answer. Yes, yes. Then, are we going to look for the entrances to these small secret realms next? Zian blinked at Mei Mao. She was smart enough to connect the dots. It should be these entrances are like energy nodes controlling something. I can see the energy flow of these nodes. This giant sword is a control switch. Yes, that's right, it's a control switch. It can reverse the energy flow of the nodes. That's the last point I just noticed, Yun Nuoxing said. So, those are the energy veins in the sky. Yuan Shi pointed her finger at the sky. The scarlet net was like a dense network of blood vessels. It gave everyone a fright. Although they had seen it not too long ago, seeing it again still gave them a chilling feeling. Yun Nuoxing nodded, lowered his head to look at the serrated greatsword in his hand, and said, this control switch is responding to control these energy nodes. If it can move by itself, we should be able to see a sword flying around in the sky, and then the sky is like fireworks bursting with those red veins. Of course, this has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me, right? Back then, when Zai and I destroyed this secret realm, we didn't leave anything behind. Really? Yun Nuoxing shrunk her neck and said weakly. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. This was hard to say. You said yourself that you had set up a trap that spanned across 70 eras of the River of Time. Now that you had recovered a portion of your memories, you probably didn't even know that you had been included in your own plan. Who knew if you would hit the jackpot this time and activate something, and then they would be startled awake to watch. Seeing everyone's suspicious eyes, Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. After a while, she coughed and said, "That's all for now. It seems that we have to look for this energy node. What are your plans? Do you have any plans?" "The assessment is for me to graduate from the Farlight Academy. Elder Yin Feng said that if I can get a good result in the Farlight Academy, I'll be able to graduate early or something. I thought it would be easy and straightforward. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Well, it's a little busy for now." Lin Sheng, Shueling Feng, and the others looked at each other and communicated silently with their souls for a while. Everyone shrugged. Then Ding Mingyu said, "Let's meet up with the other Farlight Academy team. We've been away for a while, and I don't know how they're doing. We probably won't be able to help you guys much if we stay here. Why don't we improve ourselves first and wait for you to lead us to a good result?" "That works too." Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and nodded. Then she said, "By the way, I'll say it again. Don't touch the holy relic for now. You won't be able to withstand the power of the dark elemental. Plus, that's probably not the right way to get it. But I do have a very, very bad idea." Seeing her suddenly smile evilly, everyone scratched their heads in shock. "What idea?" Yun Nuoshing laughed. 16 holy relic, right? You're saying that we should take all 16 of them." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as soon as they thought of this. That guy would be beaten up by the 100 million people in this mystic realm, right? "All right, it's just an idea." Seeing that everyone's faces were pale, Yun Nuoshing waved his hand jokingly. Then he looked at Yao Hua and the rest. "If you have time, help me take a look and see if there's anything special about this mystic realm." Hearing that they were suddenly involved, Yao Hua was stunned and scratched his head. "You don't need us to follow you? Go and have fun by yourself." Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes at him. "I'm doing a secret mission. It'll be too noisy if I bring my family along. Help me keep an eye on the location of these energy nodes. Well, if it's obvious, just look for it. If it's not obvious, just look for it. If it's not obvious, don't look for it." Yao Hua smacked his lips. Just as he was about to say something, Jining raised her leg and kicked him aside. The latter stood in front of Yun Nuoshing with a smile and nodded seriously. "All right, anything else? Also, be careful. If you guys get hurt, I won't be able to explain myself when I get back." Yun Nuoshing spread her hands. The people of the 9 gods temple sighed. Some covered their faces, while others looked up at the sky. They said in unison, "No, if you get hurt, and we're not there, it'll be even harder for us to explain. Hee hee. Anyway, just be careful. That second phase or something, at least pay attention to it. I don't know what it is either." Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. Everyone nodded. Yao Hua elbowed Lin Sheng and said with a smile, "Hey, do you mind if we go to your place to have fun?" "Huh." Lin Sheng was stunned. He scratched his cheek and nodded. "I don't mind. Oh, let's go then." Seeing that Lin Sheng did not object, Yao Hua exclaimed softly. Then light elements surged out and wrapped around the group of people. In an instant, they disappeared, leaving behind a large pile of light particles. Yun Nuoshing and the others were speechless. They seemed to have heard a scream, right after he finished instructing them. Ziyen dismissed the burly man and the others and told them to gather together when necessary. So, only a few members of their original group were left here. Brother, where are we going now? Where are we going to have fun?" Little Purple Soul jumped out from Ming's back and landed in Yun Nuoshing's arms. She looked up at him with a smile. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He had forgotten about this girl. He did not see her in the spirit world just now and had forgotten about her for a moment. Ming saw Yun Nuoshing's stunned expression and his face twitched. She's been hanging on my wing. Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He turned back to look at Ming, Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Qin Yin, Chu Yingzhan, Little Moon, Yuer, and Xian beside him. Then he lowered his head and looked at Little Purple Soul, who was twisting her little body around. He smiled and put his hands under Little Purple Soul's arms, lifting her up high. The little girl giggled happily. A group of 10. Huh? Unknowingly. Then let's begin our puzzle solving. Let's go on a vacation. Little Purple Soul raised her little arms excitedly. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Ahem, let's go on a vacation then. Everyone, can't you have some integrity? Chapter 907. In the dense forest, groups of people wearing the same clothes gathered here. On their shoulders, there was a big word, God, embroidered on their white clothes. These people had a very strong smell of blood, as if they had been soaking in a blood pool for several days. Even if there was no blood on their bodies, they were like walking pools of blood. The smell of blood was very strong. These people searched around the forest and gathered silently. Dozens of people looked at each other and shook their heads. The person who seemed to be the leader frowned and didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and the group of people rushed out of the forest without making any sound. Half an hour after this group of people disappeared, in the forest, in the trunk of a towering tree, the dense branches and leaves wrapped themselves into a ball. However, the central position was somewhat sparse, and it was a relatively wide space. At this moment, the space in this place slowly fluctuated, and a thin layer of space barrier dissipated. The few people who were hiding inside carefully poked their heads out. Bah! Chu Yingzhan, dressed in men's clothes, spat out the branch in her mouth. She looked in the direction where the group left and frowned. She cursed. It's been half a month. How can those idiots from the Celestial Godly Academy be so persistent? The key to the Void Fortress in the Void Domain is with me. Right now, there are quite a few people in the Jiasu Mystery Realm looking for us. That little mystery realm seems to have been mentioned in many places in the Jiasu Mystery Realm, which is why so many people know about it. Yun Nuoxing came out of the spatial barrier and waved his hand to remove it. The figures of the group of people were completely revealed. They have too many demigods. Let's avoid them, for now. Yuanshi sighed and poked her head out to take a look. She used the wind element to sense the movements within 100 miles. A moment later, she retracted her head and nodded to everyone, "It's safe. We've left. We have to recover our demigods as soon as possible. We're too passive. TCH, they only stayed for a month and a half more than us." How arrogant! Nightmare smacked her lips and sneered. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and asked, "Boss, how much have your artifacts recovered?" 30 of them are overloaded and can't be used for now. 20 of the rest can be used. Their energy cores have just recovered, Yun Nuoxing said. It's inconvenient to rely on artifacts. Young Master Yun is only a strategic weapon, Qin Yin said softly. Yun Nuoxing spread out his hands helplessly. There was nothing he could do. When the laws of heaven and earth were being disturbed by the seal of the mausoleum world, it was already considered a good power to be able to draw out a divine artifact and use it. As for his own power, it was completely suppressed. The energy nodes of fire, wood, metal, water, spirit, and soul have all been reversed. There are only 12 left. Yun Nuoxing looked at the map in her mind and wrinkled her nose. We are now in the Earth element zone. There are 10 energy nodes in this zone. Excluding the one that was just completed and the ones that were fixed earlier, there are still 4 left. During this period of time, they had been wandering around several areas of the Jiasu secret realm, but they weren't looking for treasures, nor were they looking for sacred objects. They were just reversing the energy nodes of the energy veins hidden in the sky one by one. At this time, more than half of the huge energy veins were still in a normal state. The flow of energy was very slow, but the other part that had been activated, or rather reversed, was flowing at a very fast speed. At this time, the power of heaven and earth in these spaces was much denser than in other areas. However, they weren't the only group in the secret realm. They would often meet others while flying in the sky. Many people in the secret realm were in a killing frenzy. As long as they didn't meet their own people, they would fight. For this reason, Yun Nuoxing's group had lost count of how many times they fought. At first, they could rely on Yun Nuoxing's divine artifacts to avoid or end the fights quickly. Later on, as the number of divine artifacts decreased, Xian and Yuanxi's group found a chance to act. Apart from Xian, the others had 1.5 months less time to recover their demon rank. They also had fewer people. After fighting for a long time, they ran out of energy and went into hiding. Moreover, celestial godly academies seemed to know that Yun Nuoxing's group had returned and sent people to look for them. I formed Blood Feather to fight against Celestial Godly Academy. Most of the people in there were oppressed by Celestial Godly Academy or other factions that entered the secret realm. Ziyan looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, "Celestial Godly Academy seems to want revenge. I heard the principal of Farlight Academy tricked the principal of Celestial Godly Academy out of a level 8 divine rank weapon. But that's a high-level divine artifact." Yuanxi's eyes widened. Everyone understood. No wonder there was so much killing intent. Why is this place so attractive? Nightmare scratched his head in confusion. How come I didn't know about this? My family didn't tell me this place was worth a trip either. Those guys smell blood and act like wolves. Everyone rolled their eyes to show that they had nothing to say about the Nightwalker Alliance that he had secretly criticized. However, the first sentence made them a little concerned. That's right. What was in this secret territory that was worth a strong god using a high-level artifact as a bargaining chip? And this bargaining chip seemed to have been used to poach Yun Nuo Star, right? Poaching Little Star and having him work for Celestial Godly Academy, probably because he felt that with Little Star around, everything would be safe. Yuanxi scratched his head. Before coming in, I thought I was safe too. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Who knew things would turn out like this? Then what does the principal know? What does he want Celestial Godly Academy to do? Also, those who come out of the Jiasu secret realm will lose their memories. How did he know? I have some guesses about this. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a bit. Seeing everyone look over, she organized her thoughts and condensed them into 3 words: Little Divine Land. Everyone understood. The reward for every trip to the secret realm was a spot to enter Little Divine Land. Little Divine Land was completely blocked by a layer of dark elemental barrier. There were only 2 ways to enter. One was to use dark elemental energy to open it. The other was to use the full power of a divine emperor to open a path. I've never heard of a sacred item. Yun Nuoxing shook her head. Oh, right, Little Star, you came in through the back door. You didn't see him that day. Yuanxi paused for a moment before scratching her head. When the journey to the secret realm began, we were all gathered at a plaza, and the destination of the secret realm was determined by that door. Once it was determined, everyone in the plaza would be teleported in at once. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand to interrupt him. What is that door? I don't know, it's just a door. Yuanxi shook her head in distress. She gestured with her hands, and a door that was about 2 feet tall and half a foot wide appeared in front of her. It's about this small. I can only tell that it looks like a door. I don't know anything else. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched when he heard that. Black, golden frame? There's a fan on the door that's wider than the door. There's a red gem in the middle of the fan. Yuanshi was stunned and nodded her head in a daze. Seeing her nod her head, everyone felt that something was wrong. They looked at Yun Nuoxing strangely, only to see him smile bitterly. What is it? Does that thing have something to do with you? Chu Yingzhan asked carefully. Yun Nuoxing nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The shadow door, that was after Quarter Moon became a god. After the Dark Elemental Emperor self-destructed, Quarter Moon used the element of chaos to suppress the spread of the Dark Elemental element. Unable to destroy it, she could only shrink it into a corner and completely seal off the area of Little Divine Land. Whether it was inside or outside, nothing was left. After Quarter Moon became a god, she stepped down from the throne of the enemy of the world. Of course, I don't think anyone would dare to mess with her. After that, Quarter Moon created this shadow door. It was made from the Dark Elemental element and the Chaos Elemental element. There was no other material in it, just the crystallization of the two elements. The Dark Elemental energy had spread throughout the celestial realm. He tried his best to get rid of it, but he couldn't get rid of it completely. It took too long, and by the time he became a god, it was already too late. The Dark Elemental energy had seeped into the celestial realm, and the Shadow Gate was able to absorb all of it. Whatever that could be removed had been removed, but the celestial realm was still hidden beneath the earth, and even in these secret realms. The Great Reincarnation couldn't get rid of all of it. The celestial realm was protected by the Pillar of Creation and a layer of barrier. The creatures on it might have died in the Great Reincarnation, but the celestial realm itself wouldn't suffer much damage. Later on, Quarter Moon handed the Shadow Gate to someone. I don't remember. I don't have this part of memory. Anyway, it was that person who took the Shadow Gate to clean up the remaining Dark Elemental energy in the secret realms of the celestial realm. The Dark Elemental energy was entrenched under the celestial realm, and it was constantly growing. However, the surface of the earth had been cleaned up by Quarter Moon, so it wouldn't grow anymore. The energy that was growing every moment flowed in a balanced manner to all the secret realms of the celestial realm, and even in some unknown small spaces. The Shadow Gate could stimulate the Dark Elemental energy left in the secret realms and make it appear in a physical form. If you collect these physical forms, you can use them as a one-time key to the small divine prefecture. Well, it's the same as a reward. After all, that place is so big, and it still retains the laws of the ancient era. Many people want to go in, but they can't. After Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, he sighed. All in all, you created that door to clean up the mess from back then. That door can awaken the Dark Elemental energy in the secret realms and make it appear in a physical form. That door is the Holy Relic. And because the Holy Relic contains the Dark Elemental energy, it can open the barrier outside the small divine prefecture. Yuanshi thought for a moment, and when he felt that he had not missed anything, he looked at Nightmare and asked, "Is that right?" "Well, that's right." Yun Nuoxing nodded with a smile. "So we're the ones responsible for collecting the keys." Nightmare sighed. "Yes, the journey to the secret realms seems to have started after Quarter Moon handed the Shadow Sect over to someone else. As for whether it was called the journey to the secret realms before, I don't know," Yun Nuoxing said with a smile. "However, the Holy Relic is related to the secret realms. It's only related to the Dark Elemental energy that it contains. We have to be clear about this. The Holy Relic was born in the Jiasu realm, and the Dark Elemental energy just happened to be attached to it. After all, the Holy Relic isn't a lump of black. The Dark Elemental energy that appears in a physical form is the condensation of all the remaining Dark Elemental energy in the secret realms, and not something else. Therefore, The holy relic should be related to the Jiesu realm in some way. Everyone laughed bitterly. It turned out that the journey to the secret realms was related to him. Perhaps the opening of each secret realm was related to the amount of dark elemental energy that was accumulated. Speaking of which, little star, Quarter Moon suffered so much in the realm of the gods. In the end, she still had the mind to get rid of the evil in the realm of the gods. If it were me, I would have left them to fend for themselves. Yuanxi sighed. The realm of the gods is harmless. It's just that the maggots that are attached to it are a little disgusting, isn't it? Yun Nuoxing turned around and smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. Everyone shuddered at the smile. He had never treated the people of the realm of the gods as living creatures. Sensing the sudden change in the atmosphere, Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly and waved his hand. So, the way to obtain the holy relic. Perhaps we have to understand what this Jiesu realm is all about. This world that came back from the ashes is really interesting. Let's go to the next place. We have to be careful this time. If we meet someone again, we won't be able to escape. The rest of the celestial artifacts are for fighting. Everyone quickly regained their senses and nodded. Casting aside those complicated thoughts, Ming stepped forward and carried Yun Nuoxing. The group quickly rushed out of the big tree. They did not encounter any danger along the way. At this time, most of the people in the Jiesu secret realm were gathered in the center of each area, fearlessly fighting for the sacred relics that they might never be able to touch. They fought with everything that looked like humans around them. Those who entered by mistake would immediately be attacked by tons of energy, and then the battle circle would expand. No one would die here, and the energy between heaven and earth was always abundant. The energy between heaven and earth was very abundant, and it was inexhaustible. It would not be a problem to fight until the end of time, as long as one did not die of exhaustion halfway through. Some people had even fought here for half a month because of this. The energy suppression in the dimensional pocket secret realm had already recovered to a relatively high level. Now, most of the powerhouses that could be seen were at the 6th or 7th seal of the demon rank. The stronger ones were at the demigod rank. Therefore, the commotion caused by the battle for the holy artifact was much grander than when a group of mortal rank powerhouses were fooling around. The energy fluctuations could be felt from afar. Occasionally, there would be a wave of destructive energy coming from afar. It seemed that a demigod powerhouse had used his big move. Unfortunately, the destructive wave didn't last long before it was suppressed by the chaotic energy on the side. Yun Nuoxing and the others quickly passed by the edge of these areas. They didn't stop for long, and the group of people pushed their speed to the limit. There were 3 demigod rank experts in their group, and the rest were 8 or 9 demigod rank experts. Aside from a virtual realm expert, who didn't seem to be a threat, and a little girl who didn't seem to be a threat, this group of people was still very valiant, especially the 2 who didn't seem to be a threat. Big brother, over there, I found it. Little purple soul excitedly stretched out her little finger and rubbed it against Yun Nuoxing's chest. She was very happy. Her long purple hair swept across Yun Nuoxing's face in the wind. Without needing Yun Nuoxing to say anything, Ming hugged her and flapped his wings hard. They sped towards the place little purple soul pointed at. Xian, Yuanxi, and the others quickly followed behind. Little purple soul's ability to find energy nodes was even better than Yun Nuoxing's. Yun Nuoxing used the eye of the ocean and some other special reasons to see and sense a blurry place. She could see it clearly after the energy of the energy node was reversed. Before that, she could not see it clearly. During this half a month, Little Purple Soul had been running around with Yun Nuoxing and the others. One day, The little girl finally understood something. She immediately pointed out an energy node that was very far away. Later on, she heard herself say that the sky was densely covered with red lines. Then, the group of people from Yun Nuo planet were shocked. Ming seemed to be able to see some of it too, but it was more blurry than Yun Nuoshing's. She could only fly around with Yun Nuoshing in her arms, while Yun Nuoshing carried little purple soul in her arms. Everyone was doubtful because they could not see anything. Even Xian, who had the 5 elements constitution, could not see anything. Yun Nuoshing could not explain it either. They quickly found the place that little purple soul was pointing at. It was a ruin that looked like the ruins of a ruined city. It was located in an empty field, and there were traces left behind in the ruins. It seemed like the place had been turned upside down. However, Yun Nuoshing and the others were not looking for anything in the ruins. What they were looking for was hidden in the sky or under the ground. This energy node was located in the center of the ruins, and it was buried under the ground. However, this was not a problem, and there was no need to break open the ground. Yun Nuoshing directly took out the serrated greatsword and threw it away. The greatsword stabbed into the ground and buried itself in the ground. As a red light soared into the sky, a dazzling red energy, net-like fireworks, exploded in the sky, and the greatsword emerged from the ground by itself. There are 3 more. Yeah, I found it. It's over there, in a straight line. As soon as Yun Nuoshing finished her sentence, little purple soul pointed into the distance and said, "Line up in a row." Yun Nuoshing's expression was a little strange, but he did not say anything. He nodded to everyone, and Ming Ming carried him and soared into the sky. The group of people once again flew rapidly into the distance. They were aggressive and did not have the slightest intention of hiding their whereabouts. This caused many people to hurriedly keep their distance when they saw this. This aura was a little too frightening. With little purple soul's help, they easily found the remaining 3 energy nodes. After reversing them, everyone's bodies suddenly trembled. The energy nodes in the Earth elemental region had all been reversed. At this time, all the energy was flowing in the opposite direction. The reversed region occupied almost half the size of the Jiasu secret realm. A strange feeling suddenly arose. Not only them, but everyone in this secret realm also had the same feeling. They all raised their heads and saw a scarlet red net suddenly appear in the sky, and on the side of the Jiasu secret realm's 5 elements region, including the soul and spirit regions, the sky was covered by a deep blue net. I can see it. Is this the energy network that you were talking about? The azure net covered the entire sky like a spider's web, and one could see surging energy flowing through it. If one carefully sensed it, they would find that the energy flowing through the net was the energy of heaven and earth that they were familiar with. It seems that something is changing. Yun Nuoshing looked up and smiled mysteriously. Chapter 908. The azure net replaced the sky and densely covered the entire sky. Faint energy light spots flowed in all directions along with the azure energy in the energy veins. This extremely abnormal situation caused countless people in the secret realm to raise their heads. Even those who were fighting for the sacred artifact stopped and looked at the sky in shock. Voices of shock and doubt quickly spread. At the same time, there was also a sense of fear. Humans would always be afraid of the unknown, more or less. This was especially so in a situation where everyone was in a frenzy of killing. The sudden appearance of this situation would make people even more nervous. Those are the energy veins in this secret realm. Are they the tracks of energy flow? Yuanshi raised his head and asked in surprise. It's normal that you can feel it. Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, generally speaking, the energy veins will not be exposed. They are hidden in the deep space between heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, they can't be seen. What appeared here now is just an appearance. You can see it, but you can't touch it. Even if you fly to the sky and fly over there, you won't be able to touch it. Yuanshi laughed awkwardly. He did have the thought of flying over to take a look. Only in places like the secret realm and small worlds where the structure of laws and order is not very stable will the energy veins be exposed. Yun Nuashing said, the various elements of a normal world are very stable, but you won't have the chance to see their energy veins. Is that the power of heaven and earth that we use for our daily cultivation? Yuanshi asked curiously. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Not all of it. Let's put it this way. If the world is compared to a person, the energy veins are our meridians. It's similar to the blood vessels. There isn't much difference in the meaning. However, our power doesn't come from these two places. You can understand it this way. Everyone nodded. It was a simple and easy explanation. There was no need to go into the deeper parts. If they were confused by the explanation, they would probably faint and not be able to fly. Rumble, a low rumble of thunder, suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Yun Nuashing and the others, who were looking up at the sky, looked around in the sky again. However, they didn't see a single dark cloud, let alone any lightning. It's the sound of space. Space is vibrating. Yun Nuashing muttered to herself and lowered her head. The space in front of her began to vibrate faintly. The space in the distance also began to distort. In the distant sky, a huge light curtain suddenly moved horizontally from the edge of the sky. The light curtain was so huge that it occupied all the space. It was approaching from the other side of the sky, but the situation behind it couldn't be seen at all. The huge light curtain gave everyone a huge pressure. When the light curtain got closer, the space also began to distort violently. The rumbling thunder also rapidly approached from afar. Everyone subconsciously took a step back. Although they didn't know what it was, the pressure it gave off was too strong. It made them break out in cold sweat. Seeing everyone's nervous expressions, Yun Nuashing finally said something that made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Don't be nervous. This is the light curtain of space displacement. This space is switching to a deeper layer of space. There are many overlapping layers of space in the void realm. We accidentally touched it. Was it really by accident? Yun Nuashing murmured. Her last sentence was a rhetorical question. She frowned slightly. When everyone heard this, they were stunned. However, the first part of the sentence made them feel a little relieved. They all stopped and watched as the layer of light curtain rapidly approached them. Then, it swept past them with a loud rumble. The sky and earth suddenly changed. In the sky, the veins of energy were still there. The sky was still divided according to the colors of various regions. However, the sky and earth had changed. On the original land, there were many unknown buildings. The deep scars on the ground were still there. The mountains in the distance had turned from yellow to green. The energy of the sky and earth was also rising rapidly. The continuous palaces suddenly appeared in the plains, mountains, and other places. Vast and mighty energy splashed within the palaces, creating layers of energy reverberations. This caused the nerves of countless people who saw this to tighten. Many thoughts swiftly rotated within their minds. Countless people looked at the palaces and remains that had suddenly appeared. Their eyes were filled with surprise. The powerful energy that flowed within the palaces also caused a fiery heat to surge within the eyes of many people. After the initial surprise, what followed was a wave of greed. Don't go. The energy circulating in there is the power of a high-level god. Seeing the slight change in everyone's eyes, Yun Nuashing seemed to know what they were thinking. Yuan Shi and the others were stunned. They scratched their heads awkwardly. They really did want to go and take a look. Why is it a high-level god? Weren't the ones we saw before, because the space has been swapped. This is a deeper space. What we saw before was the surface space of the Jiasu secret realm. Have you all forgotten? Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. She pointed at the extremely hideous scars on the ground in the distance and said, I said it once. The great battle that broke out here was destructive. It was a battle between high-level gods, or even gods. Those scars were left behind by powerful beings of this level. The masters of the ruins in the surface space were at most at the level of a demon. The two don't match at all. It's better to say that the palaces and ruins that appeared at this time are in line with my speculation. Everyone scratched their heads. She seemed to have said that before. You knew from the beginning that there was a deeper space here. Chu Yingzhan asked with a strange expression. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and said, At first, I just felt that something was wrong. The entire Jiasu secret realm had a sense of disharmony. It was only when I came back and merged with part of my former self that I realized that there was something wrong with this space. There was a huge commotion in the distance. There was an explosion of energy from a high-level god. There were no high-level gods in the secret territory, so the explosion of energy could only have come from the ruins of these ancient palaces. The people in the Jiasu secret territory started to riot again. Let's go. It's time to go to the next place. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. Ming nodded and hugged his waist tightly. He flapped his wings and flew up. Everyone quickly followed behind him. Hey, boss. The ruins of the high-level gods are here. Don't you want to take a look? There might be a lot of artifacts in there. Nightmare nudged Yun Nuoxing with his elbow and said. Yun Nuoxing turned her head and glanced at him indifferently. She shook her head helplessly and pointed at the star pearl on her forehead. She said, I dare say that even if all the ruins and small secret realms in this secret realm were to be tripled, they wouldn't be as much as what I have now. Nightmare instantly fell silent. Yun Nuoxing didn't stop talking. She pointed at her forehead and shook the 2 rings on her left hand. She said, There are restrictions in the things that Xian Yin left for me. Let's not talk about what's behind. Just the things that I can touch now. TSK. There's also a divine palace. Now that the mausoleum world is also under my control, why should I go and join in the fun? If you're tempted, I can throw you into the divine palace and the mausoleum world for 3 days. You can even sleep with artifacts and treasures from ancient times. Such a bold statement made everyone laugh and cry. They almost forgot that the things that this guy had were things that even some of the transcendent forces couldn't compare with, ahem, I want an eternal weapon. I wonder if this fairy. Chu Yingzhan stared at Yun Nuoxing enviously. Her obsidian-like eyes were shining, and Yun Nuoxing had goosebumps. Well, I have a use for an eternal weapon. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly and scratched her head with a dry smile. Tisk, Chu Yingzhan curled her lips. Yun Nuoxing forced a smile. He wanted to use the eternal weapon to cultivate the receptive soul godly body. Now, the receptive soul godly body was picky about its food. It wouldn't pay attention to anything that wasn't rich enough to scare people to death. Only eternal weapons, Divine Flame lists top 30, Devil Thunder lists top 15. And those that could be called divine items could make the receptive soul godly body continue to grow stronger. However, his realm wasn't high enough at the moment. If he absorbed too many spiritual items, he wouldn't be able to see the changes in the receptive soul godly body. His body was already close to saturation. If he wanted the receptive soul godly body to make a qualitative leap, he would have to break through the devil rank first. But this shackle was no longer a problem. The space that Yun Nuashing opened up in her body had stored enough energy for her to advance to the demigod ninth transformation stage in one go. That was the energy that quarter moon left behind before she dissipated. Ahem, we'll talk about other things later. Little Purple, let's look at the next one. Before Yun Nuashing could finish, Little Purple Soul raised her hand and said something that made Yun Nuashing's eyes widen. Brother, the positions of those red balls have changed. Everyone, and there are a lot more of them. Some of them are hiding. Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded. What do you mean by hiding? They are hiding in some spaces. I can't see them clearly. I can only see their blurry tracks. Little Purple Soul mumbled and rubbed her eyes. She pointed in a direction which was the next area that they were supposed to go to. There are a lot of them hiding there, and the place has changed. Don't tell me you're referring to the small secret realm? Yuanshi had a strange look on his face. Well, we'll know when we get there. Yun Nuashing's cheeks trembled. Even though she said that, she had already thought of the worst-case scenario. It's not difficult. The inner spaces have been released, and there are a lot of valuable ruins and palaces. Most of them are not easy to enter, and will attract a lot of attention. At least the people of Celestial Godly Academy won't have time to care about us. Ming said softly. Well, it's none of my business. Oh, I'll have to tell Yao Hua and Lin Sheng not to barge in recklessly. They'll probably go and take a look after that. Yun Nuashing's lips twitched when she said that. Even though she said that, she quickly found the soul seeds of those people in her soul and told them about the new things that had appeared. Then, there was an uproar in her soul. I can tell it's your doing even from millions of miles away. Amidst the noisy chatter, Yao Hua's helpless voice could be heard. Anyway, we'll be careful. We'll be very careful. When is the feast you've prepared going to start? Remember to let us know. Yun Nuashing replied vaguely and quickly blocked the words from her soul seeds. Only then did her mind clear up and she let out a sigh of relief. It's been bombarded. Looking at Yun Nuashing's pale face, Yuanshi nodded calmly. He tried it once, and there were dozens of voices in his head. They were all talking at once, and there was no consensus at all. He didn't know what to do, and was almost flattened by the void beast. The brownish-yellow color in the sky gradually faded, which meant that they were gradually leaving the Earth elemental region. The region in front of them was a region above the soul region called Chaos. Just mentioning this name made everyone's heart skip a beat. After going to the 5 elements, everyone had an inexplicable fear of the words chaos and chaos. The group moved very quickly and soon reached the edge of the Earth elemental region. In the sky, what could be seen after passing through the thin layer of energy was the scene of 2 parts of the sky gradually merging and switching, the brownish-yellow sky, and the starry sky looked very normal. They could even see specks of starlight, but there was nothing else. This normal scene stunned everyone who was used to the strange and gaudy scene. Everyone rushed into that region without any suspicion. Then, once again, they saw the world in front of them become chaotic and strange. The distorted starlight was stretched into long strips of starlight. A sun that was only the size of a little finger was hanging in the sky, but it was a ring. The black starry sky was incomparably deep. The tens of millions of starlight were stretched into strips and rings. It was as if something was interfering with the tens of thousands of starlight above their heads. Whoosh! Before anyone could react to the scene in front of them, the space in front of them suddenly changed again. The mountain range that originally stood in front of them disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a plain. However, when they looked up, they were still under the starry sky. The space has been shifted. We have arrived at the center of this region. Everyone stopped. Yuanshi looked around. He had seen many situations like this, so he could tell at this time. Little Purple Soul climbed onto Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and pointed behind them. Ah, there's one behind us. Brother, let's go to that one. It's closer. Okay. Yun Nuoxing replied weakly. Wait, the space in this place is chaotic. We don't know where we will be thrown if we just walk around. We have to think of a way. Yuanshi waved his hand. Hey, look at the sky. Don't you think it looks a little familiar? Nightmare had been looking up the whole time. Her words made everyone turn their heads and look up. Then, the chaotic starry sky and the sky fell into their eyes. The chaotic starry sky and the chaotic space. These two things suddenly tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Other than Xian, everyone thought of something and took a deep breath. They quickly turned their heads to look at Yun Nuoxing. Before they could say anything, the latter slowly raised her head. Her eyes suddenly turned red and black. The whites of her eyes were black, and her pupils were scarlet. Murky black energy surged out of Yun Nuoxing's body and spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. However, the energy swept past everyone and quickly enveloped an area of 10 feet around them. Yun Nuoxing raised her head. Her eyes became incomparably dark. Her colorful long hair turned black at this time. The ink-like black flowed through her hair. Her palms that were exposed outside her clothes also had some black patterns on them. Ming, let her go. Yuanshi was shocked and quickly shouted. Ming, who was closest to Yun Nuoxing, had already felt this movement. At first, she was also shocked. When she heard Yuanshi's words, she shook her head and clenched her teeth. Instead, she hugged him even tighter. Girl, don't use so much strength. My waist is going to break. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Oh, the whites of her eyes were black. It should be said that she was rolling her eyes. Ming was stunned for a moment. She hesitated and said, Brother? Yes, I'm fine. This place. Yun Nuoxing responded weakly. She took a light breath and said, The elements of chaos are moving spontaneously. I'm fine, but we have to hurry. I can't stay in this state for too long. Then this place really has something to do with the elements of chaos. Yuanshi's cheeks trembled. I'm sure that the elements of chaos are moving spontaneously. This is the most obvious evidence. I seem to be able to use 100% of my strength here. Perhaps it's even more than that. Yun Nuoxing nodded. She gently broke free from Ming's embrace. Behind her, two black auras surged out like fountains. They turned into the shape of devil wings and solidified on her back. They were like black clouds that constantly drifted. The aura emitted from her body was violent and chaotic. It made everyone's souls feel alarmed. Domain of chaos. With a soft whisper, the black aura that spread out for 10 feet wrapped around everyone in a sphere. After that, the aura that made everyone feel uneasy disappeared, although the black aura was still flowing on Yun Nuoxing's body. Everyone did not feel that feeling anymore. She picked up Little Purple Soul, who was still hanging on her body. Yun Nuoxing smiled and rubbed her long purple hair. She then put her in Ming's arms. She looked up at everyone and said calmly, Don't touch me for now. The domain of chaos can nullify the chaos here. Don't reach out and touch me or the elements of chaos. You may suffer a backlash. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoxing added, but the backlash won't be too serious. Back then, the Pope of Ivan was also saved. It was like digging out a piece of meat. After saying that, she made a gesture of digging out something and pulling it out. Everyone's hearts trembled. They did not want to experience this feeling again. Chapter 9:09. With the protection of the chaos domain, this time Everyone did not have to worry about being moved to some place after taking 2 steps. Although the naturally formed chaos domain was formed because of the chaos elements, the chaos domain of the Yun Nuwa planet was controlled by him at all times with his consciousness. It would not be affected by the chaos elements here that no one was controlling. The chaotic space here could actually be broken through very easily. He just chose the most convenient and fast method. According to Little Purple Soul's guidance, the closest chaos realm to them was right in front of them. In front of them was no longer the entrance to a small secret realm. What appeared in front of them was a series of palaces. There was an astonishing amount of energy flowing in the palaces. Very few people come to the chaos realm. The space here is very chaotic. If you want to move around here smoothly, you have to break through the space here. Very few people come here. Most people choose to go to other places where they can recover their strength easily. Very few people come here. If they can't find anything valuable in a short period of time, they will leave, said Xian. She had been in the Jia Su secret realm for the past 1.5 months. Naturally, she was more familiar with the current situation in the secret realm. Little Purple Soul crawled around in Ming's arms. Its purple gold eyes shook. Finally, it nodded its little head and said, "Brother, brother, it's inside. The red marks around here have all shrunk to this place." Yun Nuashing nodded. He spread out his soul energy. When he sensed that there was no one around, he rushed down. The group quickly followed behind him. Bang! As Yun Nuashing and the others approached the palace quickly, the chaos realm collided with the palace. There was a loud bang. The group squinted their eyes. Before they could do anything, Yun Nuashing's 2 cloud-like demonic wings flapped gently behind him. The door of the palace opened abruptly. Then, a group of people filed in. The interior of the palace was very big. It was much bigger than it looked from the outside. Obviously, the space here was not fixed. There were many forks in the path. After rushing in, Yun Nuashing did not hurry to leave. He turned around and looked at Little Purple Soul. The latter was blinking his little eyes hard. There was a faint hint of anxiety on his young face. After a while, he pointed at the path in the middle and said, "That way." Yun Nuashing turned around and flicked his long hair. His cloud-like demonic wings flapped, and he led the group in that direction. They passed by many doors and side halls without stopping. Everyone could feel that there was some kind of strong energy inside, but they did not stop. They followed Little Purple Soul's directions and turned left, right, and around. This palace was so big that it was like walking in a maze. If they did not have a way to resist the chaotic energy here, they might get lost. Little Star, although it's not very appropriate to ask in this situation. Ahem, what are those 2 ribbons behind you? Yuanshi coughed and stared at the 2 long, black demonic wings on Yun Nuashing's back. He could not help but ask. Yun Nuashing was stunned. She said calmly, "They are the materialization of the element of chaos. It's a manifestation of power. If these 2, you said they are ribbons, then let's treat them as ribbons. If these 2 ribbons disappear, the power of the element of chaos will be used up." The group heard her and sighed. Although they did not really understand, they felt that it was very powerful. Halfway through the journey, Yun Nuashing suddenly stopped. The group also came to a halt in the realm of chaos. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked at a tightly shut door. Little Purple Soul shook his head and said, "Brother, it's not that way." I know. There's something inside." Yun Nuashing nodded. She pondered for a while and took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword. What could it be that could pique your interest? Yuan Shi and the others were also very curious. With Yun Nuashing's current wealth, she would not pay too much attention to ordinary things. "Perhaps it's what I'm looking for." Yun Nuoshing smiled and didn't waste any more time. He swung the nether void sword and slashed apart the 6 m tall door before him. With a bang, the 2 doors shot inside like blades, and the space behind them also appeared in the eyes of Yun Nuoshing and the others. This was a very ordinary stone room. There were no special decorations, and it was not as luxurious as the palace outside. It was just a relatively large stone room, and it looked like it was used to store something. And in the middle of this stone room, there was only one thing placed. It was a huge black stone that was about 10 feet tall and half a foot wide. The color on the irregular surface of the stone was like flowing ink, and outside the stone, there was a thin layer of white swirling air. There was an inexplicable atmosphere circulating in the stone chamber, causing everyone to feel a little oppressed. This feeling was very similar to the feeling when facing the chaotic elements that had just been released by Yun Nuo, but the latter was even more berserk. This broken stone? Yuanshi was slightly stunned. He thought that something special would attract Yun Nuoshing's attention. He did not expect it to be this unremarkable broken stone. Although there should be something special about this broken stone that could be placed alone in a spacious stone room, at least something that he could not see. Broken stone? As expected, Yun Nuoshing's disdainful gaze immediately turned towards him. Yuanshi shrunk his neck and asked, "What is this stone?" Yun Nuoshing walked forward and knocked on the surrounding floor with the Netherworld Ruin Sword. With each knock, a circle of energy ripples dissipated on the floor. Those were all hidden magic arrays or restrictions. However, when faced with the Netherworld Ruin Sword, which was being held by Yun Nuoshing, who was brimming with elements of chaos, these powerful magic arrays and restrictions were useless. They were removed with a light touch. Chaos Immortal Stone, a level 12 material exclusive to gods. Yun Nuoshing's palm gently caressed the irregular broken stone. The primal chaos elements flowed faster, not only in his body, but also in the energy within the stone. This primal chaos, immortal stone, must weigh at least 100,000 jin. Don't underestimate it, because it's small. It's very heavy. All right, it is to be expected. Yuanshi smiled bitterly. This result was not very unexpected. If something could make Yun Nuoshing stop, it would not be something of this level that would make him feel surprised. Is it also the elements of chaos? Ming asked. Yun Nuoshing shook her head and said, "In nature, the probability of primal chaos being born is almost zero. The Chaos Immortal Stone contains dark elemental energy. Naturally, dark elemental energy can still be seen in the house. The elements of chaos are mutated from dark elemental energy, so I can sense it a little." Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment, then patted the Chaos Immortal Stone and put it into the pendant. You can take it away." So easily? Nightmare was a little surprised. A level 12 material exclusive to gods should have many layers of protection, right? How could it be taken away so easily? "I have just removed the magic formations and restrictions. Those magic formations are quite high level, and there are no traces of time." Yun Nuoshing glanced at him indifferently. No traces of time. Everyone frowned when they heard this. This Jia Su realm had existed dozens of eras ago. It was destroyed by Yun Nuoshing's Shadow Emperor and Purple Knight. It was very strange that it still existed in this place. At this moment, Yun Nuoshing even said that there were no traces of time here. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a moment, but she could not find a clue. She shook her head and walked out of the door. There was only one Chaos Immortal Stone in this stone room. After taking it away, the oppressive atmosphere in the stone room gradually disappeared. Yun Nuoshing could also feel that the concentration of dark elemental energy in the stone room was rapidly decreasing. It disappeared somewhere along with the flow of space. The Chaos Immortal Stone was just a small interlude. After a while, the group hurried along the corridor outside. Under Little Purple Soul's guidance, they kept changing directions. Even with Little Purple Soul's quick guidance, it still took them half an hour to reach the center of the palace. This was also the place they were looking for. The main palace? After passing through a thick door, a relatively new palace appeared in front of them. The palace was white, a very clean white. The passage of time had not left any traces on this place. The entire palace looked very clean, as if it had been built not long ago. The hall was extremely spacious. Standing at the entrance of the hall, one would be as inconspicuous as a speck of dust. In the center of the hall, there were 5 balls of light floating in the air. Within the dazzling light, there was a majestic energy, and there seemed to be a considerable amount of spiritual energy. One could faintly see that there was something similar to a scroll inside. Below the balls of light, there was a square stone platform. For sharp spikes protruded from the 4 corners of the stone platform. It looked like an altar. Yun Nuoshing's gaze was fixed on the stone platform. The serrated greatsword showed a faint reaction. Are those Xian skills or something like that? Yuan Shi and the others looked at the balls of light and narrowed their eyes. They could feel a vast amount of energy from them. It was even more powerful than the saint-level Xian skills they had seen before. The only ones that were more powerful than the saint-level Xian skills were the absolute level and the divine level. Yun Nuoshing quickly walked towards the stone platform. The others did not have time to look and quickly followed behind her. When they arrived at the stone platform, Yun Nuoshing waved the netherworld ruins, soared around, and removed the magic arrays and restrictions. She stood on the stone platform and took out the serrated greatsword. She took a deep breath and stabbed it into the stone platform. Thump! A sound that sounded like the beating of a heart reverberated throughout the palace. A scarlet pillar of light suddenly shot out from the stone platform. It shot high into the sky and exploded with a bang. Then, a part of the scarlet net turned azure in an instant. The huge energy node also appeared. Buzz. It was also when the energy nodes completed the reversal that the energy circulating in the palace weakened in a few breaths. Not long after, it was so low that it was almost undetectable. It was as if all the defense mechanisms here had come to a standstill. The energy flowing in the palace has stopped. Yun Nuoshing also noticed this. She looked up and said, "It has all returned to the energy network." The others quickly sensed it. Indeed, they realized that the energy that filled the surroundings and even the walls had stopped moving at the same time. Is it related to the energy node? Chu Yingzhan asked. It is obvious. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, something suddenly hit his head, causing him to be stunned for a moment. He reached out and caught the thing that fell from his head. When he focused his eyes, he saw that it was a scroll. As the energy in the palace weakened, the 5 balls of light also slowly disappeared. The 5 scrolls fell from them. Everyone reached out to catch them. They swallowed their saliva with curiosity and nervousness. Then they slowly opened the scrolls. Then, these are all ancient characters. I can't understand them. Yuan, she smiled bitterly and opened the scroll to everyone. The characters written on it were different from the current common language in the realm of the gods. Everyone was confused when they saw it. They could only look at Yun Nuoshing hopefully. Yun Nuoshing saw that everyone was looking at her. She also slowly opened the scroll in her hand. After glancing at it, she looked up at everyone. These are characters from the primordial era. Everyone smiled bitterly when they heard this. As expected, according to these supreme-grade mystic arts, the primal chaos immortal stone just now, and the energy in the palace, the owner of this palace should have been an emperor god expert when he was alive. Yun Nuoxing looked at the characters on the scroll absent-mindedly. It could also be an expert who touched the post-god level, but it's not too far off. A moment later, he finished rolling up the scroll and tossed it in his hand before tossing it over to Chu Yingzhan. Chu Yingzhan stared blankly at the brown scroll as it flew over, but she quickly reacted and caught it with her jade-like hands. She suspiciously looked at him and asked, "For me?" "Elemental mystic arts from the primordial era. It's earth elemental. Who else can I give it to if not you?" Yun Nuoxing nodded. She took the other scroll from Ming's hand. After looking at it, she threw it to Yuan Shi. "For you. It's wind elemental. What grade is it?" Yuan Shi received it happily. Although the language barrier did not affect his cultivation, he could not tell what grade it was. "It's all supreme grade." Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Then he threw the other scroll to Nightmare, and when he opened the last scroll, his eyes widened. "Dark elemental? What?" Everyone quickly raised their heads and looked at Yun Nuoxing. They could not help but ask, "That scroll is dark elemental?" Yun Nuoxing nodded stiffly. Then she could not help but laugh bitterly. It seems that the owner of this palace also has dark elemental powers, and his achievements are not low, not considered low. Everyone's cheeks started to twitch. God Emperor stage experts were legendary to them. At this moment, he actually said that they were not considered low. It looked like after Little Star had retrieved his memories, his standards had increased by a few levels. Ignoring everyone's strange looks, Yun Nuoxing's scarlet eyes scanned the scroll a few times. She narrowed her eyes and paused for a moment. Then she said, "Although I don't lack these things now, well, let's keep them. They might be useful in the future." Everyone's gazes became even stranger. "Cough, cough. Don't stare at me like that. If you want, I can even take out divine grade, saint grade to divine grade, god grade mystic techniques for you." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head with an embarrassed smile, pointed at his head, and said, "What's in here are all the profound techniques and secret techniques that I've collected in the world. Some of them were even created by me. Any one of them would be enough to make the major forces fight to the death." Everyone's eyes turned red. Showing off, this was blatant showing off. However, she really had the right to show off. They could not do anything about it. After all, she was once a god. Cough, cough. "Little Star, this is the 9-deity palace. You hear me?" A voice suddenly sounded from her soul. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She could tell that it was Yao Hua's voice. She was also stunned. After finding Yao Hua's soul seed, Yun Nuoxing asked, "What's wrong? Where are you now?" "Oh, let's not talk about this first. There is an area at the top near the 5 elements area in the chaotic area. There is a god's relic," Yao Hua said in a serious voice. "Huh." Everyone was also listening. At this moment, they were all stunned. "Huh, a god's relic that appeared here. Who can go there?" Yun Nuoxing could not help but sneer. Not many people can even enter the small secret realms, palaces, and relics left behind by high-level gods. Moreover, it is useless no matter how many people go. They will only die. Hearing this, Yao Hua also laughed dryly. After a light cough, he said, "But it is said that there is an energy node inside." "Oh." Yun Nuoxing's cheeks trembled. "This is also expected. Okay, where is it?" "It's in the center of the chaotic area. The news has already spread. The aura of the God Spirit is very unique and powerful. Those who recognized it spread the news. I think that this time, everyone in the Arcana land is gathering there. Anyway, they can't go in even if they go." Even I am not very confident that I can open the gods' restriction. What can they do? The power of 100 million people? What a joke. Yun Nuoshing could not help but shake her head. If the power of the god could be overcome by a large number of people, then there would not be so many people chasing after it, and there would not be so many people who could not achieve it for so many years. Yao Hua was also silent. Indeed, the power of the god was so strong that it was not something that could be resisted by humans. Perhaps in the whole secret realm, only Yun Nuoshing had some ways to solve it. But once this matter was solved, he might enter a weakened state. Then it would be easy for others. He did not need to say such a thing. No one would do such a thing. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a while. Then she sighed and scratched her head. But let's go and have a look. After all, there is an energy node inside. We have to go. Yuan Shi and the others looked at each other and could not help but grin. Now, there was something fun to do. Chapter 9-10. The news about the god's relic had spread throughout the entire Jiasu secret realm long before Yun Nuoshing received the news. They weren't the last to know about it, nor were they the first to know about it. However, they were definitely the first to act. In the chaotic area, perhaps because of the corrosion of the primal chaos element, the flow of time and space in this area was very chaotic. Even if someone could withstand the energy barrier and enter this area without being transported too far away by the chaotic space, there was no way for them to walk quickly in this area. Most of them could only walk 10 meters forward and 5 meters backward. Only those who were lucky enough to control the power of space would be able to walk at a higher speed. However, Yun Nuoshing's group of people were unique in terms of speed. In the entire realm of the gods, only he had the primal chaos element. However, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. Ever since the god's relic in the center of the chaotic area was discovered, there had been countless people squatting there. This time was no exception. Moreover, there were even more people rushing towards this place. However, the main reason was that no one dared to stray too far away from the place they were guarding. Even with the barrier, the space here could still throw them to strange places. Moreover, if they weren't careful, they could be thrown very far away. With the speed of Yun Nuoshing's group, they were unimpeded all the way. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the center of the chaotic area. The god's relic also appeared in front of them. The distorted space suddenly occupied their entire line of sight. There was also a powerful energy erupting from the distorted space, as if the space was collapsing. This was a plane that spanned tens of thousands of miles. This plane was very clean, and there were no scars on the ground that were everywhere in the Jiasu secret realm. At this moment, there were already many figures standing in the sky above the plane. Many extremely hot gazes were anxiously looking at the center of the distorted space. The moment the seal of the distorted space dissipated, countless people would pour in endlessly like a tidal wave. Yun Nuoshing raised his gaze. His red and black eyes saw behind the distorted space. What was locked inside was a magnificent and huge golden palace. On the palace, there was an abnormally ancient aura that seemed to have passed through time, from the ancient era to the present. That aura also had an aura that made the heavens and earth tremble. Under the awe of that aura, no one could breathe. Even Yun Nuoshing, who was wrapped in the primal chaos element, felt that the flow of his aura was somewhat stagnant. On the ground, there were countless people who couldn't bear this aura and trembled in fear. That aura was enough to collapse the void. The name of the god's relic is enough to tempt people. Aren't these demigods and demonic beasts courting death by coming here? Yun Nuoshing faintly sighed. The primal chaos element rolling over and over on his body surged even more. The two pairs of demonic wings on his back fluttered even though there was no wind. Among the countless people here, Perhaps less than 1 in 10,000 would be able to enter safely and return with what they wished for. He felt that this god's relic was a trap left behind to kill the people in the secret realm. A gargantuan pit. Now, countless people in the Jesu secret realm were risking their lives to rush here. How many people would be left alive in the end was a problem. However, what did this have to do with him? If they died, then they died. In any case, they were just some people he didn't know. Under his indifferent gaze, there were also people who noticed this group of people who had just appeared. All of them turned their gazes and were startled when they saw the group of people who were wrapped in black energy. They instinctively felt an extremely dangerous feeling coming from this group of people. Quite a number of people retreated slightly and maintained some distance from them. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Yun Nuashing put his hands in his pockets. His gaze swept across the crowd without any emotion. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There were many scarlet lines converging here. They were very faint and blurry. However, it was undeniable that there should be an energy node here. Moreover, it was very likely that it was inside the god's relic. Buzz. While countless people were waiting patiently, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space. Not far in front of the extremely distorted space, there was a sudden squirming, and the space distorted. Then, a brilliant golden light burst out from the distorted space, and a powerful aura quietly spread out. This aura had reached a certain level of strength, and it attracted the attention of everyone in the world. Yun Nuashing and the others also looked over casually. Under the gazes of countless people, a crack appeared in the space where the golden light had come from. Then, one figure after another slowly appeared. Many people's eyes narrowed. That's the Celestial Godly College's Holy Sun? TCH, this one is even more disgusting than Yuan Guang's Holy Sun. Some time ago, he joined forces with many forces that were not part of the academy to carry out a great purge in the Jesu secret realm. He killed many people. Later, more than a dozen forces joined forces to fight against him. In the end, they were all wiped out one by one. The whispers in the surroundings caused Yun Nuashing and the others to turn their eyes slightly. Xian also whispered, "Half a month ago, most of the people here were around the 4th or 5th seal of the devil rank. At that time, more than 100 4th seal of the devil rank joined forces to resist their purge. In the end, all of them were defeated. Later on, no one dared to provoke them. Another reason is that although their purge caused a huge commotion, the area it affected was still very small in the Jesu secret realm. Many people were too lazy to care about these things and were too busy looking for their own opportunities. Therefore, although their purge caused many people to complain, not everyone rose up to resist. After all, they were not threatened. While Yun Nuashing and the others were staring at the Holy Son of Celestial Divinity Academy, the latter seemed to have noticed them from time to time. He slowly turned his head to the side, and his tranquil eyes immediately stopped on Yun Nuashing, who was within the black energy barrier. He sized Yun Nuashing up, and then he laughed with slight disdain. "Devil rank! 2nd seal of the devil rank. How could such a person become the #1 expert in the Divine Institute exchange? This meaningless activity should stop in the future. Holy Son, this fellow is very strange. He's sometimes strong and sometimes weak. We've looked through the information about him during the Divine Institute exchange, and it's very strange. He and that violet-clothed girl by his side have a combination technique that can cause a large area of space to tremble. It's sufficient to knock out even a demigod realm expert." A figure spoke softly from behind the Holy Sun. He raised his head slightly to glance at Yun Nuashing, and the latter recognized his face. He was one of the 7 people who'd stopped him and Chu Yingzhan that day. However, he'd thought that he'd mistaken Yun Nuashing for someone else. "Huh, The Holy Sun didn't respond to him, but a slightly solemn expression had surged into his eyes. No matter how much he looked down upon this mere second seal of the devil rank, he'd heard a little about Yun Nuwashing. However, he merely took her seriously. No matter how formidable the second seal of the devil rank was, or how capable he was at surmounting a realm of cultivation to do battle, it was impossible for the second seal of the devil rank to compare to him who was at the 9th cycle of the demigod realm. However, he wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Yun Nuwashing. What was more important right now was the Divine Institute's ruins. Yun Nuwashing glanced at him indifferently before looking away. The Holy Sun's expression changed from one of disdain to one of shock, to one of solemnity, and finally to one of calmness. He didn't pay any attention to this person who'd stirred up a storm in the Jiesu secret realm. Even though he knew that the so-called Holy Son of the Celestial Godly Academy was targeting him, he didn't pay any attention to him. It wasn't that he looked down on him. It was as if he didn't exist. Yun Nuwashing's cold gaze fell upon Xian and the others. They glanced at each other, but didn't say anything. Yun Nuwashing's current state was rather callous. Apart from those who were close to him, he seemed to treat everyone with a cold gaze. Perhaps this was also due to the primal chaos essence. Whoosh! In the distance, many figures were moving forward and backward. They struggled to cross over to this place and slowly came to a stop. They stopped 1,000 meters away from the distorted space. The palace on the plains extended all the way to the sky. The people below couldn't see the top of the palace. It was as if it reached the clouds. However, there was only the starry sky. Perhaps it was better to call it the star field. In the distance, there were still many people flying toward that place, but they stopped far away. Not many people could withstand the God Spirit presence that came from the hall. The people who stopped would use their eyes to size up the people who appeared in that place. Their eyes would be filled with mockery or seriousness. When everyone saw the group of people from Yun Nuwa planet who occupied the largest area, they were slightly shocked. They took a step back without leaving a trace. Hey, why are you retreating? I don't know. I have a feeling that this group of people is very scary. It's like if you get even a centimeter closer, you'll be haunted by bad luck and attacked by meteorites and magma. In the end, you'll die unjustly in a corner without anyone knowing. That aura is too scary. It's better to stay away from them. Yun Nuwashing and the others overheard this conversation by accident. Yun Nuwashing didn't show any expression, but Xian and the others' mouths twitched. What the hell was this? Did the primal chaos essence have the ability to curse? In any case, there were all sorts of strange reasons. The area within a radius of 100 meters around Yun Nuwashing and his group was empty. No one dared to approach them. If someone accidentally approached them, they would run the risk of being thrown out by the chaotic space. Little star, is it okay to expose the dark and primal chaos essence? Xian asked quietly in her soul. Yun Nuwashing pursed her lips and shook her head. It's okay. The information about the dark element has been erased from the laws by a group of heavenly gods, and above, unless it's mentioned by someone who has a powerful law, no one will know. I can't guarantee that outside, but in this secret realm, no one will know that I'm using the dark and primal chaos essence. Don't worry. Hearing this, Ziyen nodded her head in relief. Her beautiful eyes quietly observed the surroundings. Suddenly, she felt an ice-cold gaze shoot towards her side, causing her eyebrows to knit together. Her gaze quietly turned around, and after searching for a while, she easily found the place where the ice-cold gaze was cast from. That person did not seem to have any intention of hiding himself. Within the strong hostility, there was also some hatred. The owner of the cold gaze was a man in a gray robe. He had sword-like eyebrows, shoulder-length black hair, and a rather handsome face. Yuan Shi and the others also saw this person. This somewhat familiar face hadn't appeared in front of them for a long time. Of course, it was also because they were running around and weren't in the Divine Land. In the long time they were away from the Divine Land, a lot of big things must have happened in the Divine Land. Perhaps some of them had this person as the main character. Hey, Chi Haoyu was crippled by the boss. I didn't expect him to have the strength of a demigod now. I think the Chi family must have spent a lot of money to restore him, right? Nightmare couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he's the divine son of the Chi family. How could he not have some backup resurrection measures? Well, I haven't been in contact with this for a long time. The Yuan family probably forgot about me. Yuanshi scratched his head. How long had it been since they left the Divine Land? That person was Chi Haoyu, the divine son of the Chi family who had some conflicts with Yun Nuoshing. There were many people of the Chi family around him, but they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so the former had almost forgotten about him. At this time, when he heard Yuan Shi and the others' voices, he remembered the idiotic divine son who was crippled by him in anger at the Taiyuan Grand Gathering. He always talked about divine weapons and divine weapons. Didn't he know that only the strong had the right to speak? However, with his current state of mind, he was too lazy to calculate anything with this kind of little brat. He didn't even look at him for a second before passing by. He could feel the killing intent from them, but he didn't care. Chi Haoyu had already experienced being beaten once. Although he was a demigod, now, things like realms had never been a particularly big obstacle for him. Whether it was hatred or schemes, it was fine as long as they didn't provoke him. Once they provoked him, he didn't mind completely imprinting fear in their souls this time. However, they weren't the only ones with this kind of strange gaze. Yun Nuoshing frowned with a puzzled expression. Yuan Shi and the others also turned around and scanned their surroundings. After looking around, they were all stunned. Everyone looked at each other with a somewhat interesting expression. There, the constellation palace of the 12 constellations palaces. Yuan Shi pointed at a group of people dressed in black robes with a bright comet as their emblem, and said strangely, "They're from the Hall of 10,000 Origins." Nightmare also stretched out his large hand and pointed at a place. The people clustered together wore the same clothes, and behind them was a starry sky with thousands of twinkling stars. 7 Stars Palace. Qin Yan also stretched out her jade-like finger and pointed at a place. 7 stars twinkled around them, shielding them from the spatial interference of this chaotic place. Everyone's expression suddenly became extremely interesting. They hadn't seen these old friends for a long, long time. They thought that they would never return to the Divine Prefecture in their lives, or that they might not see them again, even if they went to the small Divine Prefecture. Unexpectedly, the first dispute was when they were in Lihuan City. At that time, the unsolved case had already passed for several years, and there was still no conclusion. Putting this aside, that time in the ghostly forest, Yun Nuoshing really entangled with them. The Celestial Pavilion, 10,000 Source Hall, and Qi family's eternal divine weapons were all shattered in that chaos. Such a glorious battle record had thoroughly stirred up their conflict, but they had never really dealt with them. And Sacred Weapon Palace. Wow, what an ancient name. Ming Ming also cried out in surprise. She had also recognized a group of people that she had not seen for a very, very long time. They were dressed in gray robes and had long swords pointing to the sky at their chests. It had also been a very, very long time since she had seen them. Celestial Pavilion, 10,000 Source Hall, 7 Stars Palace, Constellation Palace, Qi Family, Sacred Weapon Palace, and Celestial Godly Academy. Chu Yingzhan counted with her slender fingers. She couldn't help but click her tongue when she saw the hostile and cold gazes of these people. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing strangely and said, "These are all big shots in the realm of the gods. Even I've asked around in detail. How did you manage to offend all of them?" Yun Nuoxing's gaze didn't waver. He swept his gaze across these people, these old rivals, the 12 star palaces. Back then, Celestial Reflection had painstakingly built up their organization, and it wasn't long before the Nine Gods Temple. Who would have thought that after 70 eras, they would fall to such a state? Yun Nuoxing chuckled coldly. That's fine. I'm sure Celestial Reflection wouldn't want to see them fall to such a state. It's one thing for them to break away from their protectors, but to think that they still have such a style. When I have the time, I'll purge them. Everyone shuddered at his words. Ming blinked and asked, "Big brother, the 12 star palaces are the organization of an old friend of mine. After the Nine Gods Temple was established, he also established the 12 star palaces. His astral theology was divided into 12 parts, and that's how the 12 star palaces came to be. Originally, we had discussed that the 12 star palaces would secretly take care of the Nine Gods Temple, and the Nine Gods Temple would also pull the 12 star palaces along, just like how Zero and I are now. But Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. He sounded a little sad. Did something go wrong with the passage of time? The 5th era after Celestial Reflection's passing. I was still the Shadow Emperor at the time, and I already knew that the 12 star palaces and the Nine Gods Temple were gradually drifting apart. I didn't think that they would become strangers now. Although they still have some interactions, it's definitely not the same as before. I was the one who created the astral art. It was the first gift I gave to Celestial Reflection, and I asked him to give it to the 12 star palaces. It's a forbidden technique of the 12 star palaces. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. In this state, he completely regarded Quarter Moon's past as his own. Everyone's expression was complicated. They didn't expect that there was such a relationship between the 12 star palaces and the Nine Gods Temple. So Yun Nuoxing and the 12 star palaces actually had some relationship. When Yun Nuoxing looked at this large group of people, the latter and the others obviously noticed his unusual gaze. Immediately, their gazes turned away strangely. This guy's gaze was so scary. Demon rank, 2nd seal. Some hoarse syllables came from Chi Haoyu's throat, and his eyes flashed with resentment and cold light. This was the Jiesu's secret realm. Countless people gathered here. What happened in the Jiesu secret realm was unknown to the outside world, and they wouldn't bring their memories out. Death here was real death. He knew all this. The Nine Gods Temple wouldn't know what happened here. Moreover, Yun Nuoxing was only the 2nd seal of the demon rank, but he was already a demigod. Kill, kill, kill. The resentment in Chi Haoyu's heart swelled incomparably. If it weren't for Yun Nuoxing, he wouldn't have suffered such pain. It was as if he had been skinned alive. That pain, he wanted to return to that person 10 times over. The Holy Son of the Celestial Divine Academy also noticed this strange movement. His eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth suddenly hooked up in an interesting arc. It's not bad to have some fun. Chapter 9:11. It seems that you are quite hateful. Under the silent, distorted sky, a voice suddenly came out, causing many people to tremble. They all turned their heads and looked at the speaker. It was the Holy Son of the Celestial Academy. He had a strange smile on his face as he looked down at the black sphere from midair. He said in an inexplicable tone, "Before I came out, the dean told me to take care of you, but someone was like a mouse, hiding in this secret realm for 2 months. It was really hard to find you. Every day, I dreamed that one day I would personally dig out your heart and lungs and sculpt them into a work of art in my hands." The Holy Son laughed in a low voice, his eyes filled with a strong, murderous intent, but it was only for a moment. Then he looked calmly at Chi Haoyu and the others and smiled faintly. "I believe you all are the same." Chi Haoyu and the others were also stunned by the sudden mention of them. Chi Haoyu sneered. As the Holy Son of the Chi family, he had his own pride. How could he not know what the Holy Son was thinking? He glanced at the Holy Son and said coldly, "You don't have to care about what happens between us. You have no right to care." The Holy Son was not annoyed by the cold shoulder. He just smiled faintly. "You can't say that. Now that the God's relic is about to open, one less person means one less competitor. What is stored inside is the work of the gods. Moreover, I believe you all don't want to see someone you hate appear here. Those who are lucky enough to appear in front of the God's relic are all chosen by the gods. It is a sacred place, a holy land. How can it tolerate the appearance of someone you hate? If he successfully obtains some opportunity inside and becomes stronger again, it will be very difficult to clean it up, won't it?" At this point, the Holy Son was stunned, but he couldn't help but shake his head and sneer. "Oh, I forgot. No matter how much a bug jumps, it is still a bug." There was a hint of disdain in his clear voice, but there was a sense of conviction in it. His handsome face and smile could make many people have a good impression of him, and some were even moved. A faint hostility spread in the crowd, pointing in all directions. Of course, this was referring to those who didn't know that he was doing some cruel things in the Jiasu secret realm. As for those who knew, they couldn't help but smack their lips and sneer. The people from the Qi family and the 12 star palaces who appeared here were naturally not simple-minded people. They knew very well what he was planning. However, what he said was actually not wrong. Yun Nuoxing's physique, talent, and even background made them very wary. Although he was only a second seal of the demon rank, he had a pile of divine tools on him. However, in this secret realm, no divine tools could be used no matter what. In this case, could it be said that he was only a second seal of the demon rank? As if they had figured something out, the expressions of Chi Haoyu and the others suddenly became gloomy, and the surrounding atmosphere became even more strange. When the Holy Son saw this, he still smiled faintly. "It seems that you have also figured it out. Why don't you let me be the vanguard? They also have a few demigods there." Yun Nuoxing and the others had been listening to the Holy Son's words. Yun Nuoxing was still cold, and there was no change in his expression. On the other hand, Ming and the others' eyes became colder and colder as his words fell. Until now, when they felt a lot of hostility coming from these groups of people and pointing at them, their faces finally became calm. They looked at the Holy Son as if they were looking at a dead person. They didn't expect this guy to be so active, releasing such strong hostility at them at this juncture, and even inciting others who already had grudges against them. They might even have a fierce fight before entering the ruins. Xian and the others looked at Yun Nuoxing. He had been expressionless all this time, and his gaze didn't even change in the slightest because of the Holy Son's words. He still looked straight behind the distorted space, as if he really treated the Holy Son's words as fart and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. However, the current situation, bang, a low, muffled sound suddenly rang out, startling everyone. A powerful figure appeared at the edge of the primal chaos domain, and with a slap, a powerful force shook the black fog, causing some cracks to appear on the back of the primal chaos domain, as if its defensive power had weakened. Yun Nuoxing's emotionless red and black eyes finally showed some movement. He raised his eyes and looked at the Holy Son, who was directly colliding with his domain. The latter's face contained a faint trace of mockery, and his eyes were erupting with murderous intent. Yun Nuashing had never provoked this person before, but the Celestial Godly Academy's principal had tried to poach him over, but failed and even lost a divine grade 8th level weapon. That was the reason for their enmity. However, Yun Nuashing didn't care about the cause and effect. He only needed to know that the person who appeared in front of him showed a strong murderous intent towards him, and that was enough. The primal chaos domain collided violently with the Holy Sun's power, erupting with a powerful energy that caused the sky to change color. The latter laughed coldly. "Jumping clown, if you had continued to hide in the secret realm, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Now that you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, you can't blame anyone else." A light flashed in his eyes. Then he glanced at Chi Haoyu and the others who were ready to make a move. Yun Nuashing closed his eyes and sighed softly. A moment later, he opened them again, and the last trace of warmth in his eyes completely dissipated. "You're courting death, I understand." Yun Nuashing crossed his palms in front of him, his voice without any warmth. He swept his gaze across the others before settling on the Holy Son of the Celestial Godly Academy. With a thought, the primal chaos domain was easily restored. "I originally couldn't be bothered with you, but I just calculated. It seems that letting you live will bring me some unpleasant trouble. Since that's the case, you can all die." The Holy Son was taken aback when he heard this. A moment later, he laughed out of anger. Before he could increase the power in his hands and strike through the primal chaos domain, an extremely violent and terrifying force suddenly erupted in front of him. Like a volcanic eruption, the Holy Sun covered the sky and covered the earth, causing him to tremble and retreat. Boom! A black halo suddenly exploded from the primal chaos domain, containing terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, it violently slammed into the Holy Sun. Immediately, a violent explosion, accompanied by a burst of black mist, resounded through the world. Uft! When the black halo came into contact with the Holy Sun, a burst of bright light erupted. The Holy Sun, who was about to retreat, was immediately sent flying backwards in an extremely miserable posture, like an arrow shooting hundreds of meters away in an instant. Along the way, he spat out mouthfuls of blood as if it was free of charge. He didn't stop until a few people from the Celestial Godly Academy hurriedly caught him. The person who caught the Holy Sun looked at the person inside the black sphere with a face full of horror. He then lowered his head to look at the Holy Sun. The latter's body was covered in blood, and the black fog stuck to his body like maggots, devouring the latter's life force. That handsome face suddenly became incomparably pale, and there was even a hint of a deathly gray. Seeing the Holy Sun defeated in a single blow, countless people's eyes widened. Those who knew how strong he was instantly turned pale. They never would have thought that the person who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the void's secret territory would be defeated so miserably. The defeat of the Holy Son of the Celestial Godly Academy made Chi Haoyu and the others fall silent for a moment. A ferocious look appeared on his face. Nobody saw how Yun Nuashing attacked. It was just like that day, a matter of an instant. All his enemies were cut down in an instant, all because of the light element. Isn't it a little too late to retreat now? Yun Nuashing looked at them, his eyes releasing a solid red light. The evil smile on his face widened a lot. "Your existence makes me feel very troublesome, just like ants. Ignorant and fearless trouble. From the moment you showed the first trace of hostility, your lives were already frozen. Now, as you wish," that demonic laughter descended from the sky, landing directly in their ears. The instant his voice sounded, several types of elemental energies suddenly surged out from the sky, transforming into solid energy attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth as they bombarded him. Metal elemental spikes, wood elemental vines, water snakes condensed from water elemental energies, as if they had all been arranged beforehand. They suddenly erupted. Roar! 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 Chi Haoyu roared, clenching a slender golden sword in his hand. Black energy burst out from his body, condensing on the sword and piercing straight towards the domain of chaos. The roar from his mouth didn't sound like a human's. Rumble! Chi Haoyu alone passed through the waves of energy, landing in the sight of Yuan Shi and the others like a wild beast. They couldn't help but glance at Yun Nuoxing, laughing dryly. This child is also provoked by Little Star. What does it have to do with me? Yun Nuoxing turned back and rolled her eyes at him. No matter how crazy an incompetent person is, there is a limit. Absolute madness also needs to have the qualifications to be crazy. Chi Haoyu suddenly roared, flipping his hand seals, and the earth suddenly squirmed violently. Thousands of hands condensed from earth and stone stretched out from the ground, fiercely grasping at Yun Nuoxing and the others. Boom! The palm of earth and stone instantly gathered the group of people from Yun Nuo planet, and there were also pairs of even larger palms stacked on top of each other. In the sky, bursts of lightning power rapidly surged and brewed, and even the whistling speed of the air became much faster at this moment. There were also streaks of starlight coming from the sky. Chi Haoyu and the others seemed to have thrown caution to the wind at this moment. Their attacks were all killing moves, and they were all the most powerful, profound skills they could master. Countless attacks landed on the primal chaos domain, but Yun Nuoxing remained expressionless. The primal chaos domain had already endured countless attacks, but at this time, there was still a rich primal chaos element violently churning, blocking the powerful energy surging from all directions. Yun Nuoxing was indifferent to this invincible defense, and it didn't seem to consume much of his energy. However, Xian and the others still carefully noticed that the pair of cloud-like demonic wings behind him seemed to be slightly shorter. It seemed that it wasn't as free as they thought. Bang! Bang! Boom! The sound of energy explosions resounded nonstop all around. Yuan Shi even took the time to count, and it seemed that there were already 8 types of elemental energy howling. The ones who launched these attacks were mostly demigods, and there seemed to be the power of stars surging outside. The people from the Constellations Palace and the other 12 Constellations Palaces seemed to be holding back a ruthless move, wanting to penetrate their defenses in one move. Little Star, if you need help, just say the word. Yuan Shi couldn't help but say as he wiped the sweat off his brow. Even for him, it would be difficult for him to completely block such an attack. And right now, he wasn't even using a divine artifact. No need. Yun Nuoxing's indifferent reply left him speechless. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Then he sighed and said, "All right, all right, all right. Do your best. We'll be watching." Yun Nuoxing raised his head, and the cloud-like demonic wings behind him suddenly fluttered violently. At this moment, they looked more like a scarf wrapped around his neck, dancing wildly in the wind. The black, cloud-like energy surged out from his body like a tidal wave, and the violent energy that caused everyone's hearts to palpitate was once again awakened. This time, he no longer concealed the destructive power of this energy, and let it spread out without restraint like a storm. Yuan Shi and the others didn't know if it was just their imagination, but they felt as if the world around them had gone silent for a moment. In their senses, the space around them seemed to be melting and collapsing. They didn't know what was happening outside. They were still enveloped by the stone fist, but the pressure coming from all directions was telling them that something terrible was happening. Puffed! Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing spat out a mouthful of blood, causing everyone to be shocked. Xian and Ming were about to walk over, but they saw him wave his hand. The black demonic patterns on his arm emitted a substantial light, and the demonic patterns on his entire body resonated at this moment, emitting an extremely powerful energy. The energy is too strong. This world is resisting me? Yun Nuoshing laughed coldly. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his voice suddenly turned cold. I am a primal chaos element. So, what if it's the rules of the world? I want to devour the rules of this world. Boom. An incomparably tyrannical energy burst out from Yun Nuoshing's body, and the black mist was like a snake as it gushed out from his body. It was like a twisted black light pillar, and rings of tyrannical energy burst out from the light pillar, shattering the stone fists that were binding them. The scene outside once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yuanshi was stunned. No wonder the world suddenly went silent. The many energy impacts had stopped at some point. The primal chaos domain spread out a lot of black energy like a big tree, entangling many people like chains. When he looked closely, he found that those entangled by the primal chaos element and constantly devouring their vitality were Qi Haoyu and the others who had just focused fire on them. However, the latter was standing in the distance at this time, staring at them with blood-red eyes. They could feel his hatred and resentment through the distant space. But now he was stunned by the scene in front of him and couldn't come over. I'm actually scared. Qi Haoyu took a deep breath. His eyes stared fiercely at Yun Nuoshing, who was emitting a brilliant light all over. A faint sense of fear sprouted from his heart. Could he actually feel fear? Could it be that the shadow brought to him by Yun Nuoshing really couldn't be removed? Rumble, the intense trembling of space caused everyone to be startled. An energy that caused everyone's heart to palpitate was brewing in this world. Moreover, its source seemed to be countless people raised their heads and looked at Yun Nuoshing in horror. At this time, the latter still had that evil smile on his face. His long black hair fluttered, and the cloud-like demonic wings behind him danced wildly in the sky behind him like silk. The power on his body roared into the sky, causing the world to tremble. His blood-red eyes looked down at Qi Haoyu without any emotion, like a god overlooking the world, but more like a demon. The death you seek, I now grant you. Yun Nuoshing raised his right hand high, as if guiding something. Everyone trembled fiercely. His opponents had almost all fallen. Was he still not going to stop? Bang! High up in the sky, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. The red and black light penetrated the star field and shone down like the sun. That was the sound of the sky collapsing. Yun Nuoshing directly smashed the rules and restrictions of this world. The rules from the secret realm and the seal of the mausoleum world were ineffective at this moment. In the chaotic area, there was also a group of people who were hurrying on their way. They were advancing and retreating in the space, slowly moving towards their destination. At this moment, they suddenly stopped. The feeling of space shaking spread throughout the chaotic area and even spread to other areas. Countless people who were still rushing overstopped and looked around in shock. Then they saw that in the sky there was a touch of red and black sunlight. Primal chaos elements. Primal chaos elements at full power. Yao Hua suddenly took a deep breath. His hands were trembling. When he looked up and saw something approaching like the sun crashing into the ground, his body could not help but tremble. He murmured in a daze, God, little star is crazy. Who provoked him? Everyone's eyes were dull and solemn. They hadn't even arrived in front of the god relic, so they didn't know what had happened. They only saw that above their heads there was a reddish-black energy that contained the infinite power of nirvanic annihilation brewing in the sky. That was basically a sun. Sun. Even though he had seen that scene in the Five Elements realm, Lin Sheng could not help but take a deep breath when he saw it again at this moment. Let's retreat quickly. You'll be dragged into this. Jining shouted and hurriedly led her people in the direction they had come from. Yao Hua's mouth was dry. He nodded and hurriedly pulled Lin Sheng, who was beside him. "Retreat quickly, otherwise we will die here. Go to hell with your petty wishes." Ants. A crazy and evil laughter spread everywhere that the red and black sun could reach. Then, countless people could only see that the huge sun suddenly trembled and fell toward the ground with a rumble. That violent and terrifying energy made countless people feel a chill from head to toe. They had long forgotten to sweat. At that moment, they no longer cared about the god's relic and gave up on resisting the chaotic space here. They desperately fled into the distance. At this moment, they only wanted to run as far as possible. That guy did not care about the lives of others at all. Rumble, the boundless red and black sun, descended from the sky with a destructive pressure, as if it was going to swallow the entire Jia Su's secret realm in one breath. That kind of destructive scene made countless people's blood flow backward. "Little star, oh, don't be rash. There are still many people here." Xian and Ming ignored the backlash and grabbed Yun Nuoxing's arm. However, when they saw his evil side profile, half of their hearts went cold. It was also in this second that the sun, which was like the judgment of the star field, finally completely descended. Qi Haoyu's heart had long been numb. He just stared blankly at the red and black sun falling. The chaotic light shone on his body, depriving him of all his strength and tearing his body apart. He could no longer move. Perhaps from the very beginning, he should have listened to Qi Yu and the others and not provoked this guy anymore. However, it seemed that everything was too late. Under countless gazes, the red and black sun was like a comet, bringing with it an aura that could destroy everything. It destroyed the sky and then fell to the ground. Yun Nuoxing, who had his right hand raised high, still had a wicked smile on his face. His opened right hand suddenly clenched hard. The red-black sun suddenly shrunk to the size of a small dot. Then, a bright light burst out along with a destructive aura. It was as if the heaven and earth had been created at the beginning of the world, echoing through the entire Jia Su secret realm. Chapter 9:12. A loud roar that sounded like the beginning of the world resounded through the world. From every corner of the Jia Su secret realm, one could see a huge ball of light rising from the distant horizon like a sun. The destructive shockwave shattered the space inch by inch. At this moment, the entire Jia Su secret realm began to tremble violently. Those huge cracks that originally existed showed signs of continuing to spread. Countless mountains collapsed. Those palaces and ruins that contained a huge amount of energy released a powerful light to resist the destructive shockwave. The towering ball of light swept out for an unknown distance. It seemed to have covered 2 whole regions and was still expanding. Under the bright ball of light, there was a terrifying energy that made everyone feel agitated and uneasy. In the secret realm, countless people looked at the extreme energy erupting from the horizon. Their legs and stomachs went soft, and they couldn't help but kneel down on the ground. Their hands and feet were cold and trembling slightly. When the shock wave swept past, many people groaned and flew out. They flew far away and didn't seem to have suffered any serious damage. At a place some distance away from the chaotic region, Yao Hua, Lin Sheng, and the others appeared. Dozens of people supported the energy barrier that blocked the shock wave that had turned into a violent gale. Looking at the huge ball of light that appeared in front of them and feeling the endless destructive power that filled the ball of light, they all felt their mouths go dry and their hands tremble slightly. This power was too abnormal. Little Star still held back a little. Looking at the people around him who were only blown away by the shock wave and didn't even spit out a mouthful of blood, Yao Hua knew that Yun Nuoshing was still holding back. The shock wave caused by the explosion of energy was enough to affect half of the Jiesu's secret realm. If the shock wave spread out at full force, no one would be able to survive. But just as he sighed, a buzzing sound suddenly came from afar. It made everyone turn their heads. They saw that the huge ball of light suddenly trembled and stopped spreading in this area. Then a violent roar sounded again and spread throughout the Jiesu's secret realm. Boom! Along with the loud roar, a huge beam of light burst out from the center of the energy light cluster, shooting straight into the starry sky. The chaotic and violent energy contained in it couldn't be restrained even by the power of rules. He directed the excess energy into the starry sky, which can be considered to have averted a disaster. Jining said softly. There was a complicated look in her golden eyes. Then she smiled bitterly. Little Star's energy control. Yes, he's very proficient and skilled. Yao Hua nodded. After all, he's caused quite a few big explosions. Everyone, can't you say something else? Yao Hua thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Then let's set off fireworks. Jining and the other girls looked at each other and rolled up their sleeves. Huashang and the others didn't want to watch at all. They shook their heads and looked at the two balls of light that were gradually dissipating in the distance. Their faces were a little bitter. It seems that today's trouble is a little serious. I don't know what they've been doing while we were away. This kind of energy would be enough to deal with some weaker high-level gods. There doesn't seem to be anyone in the secret realm who could pose such a big threat to him. God's ruins. Shui Xia blinked her big blue eyes and said softly. Everyone was stunned and suddenly understood. But just now, they saw a lot of people running out of the secret realm. Were they sure it wasn't meant to be used against enemies? More than half of the energy in the ball of light had been directed towards the starry sky. At this time, the ball of light was also gradually dissipating. The shockwave had also spread to an extremely far place, destroying more than half of the Jiesu's secret realm. Those who could still stand looked at that place with fear in their eyes. Even though the ball of light was dissipating, they didn't have much courage to go in. Those who were at the scene knew very well that it was a problem how many people could escape from that place. At the very least, those who had provoked that madman should no longer exist. As time slowly passed, the two clusters of light that enveloped 2 to 3 regions finally completely dissipated. The energy within the clusters of light was also completely directed into the starry sky. Not even the slightest bit was left behind. The power that made everyone feel oppressed and fearful did not remain in the land or space. Only the scene that appeared in front of them caused many to suck in a breath of cold air. There was no smoke or dust floating in the air. On the ground, there was only a huge hole. Many floating islands and other things were floating above this huge hole, wrapped in balls of light. Looking carefully, those balls of light were actually some palaces and ruins. Those were the ruins left behind by the newly emerged high gods. They contained powerful energy that allowed them to avoid the destructive shock waves. However, the hole that was left behind in the ground could no longer be repaired. This was probably the biggest damage in the Jiesu's secret realm. If Yun Nuoshing hadn't held back her energy, the degree of destruction might have been even worse. In the center of this huge hole, there was a piece of land that remained intact. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles wasn't destroyed. What appeared there was a mysterious palace that was wrapped in a circle of chaotic space. That huge amount of energy didn't cause any substantial damage to it. When the balls of light dissipated, Yun Nuoshing and the others also appeared in the sky not far away. At this time, the chaotic domain was slightly thinner. Yun Nuoshing's cloud-like demonic wings were obviously shorter. Obviously, The attack just now had consumed most of her energy. In the end, she even directed the explosive energy towards the sky steadily. This action wasn't as easy as condensing energy. It was like directing an exploding bomb to release all its power in one direction. If one's control of energy wasn't good enough, they wouldn't be able to do this. However, this action had consumed some of her energy. At this time, her breathing was slightly hurried. Her pretty face was still calm, but when she saw the intact god's ruins in front of her, she couldn't help but smack her lips. "Tisk, did you fail?" Hearing this, everyone also turned their gazes. When they saw that the spatial seal of the ruins hadn't moved at all, they instantly understood what she was talking about. Their expressions suddenly became a little surprised and strange. Yuanshi couldn't help but ask, "You're trying to break the seal of the ruins?" "Yes, there's an energy node inside. I have to go in." Yun Nuoshing nodded matter-of-factly. But Yuanshi was stunned. He scratched his head and said with some confusion, "But aren't you going to deal with Qi Haoyu and that so-and-so?" "Yes, there's nothing wrong with that." A trace of doubt flashed across her scarlet eyes. "What's wrong with breaking the ruins and dealing with a group of ants?" Conveniently, Chu Yingzhan seemed to understand something. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head. That's right. Everyone looked at each other with strange expressions. So, dealing with those people was just a matter of convenience. Her purpose was only to break the ruins. This state was slightly cold, but Yun Nuoshing's brain was still quite fast. After thinking for a while, she understood what everyone was struggling with. Her gaze was a little strange, and her voice was a little strange. "You don't think I need to use so much power to deal with those ants, do you?" Xian nodded with a wry smile. Her right hand rubbed her left arm. "I actually think so, too." Yun Nuoshing tilted his head, sighed, and shook his head helplessly. Then he stretched out his hand and lifted Xian and Ming's right hands. After seeing that there was no problem, he breathed a sigh of relief and rolled his eyes at them. "You too, didn't I say not to touch me for the time being? Fortunately, I just mobilized the elements of chaos to release outside, so there's not much left on my body. It's fine if you touch me. What do you think?" Everyone laughed bitterly when they heard this. He said this as if he was a huge source of pollution that they couldn't even touch. "Well, I don't know, unconsciously." Ming lowered his head and muttered, hugging little purple soul tightly in his arms. "Well, unconsciously." Xian also smiled foolishly, making Yun Nuoshing feel very speechless. Even in his current state, he couldn't harden his heart to teach them a lesson. He could only sigh helplessly. Seeing that he didn't know what to say, Chu Yingzhan took a step forward and pointed at the area covered by the distorted space. "What do we do with this thing now?" Speaking of serious matters, Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while and looked around. At this time, it was quiet and there was no one around. However, there were many people standing in the distance, as if they didn't dare to come over. However, Yun Nuoshing sensed that a large group of people was rapidly approaching. As the rules and seal of this place were broken, the overlapping space here seemed to have lost its effect. However, this was only temporary. Yun Nuoshing could feel that the rules were slowly being restored. Soon, the Jiasu secret realm would return to its original state. He wasn't crazy enough to destroy this secret realm. Turning their gazes, they saw a group of familiar auras rapidly approaching. Yuan Shi and the others also turned their gazes. They had also sensed that familiar people were approaching. They had rushed over from the horizon, and not long after, they all appeared in front of them in unison. The cluster of light condensed by the light elements dissipated, and Yao Hua and the others emerged from it. When they saw the people wrapped in the black fog, they were stunned, especially when they saw Yun Nuoxing's devil-like figure. Their expressions became more dignified. "Oh, you're all here. I just thought of a good idea. Come and help me. Maybe you can unlock the spatial seal here." Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly at them and pointed at the distorted space. Only then did Yao Hua and the others see the full appearance of the god's relic. It was just a blurry appearance. The space there was full of spatial vortexes, and it was extremely distorted. Yao Hua and the others were stunned. First, they turned their heads to look at Yun Nuoxing. Although the latter had become a little strange, Xian and the others were still standing next to him. It seemed that there was no problem, and they didn't suffer any injuries. This made them all breathe a sigh of relief. Nodding, Yao Hua and the others stepped forward and asked, "How can we help?" "Oh, it's very simple. I need the power of your elements." Yun Nuoxing laughed and removed the chaotic domain. Taking a light breath, he moved his mind. In the surrounding space, with him as the center, 9 huge arrays appeared. There was a faint divine power flowing in them. Looking at the color, it was the corresponding elemental energy. The 9 elemental arrays were like halos, slowly rotating with Yun Nuoxing as the center. The heart of the 9 arrays pointed straight ahead. When Yun Nuoxing used the elemental divine technique, the 10 elements on his body had already surged out violently. The pair of cloud-like demonic wings on his back fluttered like silk behind him. The last array appeared in front of him. It was pure black. It was not a forbidden array, but an elemental array. It contained the most mysterious and violent element. After the elemental array appeared, everyone knew what he wanted to do. Without hesitation, they nodded and formed a few seals with their palms. Then they exhaled lightly. The elemental power in their bodies surged out continuously and finally drilled into the corresponding elemental array. Yun Nuoxing shook his shoulders. The 6 demonic wings sprang out and expanded to a size of 10 feet. The feathers trembled gently. At this time, the colorful wings turned into a deep black color. At this moment, it really looked like a demon. However, the flowing black color looked even more terrifying than a demon. Just a glance was enough to make one's mind sink into it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A ring of energy suddenly appeared in the 9 arrays, connecting them into one. Then, all the elemental energy within was kneaded and condensed into the black array in the center. Yun Nuoxing shouted softly. His hand seals changed. Following the change of his hand seals, the black array suddenly trembled violently. A large part of the heart of the array remained pure black, while the other parts were dyed with the colors of the 9 elements. It looked incomparably gorgeous. The energy of the 10 elements also fused violently at this moment. A wave of energy that was not very large but very mysterious appeared in this world, causing everyone to be stunned. "Is this the result of the fusion of the 10 elements?" Yao Hua murmured sluggishly. He looked at the black array. He often did elemental fusion because he was the son of God of the light shrine of this generation. When others cooperated with him to release mixed elemental attacks, the energy produced by the fusion of the 9 elements was very large and violent. However, the fusion of the 10 elements displayed by Yun Nuoxing at this time made him feel a kind of peace that he had never felt before. Originally, the process of elemental fusion was very dangerous. Even if it wasn't the fusion of 2 elements that mutually reinforced and repelled each other, it was still very dangerous. When 2 elements of different natures were forcefully fused together, it would produce a very powerful energy. The source of this energy was the 2 elements that repelled each other and stimulated each other to form a chaotic energy. The more elements that were fused, the more chaotic and violent the energy would be. However, the fusion of 10 elements that appeared in front of everyone's eyes today made them feel an unprecedented calmness. That was the obedient fusion of the 10 elements. They originally thought that this energy would be very violent. The fusion of the 9 elements displayed by Yao Hua was already very violent. At this time, with the addition of the chaotic and violent elements, who knew what would happen? However, no matter how they thought about it, they could not understand why such a peaceful situation would occur. Yun Nuoshing seemed to have sensed that the group behind her was dumbfounded. She shrugged helplessly, turned around, shook the black array in front of her, and said to Yao Hua with a smile, "Look carefully, this is the true essence of the fusion of the elements. Previously, your crude method of casually kneading them into a ball was a very crude method. It was far from being as profound as this. Looking directly at the energy that was born from the fusion of the 10 elements in the center of the array, Yao Hua seemed to have understood something in an instant. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked at him in puzzlement. They did not understand what he was shouting about. Yao Hua, however, did not pay attention to the others. He stared excitedly at that ball of energy and immediately understood it. The mixed elemental storm that he displayed previously relied on the mutual promotion and repulsion of the 9 elements. The key point was that the repulsion stimulated that kind of violent energy. However, Yun Nuoshing's elemental fusion allowed the 10 elements to link up and fuse together. Although it looked calm, it did not mean that its power was weak. He could clearly feel how enormous the energy inside was. If he were to use his own method to display it, the power would definitely not be 1% of Yun Nuoshing's. Seeing that he had suddenly understood, Yun Nuoshing smiled, faintly. She knew that he had understood and did not wait any longer. She waved her hands and made the array in front of her rotate and expand continuously. Then, balls of elemental energy condensed into substance appeared on the array. The 8 elements solidified on the periphery of the array. In the center, there was a ball of black and a ball of dazzling golden energy that was constantly rotating. That was the chaos element and the light element. Yun Nuoshing was very clear about how powerful the seal left behind by the god's relic was. She had only thought of this move with the help of the chaos origin. Chaos mixed elemental impact. With a soft shout, Yun Nuoshing snapped her right hand. The light of the 9 arrays dimmed as all the energy was injected into the colorful array. The black array core trembled slightly. Then a huge colorful energy beam that was thousands of feet long suddenly burst out from it. Boom! At the center of the colorful energy beam was a deep black luster. It carried with it a strange energy that no one had ever felt before. It surged out with the force of a thunderbolt, and in just an instant, it collided with the layer of distorted space. Ka-ka-ka, the violent trembling sound was like thunder to the people far away in the outer realm. The entire barrier began to tremble violently. Where the colorful energy beam touched, the distorted space vortex stopped rotating. A transparent barrier slowly appeared. The place where the energy beam collided was as brilliant as the sun. No one knew what was happening at the place where the energy beam collided. They only saw colorful patterns gradually appearing on the barrier. Not enough, Yun Nuoshing murmured and took a deep breath. The cloud-like demonic wings fell off from his back. They landed on the periphery of the colorful array and stuck close to it. Divine artifacts appeared beside him and quickly rushed into the array, adding an even more terrifying energy to the terrifying elemental impact. Under the impact of that terrifying energy, the entire world trembled violently. Everyone could only feel that the space was about to collapse again. Bang! Before this thought could settle in his mind, a spatial fragment in the distance collapsed and fell down. Not enough. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. The aura on his body began to change. Scarlet runes slowly climbed up his face. A canine tooth appeared at the corner of his mouth. A bright moon suddenly appeared above his head. The black and pink wings on top of his head curved slightly as if they were protecting the bright moon. At the same time, the aura on his body began to change rapidly. It became even more violent and chaotic. There was also a holy aura emerging. Not enough. Yun Nuoxing frowned deeply. He reached out and took off the soul-stabilizing bracelet from his hair. He crushed it fiercely. The energy that had been stored for an unknown number of days was released once again, causing the energy reaction in his body to become even greater. Under his control, the color of the multicolored elemental light pillar gradually darkened, turning into a reddish-black color. The violent energy became even more dangerous and terrifying. Ka-ka! The scarlet demonic patterns climbed up the transparent barrier outside the divine relic and spread out extremely quickly. Under the corrosion of the demonic patterns, the barrier actually showed signs of disintegration. Cubal-like marks appeared in a corner, and these marks continued to spread out. When everyone realized this, half of the barrier had already started to disintegrate. They immediately became excited. Soon, Yun Nuoxing widened his eyes. A moment later, the aura of stars appeared on his body. Transparent starlight appeared on the reddish-black light beam. Everyone seemed to see the sun, moon, and stars appear in front of them. Kacha! The moment that starlight appeared, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The indestructible divine barrier suddenly blossomed with an incomparably bright light. Then, under everyone's surprised gazes, it suddenly shattered. Chapter 9:13. Behind the shattered, distorted barrier, the sacred golden palace was completely exposed to everyone's line of sight. A wild and ancient aura flashed out of the glorious palace, instantly affecting the whole world. Under such a fluctuation, even the people who were carefully watching from afar felt their chests tighten, as if they had been hit by a heavy blow and fell from the sky. Those who had not reached the demigod level, because they had not awakened their divinity, were blasted tens of thousands of feet away by the powerful divine aura. Be careful! Yuan Shi and the others shouted as the primordial aura surged forward like a shock wave. They subconsciously raised an energy barrier, but their barrier was clearly too weak. The divine aura directly passed through their barrier and passed through their bodies like lightning. It made their chests tighten, and even their auras stagnate for a moment. Ding-ling! Just as everyone's energy was not circulating smoothly, a crisp sound of a zither suddenly drifted out. The azure notes turned into substance and floated around their bodies. Waves of decadent music flowed, causing everyone to be stunned. The discomfort in their bodies also disappeared. Everyone cast their gazes to the front and saw Yun Nuoxing hugging a 6-foot-long zither. The azure river of energy was flowing out of the zither in his arms. The waves of immortal music were incomparably beautiful and blocked the primordial aura that was constantly spreading. Don't leave the swirling zither's range. The divine aura outside is not something you can withstand. Yun Nuoxing softly reminded everyone as he turned around and glanced at everyone. The 2 demonic wings on his back had already shrunk by 90%, leaving only about 10 feet long. The 6 demonic wings were also pulled back behind him like a screen. Everyone nodded solemnly. They also knew that they could not touch a ruin of this scale. If it were not for Yun Nuoxing, no one would have been able to open this place. Even if he had a way to open it, it would be as they had expected. He was already very weak after opening the seal of the divine ruin. His aura was somewhat weak, and even the demonic wings formed by the elements of primal chaos had shrunk from more than 10 feet long to only about 10 feet long. While everyone was thinking, a wave of energy suddenly came from the Golden Palace's door. A primordial aura that had transcended countless time and eras suddenly erupted. It impacted the land and shattered the sky. The swirling Zither's barrier was also on the verge of collapse under the impact. However, it still managed to hold on when the impact was over. Above the golden door, layers of ripples appeared in the space, and a strange energy fluctuation spread out. The space twisted like a whirlpool and gradually formed an azure spatial door. The enormous spatial energy caused everyone to fiercely swallow their saliva. The spatial door that they had seen in the past did not have such an enormous spatial energy. Would they be completely destroyed if they jumped in? I should have less than 2 hours left. Yun Nuoshing raised her hand and looked at the demonic runes on her body. She lowered her eyes and said indifferently, "So there is no time to test anything. Everything will be left to the swirling Zither. Let's go." Everyone nodded. Yun Nuoshing rushed into the spatial door, like she was chasing the stars and the moon. She resisted the power of the divine ruin outside and crashed into the spatial door. After they left, only the land slowly became heavy under the influence of the divine ruin. In the distance, there were many onlookers. However, they did not know what was going on. Not many people dared to come close. This was a very strange space. It was just an ordinary palace, but everyone felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if they had stayed here for a long time. Inside the Golden Palace, the walls and floor were made of star domain. It was a real, solid starry sky. When the divine ruin built this palace, he had condensed a real starry sky and fixed it here. However, this was only a shadow of the real starry sky. He had not really moved the star domain here. The surrounding scenery was somewhat strange. The starry sky was very deep and mysterious. Walking on such a starry sky corridor, one might find it refreshing at first, but after a while, one would feel a little depressed. This was because the starry sky was everywhere, and because it was a real silhouette copied from the real starry sky. If one's eyesight was good enough, they could even see the situation in the deep space through these starry walls. Since ancient times, no one had ever visited this place. Now that a group of guests had arrived, the silence and loneliness that had lasted for tens of thousands of years slowly faded away. The starry sky lit up once more, and the suns became abnormally bright and dazzling, making people want to poke at them. Then Lin Sheng really reached out and poked the extremely bright sun on the wall. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the world, causing the Golden Palace to tremble violently. A shockingly powerful super energy suddenly erupted from the star on the wall. The extremely brilliant blue energy blasted outside the wall at the speed of light. Before anyone could see anything, they realized that space had shattered. Then, their faces turned pitch black. Cough, cough. What happened? Is it an enemy attack? Or is it a trap? Nightmare roared crazily and pointed his weapon around. In the end, he saw a group of people looking at his charcoal black face with inexplicable expressions. He could only stop acting crazy, resentfully. Lin Sheng, who was closest to the wall, was blasted until his entire body turned black. It was as if he had just been fished out of ink. Even now, he was still in the posture of extending his finger with a blank expression. Clap, clap. The sudden, crisp applause made everyone even more confused. When they turned their heads, they saw Yun Nuoshing clapping expressionlessly. They were all stunned. Lin Sheng scratched his head, awkwardly. Did I get into trouble? If it wasn't for the barrier of the swirling Zither, you would have gotten into trouble. Congratulations on your trip to the underworld. However, Old Master Yin didn't want to talk to you, so you came back, Yin Nuoxing said with a faint smile. Everyone was confused. They didn't know what had happened. Yin Nuoxing sighed in annoyance and pointed at the wall with her chin. You just poked a star with your finger. A real star exploded. Moreover, it was a star from the Eight Elements realm. Just now, you guys took on a torrent of energy that had the power to split heaven and earth. Isn't that great? Everyone was shocked. That thing can at least kill a row of countless underworld emperors. It can take on a god emperor expert head-on. Without the barrier, you guys might have disappeared into thin air, Yin Nuoxing said expressionlessly. Lin Sheng retracted his finger. He trembled for a long time and didn't dare to speak. This is the field of vision condensed by divine right. It's a little toy used by gods. It's useless except for destruction. Moreover, it's a destructive skill used by high divinity life forms against low divinity life forms. It has no practical use. Yun Nuoxing looked at the wall of the star field and said, a place imprinted by the field of vision. The starry sky you see is real. However, if it's imprinted, any movement of objects in this place will be affected to the same extent in reality. For example, the sun on the wall. Although it is only the size of a ball, its volume in the star field is unimaginably huge. However, in reality, the true volume of this sun in this field of vision is only this big. When Lin Sheng used a finger to poke it, just now, it was equivalent to using a finger to poke such a big sun. Yun Nuoxing explained, this is why you were able to blow it up with just one finger. If this sun really withstood the same degree of amplification of your power in reality, then it would have been enough to blow the sun up. Everyone looked at each other. Cold sweat drenched their clothes. They suddenly felt that there were bombs all around them. They didn't dare to move their feet. Little Star knows this field of vision, too? Xian asked from the side. Yin Nuoxing nodded and sighed. I do, but it's useless. I just treat it as if I'm looking at the scenery. I imprinted a piece of the starry sky and watched the mortals on the living stars develop leisurely. When I'm bored, I can even use the field of vision to directly travel to that piece of starry sky and run to other places to play. Everyone's cheeks twitched. So, which god had created such a boring technique? However, for mortals, such a boring technique could easily destroy the world if they weren't careful. Sir God was indeed Sir God. They had to be careful with their every move. After this small episode, no one dared to casually touch the walls here. They even had to avoid the sparkling balls of light when they walked. They were afraid that they would step on an earth-shattering explosion and blow up the sun. Although it sounded very satisfying, it was not fun to be covered in dust. Boom! Just as they were talking, one of them accidentally stepped and was sent flying into the sky with a boom. Although the barrier of the whirlpool zither could help them block the energy shockwave that was powerful enough to blast an underworld emperor expert to smithereens, it did not prevent the shockwave from blasting them into the sky and sending them flying. Smack! A very pleasant sound was heard. Everyone calmly turned their heads and patted the dust off their bodies. They saw Nightmare sprawled on the floor, twitching. Nightmare stood up from the ground. She tidied her messy hair and sighed strangely. Why didn't any of you touch it? Only I did. Everyone thought, for a moment, bad luck. Boom. However, for the rest of the journey, there were still sparks and explosions. This series of explosions caused the Golden Palace to shake violently. Fortunately, this palace was created by a god, and its quality was high. Even after several eras, it was still standing. Even after being bombarded like this, it didn't collapse or crack. From this, one could see how high its quality was. However, everyone's faces darkened. The area within one zhang of Yun Nuoxing was an absolute defense. Not even a speck of dust could touch it. That area was naturally occupied by the girls. No one dared to snatch it. However, what they did not understand was, why did none of them step on it? No matter how careful they would still accidentally touch it. Along the way, almost everyone had touched it, except for the few of them. Are you stupid? Can't you float? When everyone asked this question, Yun Nuoshing replied disdainfully. Only then did everyone react. They looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others. Indeed, their feet were more than an inch off the ground. No wonder there was no sound when they walked. Why didn't you say so earlier? Nightmare was annoyed. He was the only one who was being bombarded here and there. He had been bombarded at least 10 times along the way. Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment. It's quite fun to see you guys being bombarded here and there. Everyone's faces twitched. This guy had changed completely in the state of chaos. He was not so bad in the past. Really, after tidying up their sorry figures, the group floated up into the air. Their feet were an inch off the ground. The group floated in the air like ghosts, walking without making a sound. The starry sky corridor seemed to be endless. The starry sky had changed many times. Perhaps it was just a change of perspective. After all, the starry sky was boundless. Looking at it from a different point of view would lead to different scenes. Everyone present, including Yun Nuoshing, could not tell where these visual fields led to. However, after walking for a while, a giant door appeared at the end of the corridor. It was also made from the star domain. Before this, they did not see any other forks in the road, nor did they see any other doors. The door that had just appeared here was still the first door. Clang! Yun Nuoshing walked forward and let the swirling zither float beside her. Then she pushed the door open without any hesitation. The ancient loneliness completely dissipated with the dull sound of a collision. Then, the thing that appeared behind the door made everyone tremble. Their eyes widened in shock. What appeared in front of everyone was a sealed room. The door had appeared out of thin air in the middle of the room. The 4 walls completely sealed off the room. The 6 walls were all filled with the starry sky. Everyone was at a loss when they saw this. Oh, don't close the door yet. Find someone to hold it up. Otherwise, the door will close by itself, said Yun Nuoshing as she looked at the star domain doors on both sides. Are all of these vision domains? Yuanshi took a deep breath. His voice was filled with shock. What was the deity trying to do? What was his goal after condensing so many starry skies? No, at least these 3 walls aren't. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. She pointed at the wall facing the door, as well as the 2 walls to the left and right. She said, no one can use these 3 places as visual fields. No one. His firm and absolute words caused everyone to be stunned as they hurriedly looked at the 3 walls. In the wall in front of them, there was an extremely obvious transparent ball of light floating in the starry sky. It looked about 3 meters large. When they walked up to the wall, they could clearly see what was inside the ball of light. It was a world that looked like a huge floating island. Everyone was stunned. Nightmare frowned and could not help but mutter, "Why do I feel that this thing is so familiar?" Yuanshi also nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he cried out involuntarily, "This can't be the realm of the gods, right?" Yun Nuoshing nodded. "Yes, this is the realm of the gods. It's the world we live in. It's known as the largest world in the 8 elements realm. It's now hidden, and outsiders have no way of knowing what's inside." Everyone stared blankly at the body of the realm of the gods. This was the first time they had seen the realm of the gods like this. It was a very magical feeling. They had clearly been to the starry sky and the 5 elements realm, but they could still exclaim, this is our world. It's so beautiful. What about the other two? Yuanshi suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly pointed at the wall on the left. There was also a ball of light there. In the ball of light, there was a pyramid-like structure. There were layers upon layers. The planar continent at the bottom was incomparably huge, and the higher you went, the smaller it became. I've been to the Saint Spirit realm a few times. The planar continent at the bottom is called the realm of living beings. It's mostly where mortals and people with low cultivation live. The second planar continent is called the seat of earth. The people there have higher cultivation. Above that is the sacred heavenly plane and the spirit summit. As Yun Nuoshing spoke, some reminiscence flashed past her eyes. However, this glimmer of brilliance only flashed by, and no one saw it. The Saint Spirit realm is one of the 3 top continents of the 8 elements realm. Its area is comparable to the realm of the gods. Many of its customs and habits are very different from the realm of the gods. The people there mainly cultivate their souls and their source of life. The people in the Saint Spirit realm are long-lived. Even mortals have no problem living for tens of thousands of years. It's just next to the realm of the gods, separated by 2 or 3 worlds. It's not too far away, Yin Nuoshing said. The Saint Spirit realm is also a world that still has God-level people or methods of that level. What about the other one? Nightmare flicked his thumb and pointed at the wall behind him. What's that island that looks like a 4-person rotation? 4-person rotation. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched. She let out a dry cough and said, "That's the Changyuan realm, one of the 3 top continents of the 8 elements realm. The entire realm is made up of a huge central continent, the Changyuan continent, and 4 huge companion islands around it. The 4 companion islands are Dragon Mark Island, Glazed Island, Dawn Island, and Sky Attraction Island. The 4 islands float around the Changyuan continent and have their own landmarks. The appearance of the landmarks themselves is also very important. The people of that world mainly cultivate their spiritual power and physical strength. Just these 2 aspects alone are not comparable to them, unless we also cultivate these 2 aspects. What about the realm of the gods? What are we supposed to cultivate? Yao Hua asked. Yun Nuoshing smiled mysteriously. Everything is possible, and everything is under our control. You can major in anything you want. There may be elements in other worlds as well, but they shouldn't be as complete as the God realm. The realm of the gods, the Saint Spirit realm, and the Changyuan realm aren't the only worlds with God-level methods and God-level experts. It's just that these 3 worlds are the top of the 8 elements realm. There are many reasons why the realm of the gods is ranked first. The Saint Spirit realm and the Changyuan realm have always been on par with each other. I wonder how they are doing now. Yun Nuoshing smiled mysteriously. But of all the worlds with God-level experts, only the realm of the gods has heavenly gods, and the God-level experts of other worlds aren't as strong as the realm of the gods. Everyone looked forward to the realm of the gods. Their eyes were filled with faint pride. They didn't know that the world they came from was so powerful. Chapter 9:14. Even so, the realm of the gods had its share of troubles. During the primordial era, some other unique worlds, such as the Saint Spirit realm and the Changyuan realm, had their own unique methods to fend off the celestial gods of the realm of the gods. Near the middle of the primordial era, a place known as the 3,000-star ruins appeared in space. It was a ruin left behind by an ancient life form, and it was said that the ancient life form had left something behind in that place. The 3,000-star ruins contained clues to that thing, and the final clue, or rather, all of the clues found in the ruins pointed to the realm of the gods. At that time, the realm of the gods had yet to be sealed off, and that was why countless people had set foot on this land. What was that thing? Nightmare could not help but ask. Yun Nuoshing frowned and pondered seriously for a moment before shaking her head. I don't know. No one knew what that thing was, but that thing had the power to change the world and was extremely attractive to celestial gods as well. However, we were not interested in it and did not pursue that thing. At that time, we were already celestial gods, and even if it was something that was attractive to ordinary celestial gods, we would not necessarily be interested in it. However, we were a little surprised when we learned that the destination was the realm of the gods. Later on, those who had their eyes on that mysterious thing invaded the realm of the gods. They did not come as guests, but as invaders. The dozens of neighboring worlds all declared war on the realm of the gods. Even the other planets in the realm of the gods that were not related to the realm of the gods also declared war. Perhaps it was because the realm of the gods was too infamous, but it could not be helped. Yun Nuoshing sighed and gently stroked the huge wall with her palm. Looking at the huge floating island, a trace of reminiscence flashed across her eyes. It was a very long war, lasting for 16,959,423,000 years, right at the end of the 68th era. Even though the realm of the gods had many elites, such a long war with so many participants had exhausted the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods suffered greatly after 16 trillion years of war. Every inch of the land was searched, and every inch of the land was dug up. However, there was still no clue left behind by that ancient life form. Yun Nuoshing paused for a moment, then closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, there was some indifference in her eyes. On the day of the 69th era of the primordial realm, Old Shan, I, and the others lured all the elites who participated in the war to the realm of the gods. We spread false information in every corner of the realm of the gods. In a month, 20 trillion outsiders appeared in the realm of the gods, including the 1,000 trillion people who had occupied the realm of the gods, or rather, the 1,020 trillion lives. Yun Nuoshing raised her right hand and brought it down. I used the pillar of creation to set up a chain formation that covered the entire realm of the gods. It was also on that day that I fully activated the formation. In half a day, the 1,020 trillion lives were all reduced to ashes. When those 4 words fell, everyone shuddered violently. Even their teeth were chattering. 1,000 trillion lives were wiped out just like that. You could say that it was to restore peace to the realm of the gods. Yun Nuoshing sighed. At that time, most of the people in the god world were already dead. 9 deities' temple and a few ancient sects saved those who could be saved, and those who couldn't were ignored. It took a long time to activate the formation, and once it was discovered, everything would be for naught. We activated it early, and not a single person managed to escape. The entire god world was cleansed, and after that, it took a long time to recover. After that incident, the other worlds also gave up on the idea of searching for something in the god world. That time, when the entire army advanced, the vitality of the dozens of worlds was greatly damaged, and some were even directly wiped out. Many of the worlds were wiped out. However, I also destroyed a type of divine flame. Because of that, I used it as a sacrifice and consumed it. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head a little regretfully. Which type? Yuanshi curiously asked. The divine flame was something that was nurtured by the heavens and earth, yet it could actually be destroyed. This made her feel a little incredulous. She had never heard of a divine flame being destroyed. You've seen it before. Oh, I should say you've heard it from me. Yun Nuoshing smiled. Now that I've seen it grow again, I'm a little relieved. After all, destroying a divine item of heaven and earth is harmful to the harmony of the world. Even if the divine item of heaven and earth caused harm to the world, destroying it is harmful to the harmony of the world. the Red Lotus karmic fire in the northeastern part of the Sourcepeak region. But to be honest, karmic fire isn't really a fire. It's just a manifestation of the power of precepts. Back then, I spent a long time looking for it. Now that I've used it up, my heart aches. My heart ached so much. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and shook her head. However, at that time, there was no other way. I could only do this, so I did it. However, later on, the chain formation broke down. It was useless after one use. Later on, I went to restart it, but no matter what I did, I couldn't restart it. I wanted to weave a new chain formation. That formation gathered the power of laws of the realm of the gods. If it was destroyed, it would cause a slight disturbance to the laws and order of the realm of the gods. Don't underestimate this slight disturbance. The slightest disturbance to the laws and order of the realm of the gods will cause irreversible changes to the original inhabitants of this world. Moreover, there's an 80% chance that it will go in a bad direction. Looking at Yun Nuoshing's solemn expression, everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why did she have to do something so dangerous? However, later on, Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She rummaged through the pendant with a strange expression and then pulled out a piece of paper. On it were a few words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Divine land. Kun, Qianji Tai, divine land. Ah, this thing, Ming suddenly exclaimed. She was the only one present who knew what this small piece of paper was. This is? Xian looked at it curiously, but couldn't see any mystery. He could only ask, when my brother and I first met Sister Xianin, the heaven-defying ultimate god from the divine secret pavilion gave it to my brother. At that time, my brother was planning his life path and looking for his origins. In the end, he just went to Divine Land and came back to the Taiyuan territory, Ming said softly as she stroked her wings. Everyone looked at Yun Nuoshing with some surprise. They had more or less heard of the Divine Secret Pavilion's name. However, Yun Nuoshing was only deep in thought and ignored everyone's gazes. After a long time, she suddenly laughed, causing everyone to be confused. I understand now. This thing is not for me to find my own origins. That old fellow has already calculated so far ahead. Yun Nuoshing suddenly covered his forehead and laughed. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. After laughing for a while, Yun Nuoshing coughed softly and waved the piece of paper in her hand to everyone. She said, I got this thing more than 10 years ago. At that time, I was still in the Red Star Academy and was a little lost, especially when I met Xianin at that time. I was even more lost. Later, the old man came to the academy to find me and left me this. He made me think that it was the direction of my actions. Isn't it? Yuan, she said. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. The information on this piece of paper is for the current me. In other words, it's for the me who has recovered the identity of Quarter Moon. It's for me to use this identity to do what I have not done in the past. After saying that, Yun Nuoshing slapped the starry sky wall. The huge floating island in the divine realm suddenly trembled. Then, under everyone's gaze, it slowly shook and turned over. The top was facing them as if they were looking down from the sky. Yun Nuoshing pressed her palm on Divine Land. Divine Land, Chaos Formation. Kuan Yuan Region, Holy Spirit Formation. Gan Yuan Region, Divine Sky Formation. Ji Yuan Region, Chaotic Formation. Taiyuan Region, Indefinite Formation. Every time he chanted a formation, he would press his palm on that huge area. His high-pitched voice affected everyone's minds. Finally, he slapped his palm heavily on the center of Divine Land. Little Divine Land is the closing point of the entire chain formation. I think I know how to fix it. I'll find some time to fix it and reactivate the formation. It can be considered a trump card, but this trump card has a lot of implications. What does it have to do with me? Everyone was calm. They had been scared by Yun Nuoxing so many times that they had unknowingly become numb to it, although their backs were already cold. When they heard Yun Nuoxing's even colder words, they didn't feel anything special. Yes, they were used to it, used to this guy not taking life seriously. Ahem, well, it has nothing to do with you, but it has something to do with us. Yuan, she coughed loudly and rolled his eyes at Yun Nuoxing. You're having a great time showing off your trump card. It involves the entire divine realm, the entire divine realm. We might die. It's fine. When the time comes, I'll just let you guys hide in the 9 divine palaces. The 9 divine palaces' defenses can withstand a full-power attack from a heavenly god without suffering any damage. They can also withstand the great samsara, Yun Nuoxing said calmly. Yuanshi was speechless. Yuanshi was distressed. Yuanshi tugged at his long hair. All right, actually he had already expected this sentence, but when it really came out, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This guy was really a little cold in his chaotic state. It was quite stressful for him to say such words that treated human lives like dirt, little moon, and you are stuck out their little tongues. They also felt that their big brother was a little strange in this state, although they could still feel a sense of familiarity from him. Ever since he entered his chaotic state, he hadn't really spoken much. He shrunk his neck, as if he was a younger sister who had caused trouble and was waiting to be scolded. Big brother, let's not talk about this first. We've been standing here for half an hour. Ming looked at Yun Nuoxing and said helplessly. Oh, Yun Nuoxing also came back to her senses. She scratched her head, then looked at the sealed room and muttered to herself for a while. Speaking of which, there aren't any other passageways in this place. Don't tell me we have to go back the way we came or something. Nightmare. And the others were also distressed. When Yun Nuoxing was talking about history, they had already thoroughly understood this aspect, but they didn't discover anything. The riddles here aren't left for you guys. Yun Nuoxing shook her head, with a strange smile on her face. Everyone felt that something was wrong. Could it be left for you? In a sense, that's not wrong. Yun Nuoxing nodded, then shook her head. But it's still not right. This place, to be precise, was left for the gods of the ancient era to visit. This is a door. A door? Everyone was puzzled. There wasn't even a crack in this place, so how could there be a door? Yun Nuoxing patted the wall, with the world of the gods hanging on it, and said, The starry sky here is the starry sky of the ancient era. To be more specific, it's the starry sky of the beginning of the 69th era, which is the starry sky of the awakened starry sky after my great cleansing. Perhaps the owner of this ruin made a copy of it. There are a few small mistakes here, so small that it's enough to make me wonder if there's something wrong with my memory. After all, so many years have passed, so it's normal for me to remember something inconspicuous wrongly. However, this inconspicuous thing should be the switch. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. As she spoke, she went forward and leaned half of her body against the wall. She stood on her tiptoes and stretched out her hand. Then, she tragically realized that she wasn't tall enough. Everyone watched as she suddenly stiffened and tried her best to hold back her laughter. She almost suffered internal injuries from holding it in. Hey, what the heck? Is there a requirement for height in this place? Yun Nuoxing was exasperated. You can't even fly in this place. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, according to normal standards, she was considered quite tall among this group of people. She happened to be 8 meters tall. Excluding Mountain and the other burly men, she was quite tall among this group of people. Unfortunately, she was still a little short. Yun Nuashing was distressed. She took out the 18-million-pound hammer from her body and placed it on the ground. Everyone felt the ground tremble for a while before it stopped. Stepping on the hammer was already high enough. Yun Nuashing carefully pinched the green starlight above her with 2 fingers. Then, she gently moved it half a meter to the side and swapped positions with a yellow starlight. Then, she flipped the realm of the gods over. As the realm of the gods was flipped, the stars in the entire starry sky also moved. It was as if there was a change in perspective. At this moment, they were facing the bottom of the realm of the gods. After working like this for a long time, everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Yun Nuashing shift the light spots around. Everyone couldn't see any difference, but Yun Nuashing could. She couldn't help but sigh. How bored was this fellow 70 years ago? How could he remember the positions of so many stars in the boundless starry sky? Lord God was indeed Lord God. She couldn't see through his thoughts at all. Bang! After jumping up and down for a while, Yun Nuashing suddenly kicked the wall in exasperation. She opened her mouth and cursed, F***CKU, at Yen, and which bastard made such a boring thing? I'll find your grave, and F***CKU. At percent, everyone blushed with shame. This was a god who was so bored that her bones were moldy, tormenting a Lord God, who was so bored that his soul was moldy. Anyway, everyone just watched as the realm of the gods was flipped over and over again. The perspective changed back and forth. They watched as Yun Nuashing moved the stars around busily. After a long time, about 6 hours, Yun Nuashing finally sat down with a stomach full of anger and depression. Her entire body emitted a deathly aura that warned others not to disturb her. You can't do it? You need help? Yuanshi asked cautiously. Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at him in annoyance. She said, if you know the positions of the stars 70 eras ago, it's not impossible for you to help me. Then, Yuanshi became mute. Everyone was speechless. How bored must she be to remember these things? They couldn't even remember the positions of the stars in the current starry sky. Okay, was this something a normal person would do? Was this something a normal god would do? All right, I can see everything from your expressions. Yun Nuashing shook her head, helplessly. She waved her hand and said, it's almost done. There's still about 100 stars left. It won't be long. Everyone sighed. Ming and Xian walked forward and stretched out their hands. In the end, they were stunned. Remembering that they couldn't touch her for the time being, they put down their hands. The latter said with some heartache, you look too tired, but we can't help you. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. It's okay. She sat on the ground and rolled around. After a while, she stood up again and continued to stand on her tiptoes on the hammer, busying herself with moving the stars. Everyone looked at her busy back and felt a little apologetic. Since she came in, she had been busy. However, when they thought about their own abilities, they could only sigh. They couldn't help it. An able person should do more work. They were just here to suck up to her. At this time, they could only quietly look away and be in a daze. Boom! After another 2 hours, a sudden roar woke everyone up. They hurriedly raised their heads and saw Yun Nuashing wiping his sweat with his hands on his waist, as if relieved of a heavy burden. He let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally done. Everyone stood up in surprise. Then, they saw that the wall suddenly lit up with lines of light. It was as if countless neat cracks had appeared on the wall. Many rays of light constantly penetrated through the cracks. The pattern of the starry sky turned into a complete pattern and no longer had any signs of life. Then, The wall in front of them slowly opened from the center with a rumbling sound. Then pieces of the wall shrank into the walls on both sides. Crack! A long syllable rang out with some echoes, and finally stopped at this sound. What appeared behind the wall was a world of lush greenery. Towering ancient trees and oddly shaped plants were everywhere as far as the eye could see. It was as if this was a world occupied by plants. The scene that suddenly appeared in front of them stunned everyone. Yun Nuoshing wasn't surprised. She took the lead and walked in. Everyone quickly followed. This place was very strange. Even the walls beside them were covered with moss. They couldn't tell if they were man-made or stone walls. The yellowish-green light from the ceiling shone on this lush green world. It was somewhat strange. Or, rather, this world was very strange to begin with. This light added an extremely strange feeling to their senses. This place was very out of place. Chapter 9:15. It was a world of lush greenery. Towering ancient trees and strange plants were thousands of feet tall. The ceiling was brownish yellow, like the color of rocks, but it was not made of earthy rocks. However, regardless of why there was a ceiling or what was going on, Yun Nuoshing and Little Purple Soul had already seen it. The red ball of light was very dazzling in their eyes. It was so dazzling that they wanted to pounce on it immediately. However, they were in the ruins of the gods. This extremely strange forest made everyone feel a little depressed. Yun Nuoshing did not want to rush over. In one breath, she waved her hand, and the swirling zither floated into her arms. She gently stroked it twice, then turned around to look at everyone and said, "Let's go. We can see the place." Only then did everyone recover from their shock and quickly follow. Only then did Yun Nuoshing take a step forward and plunge into the forest. From time to time, he would use his hand to push aside the overgrown leaves and branches. It was as if they had suddenly returned to the primitive times. They grew in the forest, and the sky and the ground were green. Huge tree roots protruded from the ground. They could not fly, so they could only climb. The tree roots looked like small hills. Along the way, they saw some unknown flowers and plants. They emitted a strange fragrance. There was no poisonous smell, but the bright colors made everyone uncomfortable. There was an inexplicable sense of oppression in this place. Faint sounds of the zither floated out from the swirling zither in Yun Nuoshing's arms. The wood element was also condensed in the sound of the zither. Yun Nuoshing sensed it slightly, then turned around and said to everyone, "Don't worry. There is no danger, at least not for now. There is also no living thing here, except for these strange plants." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. No matter when he opened his mouth, these words always made people feel at ease. They subconsciously comforted everyone who was uneasy. This strange forest was very large. Even with their fast walking speed, it took them nearly 4 hours to reach the center of the forest. This should be the center of this place. The serrated sword in Yun Nuoshing's hand had a faint reaction. The center seemed a little strange. Or, rather, this place was already strange enough, but this place was even stranger. There was an extremely wide open space here, and there were no strange plants in a large circle. However, in the center, there was a huge ancient tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. The branches and leaves spread out like a huge umbrella. When the huge tree appeared, the sawtooth sword in Yun Nuoshing's hand trembled. He simply let go of it and let the huge sword rush out by itself. Then, he forcefully pierced the huge ancient tree. Plop! The giant sword emitted an unprecedentedly bright light and suddenly flickered. The entire ancient tree also bloomed with bright light at this moment. Then a golden pillar of light suddenly rushed into the sky and exploded into a bright ball of light in the sky. The ball of light was like a sea urchin with many thorns. In fact, it was the energy node that everyone had seen before. It was just that this ball of light looked particularly strange. As the golden ball of light exploded, the dense forest suddenly trembled. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, it began to dissipate. Those strangely shaped plants were all plated with a layer of golden light and slowly dissipated into golden particles, spiraling in the air and disappearing. The entire forest was like this, including the huge ancient tree. It slowly dissipated into golden particles at this moment. It was as if a golden rain of light had suddenly fallen from the sky. Endless light particles drifted and danced in the sky like little fairies. The dazzling golden light permeated this strange world. At this moment, this scene was incomparably beautiful and magnificent. Everyone stood in the center of this golden rain of light. Their eyes shone with golden light. They didn't know why, but they felt very happy when they saw this scene. Little purple soul jumped down from Ming's arms and chased after the light particles happily. She caught them in her hands and released them again. Her big purple gold eyes looked at the light particles excitedly. This golden rain of light, coupled with the little girl's giggles, was very cheerful. However, Yun Nuoshing was the only one who looked at this scene in a daze. There was a hint of undetectable sadness in her eyes. She gently closed her eyes and sighed slowly. The magical golden rain of light lasted for 10 minutes. When all the plants dissipated, the original appearance of this place was revealed. It was a strange place. It was a huge square room. Although it was called a room, it was too big. It was like a box. Mysterious golden runes were branded in all directions. These runes covered the ground and the sky in an orderly manner. Even the spacing between the runes was neat. When the golden rain of light completely ended, Yun Nuoshing opened her eyes and sighed softly. She waved her hand in the air as if there was someone in that direction. Rest in peace, buddy. Huh. When everyone heard her, they were stunned. They turned their heads in confusion and saw Yun Nuoshing looking indifferently in front of her. They also looked over, but they didn't see anything. They were puzzled. What's wrong? Yuanshi scratched her head. She was in a good mood just now, but for some reason, because of Yun Nuoshing's words, she calmed down a little. She instinctively felt that something was wrong. Nothing. I'm just sending off someone. I don't know. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and let out a long sigh. The funeral of a heavenly god. Another heavenly god has passed away. Another. Everyone's cheeks trembled. They suddenly understood what she was sad about. However, they were still shocked. The funeral of a god was that golden rain of light, the funeral of a god. A god's body is condensed with powerful rules and karma after their death. If they don't deliberately control their bodies, they will dissipate into the purest rules and karma factors and dissipate into the world. Yun Nuoshing's eyelids drooped slightly. The death of a god brings about a phenomenon. Everyone's expression trembled slightly as they looked at each other in dismay. Their excitement from just now had dissipated by quite a bit. None of them knew that the beautiful scene they had just seen was actually the phenomenon of a heavenly god's body dissipating. Cough, let's not talk about this. Let's go out first. Yun Nuoshing seemed to sense that everyone was a little depressed. She coughed dryly and said, "Moreover, it passed away long ago in the primordial era. I don't know why it persisted and allowed its body to remain. It only dissipated now." Thinking about what had just happened, Ming pondered for a while and said softly, "Could it be related to the energy nodes? After all, this is the only thing that happened just now." Yun Nuoshing also thought for a while and nodded. That's the only explanation. Well, who cares? Everyone nodded and turned around to walk back to where they came from. This time, the time taken was much shorter. Without the dense forest, the road was flat and nothing could be seen. Apart from the golden runes that were imprinted in all directions, which piqued their curiosity, there was really nothing in this place. Then, when everyone returned to the door after an hour, they were all stunned. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks trembled, and his expression changed, as if he had thought of something. What appeared in front of them was still the same door. It was the door that led to the star domain walls on all sides. However, the door was blocked by densely packed golden runes. When they stretched out their hands and pressed on it, the golden runes seemed to have a physical body. Moreover, they felt a strange pressure from their hands that was blocking them. What's this? Yuanshi scratched his head and turned to look at Yun Nuoshing. However, he saw that Yun Nuoshing's cheeks were trembling as if they were cramping. He was stunned, and a bad feeling spread from the bottom of his feet to his head. Cold sweat immediately flowed down his face. Cough, cough. Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly and attracted everyone's attention. Then he muttered to himself for a while as if he was organizing his words. After a while, he slowly said, "Now, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Everyone's hearts thumped, and they looked at each other. Jeanning quickly said, "The bad news first." "The bad news is that we can't get out." Everyone's faces trembled. "Ah." Yun Nuoshing shrugged and walked forward. With a flash of light in his right hand, the Netherruin sword appeared in his hand. Then he shouted softly, and the Netherruin sword lit up with a bright purple-black light. He forcefully slashed the golden runes blocking the door. Clang! The sound of metal clanging resounded in everyone's ears. It was like the ringing of an iron bell, causing everyone's ears to tremble slightly. It took them a while to return to their senses and hurriedly look towards the door. The tip of the Nethervoid sword was pressed against the golden rune, erupting with waves of terrifying power. However, such an attack was unable to damage the golden rune at all, causing everyone's faces to pale slightly. Then what's the good news? Nightmare's eyes widened. He knew Yun Nuoshing's character. The good news was definitely the key. The good news is, Yun Nuoshing paused, pointed at the golden seal characters on the ground, and said, "This room, let's call it a room for now. The golden seal characters in this place are all the life's cultivation experience that disappeared God left behind. There might be something else inside. This should be the key to opening the door." Everyone was stunned again. They all scratched their ears and cheeks. Lin Sheng hurriedly said, "Then what should we do?" "It's fine as long as you can comprehend it. Let's see who has a better comprehension ability and what they can comprehend. Also, don't try anything funny. The whirlpool zither can't break this thing. Just treat it as an extremely rare cultivation opportunity. Others can't even get their hands on a god's lifetime of cultivation experience," Yun Nuoshing said. "Brother, what about you?" Ming asked worriedly. No matter how good one's comprehension ability was, it would take a long time to comprehend the things left behind by a god. How could it be comprehended just like that? However, Yun Nuoshing didn't have that much time. Chaos elements and what not? Me? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. After a while, he realized what she was talking about. He pondered for a while and waved his hand. "I'm fine for now. This place seems to be able to calm down the chaos elements. So I'm fine." Only then did everyone realize that Yun Nuoshing didn't seem as cold as before. His voice was also very gentle. "Find a place to sit down and cultivate. Whoever comprehends the things he left behind." That's right, it's only comprehension, not comprehension. Then you can leave. If you want to leave earlier, hurry up and cultivate. Sigh, bastard. Why did this guy leave behind things that are even stranger than mine? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but mutter as he spoke. Everyone couldn't help but laugh bitterly, so he knew that he was very strange. About this, how long will it take? Shu Yingzhan wrinkled her nose. I don't want to comprehend for 1,000 years. I'm still young. I don't want to be locked up in this depressing place for thousands of years. I don't know. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he found a place by the door and knelt down. Every god's lifetime of learning and cultivation is different. Even if gods comprehend something, it will take a long time. Anyway, if you don't comprehend anything, you won't be able to leave. It might take a day for someone to comprehend something. If it takes a long time, Yun Nuashing pondered for a while. Once he stopped talking, everyone became anxious. If it's a long time, just say it. It's very annoying to keep people in suspense like this. If it's a long time, there's no end to it. When this sentence was said, everyone wished that he hadn't said it. Many people's faces turned pale. What did he mean by no end? Were they going to be locked up here until they died? This is an opportunity left behind by a god. Didn't you come to the mystic realm to seek opportunities that can make you stronger? Now, the most precious opportunity in the entire mystic realm is in front of you. Why? Are you thinking of retreating? Yin Nuashing raised his head, glanced at them, and said calmly. Lin Sheng and the others smiled bitterly. Although that was what he said, they really weren't mentally prepared for this trial to be endless. They wanted to say something, but Yun Nuashing had already closed his eyes. His soul power spread out in all directions. His mind seemed to have sunk into this strange space. Seeing that he had entered a state of cultivation so quickly, everyone could only smile bitterly. They found a place to sit down, released their soul and mental power, and sent it into the golden runes in all directions. Ming and Xian sat down on Yun Nuashing's left and right sides, less than a foot apart. Seeing that everyone had settled down to cultivate, the former looked at Yun Nuashing and said in his soul, Brother, you didn't say anything, right? Yun Nuashing was stunned. He opened his eyes in astonishment and looked at her. He said in confusion, I think I hit it very well this time. I acted very naturally. How could you tell? Xian also looked at him from the side. Although she didn't say anything, her expression clearly said that she knew. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Shaking his head helplessly, Yun Nuashing pondered for a while and said, It's not a big deal that you didn't say. Letting you comprehend the Tao here can indeed open that door. However, you also know that this is the lifetime cultivation experience of a god. It's helpful to anyone's cultivation. Even other gods can use it to gain insights. It's very easy to comprehend this kind of imprint that dissipates after death. But how can it be so easy to completely comprehend it? Even if you roughly scan it and just memorize it in your mind, you won't be able to do it without hundreds of years of effort. The owner of this ruin, the god who used to be, must be an old urchin. From the large field of vision that he set up and the starry sky decryption, just now, I'm very sure that he must be an old urchin. He's more playful than I am. Therefore, he also left some shortcut here. As long as you can find it, there won't be a problem. You can get out very quickly, Yun Nuashing said. Okay, that's all. I didn't hide anything else. Looking at the two girls, Yun Nuashing spread his hands helplessly. He really explained everything clearly. There was nothing to hide. Then, will that shortcut have any special characteristics? Bing Er walked behind Yun Nuashing, bent down, and looked at him condescendingly. Yun Nuashing didn't dare to raise his head. If he did, he would probably see something incredible. Therefore, he continued to look ahead and said, I don't know for now, but There should be some pattern. After saying that, Yun Nuoxing sighed again. It would be great if we could fly. There's a very serious angle problem here. Angle? The three girls were stunned. They looked at each other and asked, "What angle?" "Let me ask you." Yun Nuoxing twisted his neck and stretched out his right hand. It was as if he was pressing the ground in front of him and said, "How do the gods see this world? This is a simple question. Don't think too much about it." Ming and the other two girls looked at each other and shook their heads. This simple question was a little complicated. They didn't know what he was trying to say at all. The gods stand in the clouds and look down on all living things. Yun Nuoxing said faintly. At this moment, the three girls understood. Bing Er suddenly said, "Daddy, are you saying that we have to look down from the sky?" "Something like that. These runes are definitely not placed randomly. When you enter the state of enlightenment later, try to use your soul's perspective to look down from above. See if you can see anything special. If you see the same runes or something, connect them or split them. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You just have to find the hidden pattern. At the same time, you have to comprehend it. Who knows, maybe you'll really achieve enlightenment in a day." Yun Nuoxing suddenly said the last sentence in a teasing tone. Ming smiled bitterly. How could it be so easy to achieve enlightenment? Although it was said that enlightenment would only happen in an instant, there were still a lot of preparations and preconditions to achieve that instant enlightenment. "This place is a little big. I probably won't be able to handle it alone. Since you mentioned it, come and help me," Yun Nuoxing said with a smile. Ming nodded. For this kind of thing, even if he didn't ask, they would still help. Whether they could do it or not, they would help without hesitation. Then, Yun Nuoxing turned his finger and tilted his head. He looked at everyone who was seriously comprehending the runes. He couldn't help but smile faintly. He looked at Ming and the other two girls and said, "Let's set a small goal first." Chapter 9:16. Time fleeted by like the sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, spring passed and autumn came. Winter came and snow fell. Summer came and the scorching sun came. Time was like a wheel of reincarnation, spinning round after round without tiredness. Unknowingly, a few decades had passed. Decades my ass. Can't you say something nice? It's only been half a month. Hearing Yao Hua's pitiful mumbling, everyone couldn't help but fly into a rage. They rolled up their sleeves and took out their weapons, waiting to teach that guy a lesson about silence. Calm down. Impulsiveness is the greatest sin of mankind. Oh. Save me. Little star, save me. Cough, cough. Wah. Seeing Yao Hua jumping up and down and crying while rolling around, Yun Nuoxing's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. When she saw Yao Hua's bruised and swollen face, she thought for a while and didn't say anything. She just listened to his cries and couldn't help but sigh, as if sensing Yun Nuoxing's unhappiness. Ding Mingyu hurriedly advised, "All right, stop fooling around. If you have time to beat people up, why don't you spend more time comprehending? Look at little Junior and the others, they haven't stopped for half a month." After saying that, she used her silver Mei Mao to point at Yun Nuoxing, Ming, and the others who had been sitting quietly together. Everyone sighed and slowly stopped what they were doing. They looked at Yun Nuoxing and the others with complicated gazes. Yuanxi couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Little Star hasn't stopped for half a month, but we can't take it anymore. We've comprehended too much, and our heads are bloated. After all, it's the Kami's lifetime of cultivation experience." Everyone sighed. They weren't like Yun Nuoxing and the others. Yun Nuoxing had a spiritual, godly body. Xian had a 5 elements body. Ming had directly turned into an angel, and Bing Er was a young mythical beast. These 4 people had their own unique characteristics and talents. Although Yuan, Shi, and Nightmare also had extraordinary physiques, they weren't as powerful as the other four. After comprehending for 3 days, they felt dizzy and stopped to sort out the messy things in their heads. Yuan, Shi, Nightmare, and the others who were different from ordinary people persisted for a while, but they couldn't take it anymore and stopped on the 7th day. However, Yun Nuoxing and the others persisted until now and never stopped. The experience of a god is indeed very precious. Not only is it helpful for cultivation, it also has a lot of insights about life. There are many things that are worth comprehending, the so-called comprehension of the Tao. It can speed up our cultivation by a lot. Some things that we couldn't understand in the past can also be understood through this. Chu Yingzhan clenched her jade-like hands. She had gained a lot from comprehending in the past half a month. The Kami's understanding of all things in the world's origin energy, and the origin power was not something that little people like them could easily catch up with. Even a little bit of comprehension had benefited them a lot. It's quite precious, but there are too many. Yuan Shi smiled bitterly and shook his head. He pointed to where he was and said, "Just the 10 runes beside me alone took me half a month. Moreover, I heard Little Star say that I didn't fully comprehend it in one go. Just recording it took me half a month. In such a large space, how many runes are there?" Everyone silently calculated and then broke out in a cold sweat. It was better not to talk about this. The more they talked about it, the more frightened they felt. Just thinking about it made them feel like they would never be able to get out. With your speed of 10 runes in half a month, you can get out in tens of thousands of years. At this time, a faint voice sounded, causing everyone to shiver. They quickly turned their heads, only to see Yun Nuoxing looking at them expressionlessly. They couldn't help but laugh dryly. After hearing what he said, their dry laughs turned into bitter smiles, and their faces turned ashen. 10,000 years. When everyone thought of this huge number, they even had the thought of dying. Being locked up here for 10,000 years, they would probably go crazy. It was fine for people with calm temperaments, but Yao Hua and the others couldn't stand it. The divine sons and divine daughters of the 9 divine temples were all elegant and free like the wind. They would usually feel their buttocks itch if they were locked up for a few days. Now that they were locked up for tens of thousands of years, it was tantamount to taking their lives. 10,000 years. Is it too late to commit suicide now? Yao Hua's face was deathly pale. His legs went soft, and he fell to the ground dejectedly. The ashen atmosphere affected everyone. Yuan, she was also shocked by this huge number. It wasn't days or hours, but years. He couldn't stand it, so he looked at Yun Nuoxing with hope. "Little Star, how many golden runes did you finish in half a month?" "Not many." Yun Nuoxing pondered for a moment. His fingers stroked a strand of hair that hung down, and he silently counted for a while. Then, under everyone's hopeful gazes, he said, "About 9,000. Then the air became silent. Everyone's eyes widened, and they looked at him with astonishment and disbelief. However, before Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, he pointed to the place where he was sitting, then pointed to a horizontal position, and then pointed into the distance. "It's probably in this area." Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what to say, seeing everyone's astonished, and horrified gazes, and even the 3 girls beside him had strange expressions. Yun Nuoxing was also shocked. He waved his hand and said, "I used to be an enlightened master. I don't need so much time to comprehend these things, right?" Hearing this, everyone came to a sudden realization. Perhaps Yun Nuoxing was usually too calm, and enlightened masters were extremely mysterious super experts in their hearts. That was why it was difficult for them to connect the 2 situations together. However, if they thought about it the other way around, enlightened masters could also behave very much like humans. They also had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and there would also be times when they were tainted by the mortal world. Among the golden runes left here, many of them are insights from cultivation, and some of them are insights from cultivation of mystic arts and secret techniques. If you go and comprehend these, you can increase the speed and quality of your cultivation, and it will be much easier for you to cultivate mystic arts and secret techniques in the future. Some things can be linked together, and you'll understand with just a little bit. However, there are also memories of a period of his life in these runes, which is to say, the insights of a period of his life. You shouldn't touch those. Yun Nuoshing's voice was a little solemn when he said the last part. He seemed to feel that it wasn't very safe, so he added, "Oh, if you want to become crazy, it doesn't matter if you take a look." Then, everyone shook their heads decisively. What kind of joke was this? They were still young, and they didn't want to go crazy just because of the insights of a period of life. As for the insights of a person's life, you still can't. I don't recommend you to touch it now. It's still too early. If you directly comprehend those real memories, you might not be able to tell who you are. If you want to try, Yun Nuoshing pointed at his own head and joked, "I have the memories of hundreds of millions of lifetimes here. If you want to try and comprehend what the life of another person is like, I can let you try. With my guidance, I can still pull you back in the end. You won't go crazy, but you'll be unconscious for 8 to 10 days. Forget it, forget it, forget it." Everyone hurriedly waved their hands. Yun Nuoshing also laughed. He was just joking just now. If you really want to comprehend the life of an expert, at least wait until you've safely passed the demigod realm. It's still too early for you to do that now. Everyone had no other expression other than mocking smiles. "Little star, it's not very appropriate to ask this now, but I'm just asking." Yuanshi scratched his head and said, "We're not really going to be locked up here for 100 years, are we? Why? Are you not happy?" Yun Nuoshing raised his eyes and looked at him. He said calmly, "After 100 years of loneliness, you'll be able to see all the splendor of the world when your God spirit body is completed. Cultivating here is equivalent to having a God preaching to you. If you can cultivate here for 100 years, even if you don't become a God spirit, it won't be a problem for you to become an emperor god. Moreover, you're not the only one here, so you won't be lonely. If you have nothing to do, you can practice a few moves. Isn't that great?" Yuanshi was speechless. After all, if something like the lifetime cultivation experience of a god spirit was spread out, it would make any emperor god powerhouse scramble like a flock of ducks. It would be a small matter for them to go crazy over it. Who knew, they might even ascend to the position of a god spirit after comprehending it. This thing was as attractive as a poppy to any powerhouse below the god spirit realm. I can't say that. I know that this kind of experience is hard to come by, but I still don't want to be locked up here for 100 years. Besides, you see, there's still 7 years, maybe 8 years. Anyway, in 8 years, the demon world will appear. That's another kind of golden age. How can it be possible without us, right? Yuanshi looked at Yun Nuoshing with a flattering expression. Yun Nuoshing looked at him speechlessly, sighed, and shook his head helplessly. Just when everyone thought that he had no other way, he said calmly, "You guys can cultivate at ease. At most, in a year, no more than that, this place will open." "Really?" Yuanshi's eyes lit up. Yun Nuoshing stared blankly at a certain someone whose hope had been reignited. He pointed to the side and said, "Go and cultivate." Everyone laughed and ran to the side and sat down. No matter what, this kind of experience was very, very rare. Since they had a year's time, they should cultivate well and do their best to improve themselves. Lin Sheng's idea was simple. He set a goal to become a demigod. Lin Sheng's idea was very simple. He set a goal and tried to reach the demigod rank within a year. This was not impossible. With the strange speed of cultivation in the Arcana land and the assistance of the gods' preaching, if he could not reach the demigod rank within a year, he would despise himself. Moreover, he had personally tried it in the past half a month. This kind of extremely fast cultivation speed did not have any side effects. Perhaps he could really reach the demigod rank. Some of the demigods, such as Xian and the others, were thinking about breaking through to the beginner god spirit realm. As for Yun Nuwashing, while the others were busy cultivating, countless golden runes flashed in his mind, deciphering the information contained in them. He had found the way to open the door, but he still needed a long time to prepare for it. This period of time was a little long for the others, but for Yun Nuwashing, it was probably just the blink of an eye. Deities, in the blink of an eye, the world had changed. Time had become meaningless. As everything became quiet, space and time seemed to have frozen. In the Jiasu secret territory, many people stopped in front of the deity relic. The rotating space door had disappeared, and the space was no longer as distorted as before. However, those who wanted to enter could not find any way. That day, after the explosion of a golden light above the deity relic was sealed. No one had been able to enter. Perhaps that was not the case. Other than the group of people who caused the explosion, no one else could enter. In just half a month, the golden light had spread across half of the Jiasu secret territory. The blue energy veins in the sky of the Jiasu secret territory turned golden. The energy veins in the sky of the Jiasu secret territory were half golden and half red. Moreover, the red was slowly turning golden. That kind of encroachment was very slow, but it was something that really happened. And every time it changed, it would change from red to gold. It was a vertical change, and every time it changed, it would only change by a few centimeters. It wasn't until one day that everyone realized that a part of the red veins in the sky seemed to have disappeared. Only then did they realize that the golden energy was flowing so quickly. The news about the saint of the Celestial Godly Academy and the other mysterious forces had already spread throughout the Jiasu secret territory. The former group of people was probably hopeless. They had not been seen for a long time. They were probably all dead. Not even a speck of dust was left. The cleansing that happened in the secret territory did not happen again, which seemed to indicate that those people had died. Maybe it was really over. Maybe they had all died in the fall of the sun. The explosion that affected the entire Jiasu secret territory was still fresh in the minds of many people. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Half a year. It has been 7 months already. Holy items, 16 holy items, other than the one in the void region. The other 15 have all appeared, but no one has obtained them. I have died a few hundred times. I am so tired. I don't want to get any holy items. I should just sit down and cultivate. The cultivation speed in this secret territory is quite good. What a pity. I feel like I have missed the greatest opportunity of my life. When will this trip to the secret territory end? I heard the seniors say that the past half a year should have ended. The longest was a year. A year? Isn't there still 5 months? No rush. I will set a small goal. I will reach demigod rank 5 in 5 months. The Jiasu secret realm was still the same as before. It was not wrong to say that it was lively, but there was a faint oppressive atmosphere. In the past 7 months, many people had recovered to their peak strength and explored the Jiasu secret realm. However, the sacred object that led them to the second stage had not been obtained yet. This caused many people to feel a faint oppressive feeling in their hearts. They were somewhat at a loss. Other than focusing on cultivation, They could not think of anything else to do. Yun Nuoxing felt that he had woken up too quickly this time. In fact, he had not had many opportunities to enter a deep state of comprehension in the past half a year. As he said, he was not the only one here. When he woke up, it was because he was woken up. He was not afraid of the backlash. He was a formation master. He had set up a formation to prevent backlash from cultivating. It could protect everyone's mind and soul to the greatest extent. There was no need to worry about the backlash from being woken up. As a result, the crowd did as they pleased without any scruples when making a ruckus. Rumble! Bang! As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Nightmare and Yuanxi fighting for the 300th round in the distance. Billowing demonic aura and divine origin energy were circulating, energy splashing everywhere. It was extremely exciting. Those who were tired of cultivating or had to stop were also watching this good show. Yuanxi has reached demigod rank 9. Cultivating in this place is really fast for them. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and sighed. After a while, he turned his head and looked at Xian. He blinked and said, "Girl, are you also trying to break through to demigod rank?" Xian opened Mei Mao's eyes. A glimmer of light flashed across his deep purple eyes. He nodded and said, "I failed once half a month ago. This time, I am prepared. There should be no problem." In half a year, Ming and the others had recovered their strength to demigod rank. Xian had also successfully reached demigod rank 9. He was much faster than Yuanxi and the others. It was just that he was a little anxious when he tried to break through to demigod rank half a month ago. At that time, Yun Nuoxing was still in a state of deep comprehension. Nobody woke him up. Naturally, he missed such an important moment. As a result, Xian failed to break through to demigod rank. However, this time, he was fully prepared. Yun Nuoxing was also beside him. There was absolutely no problem. It would be surprising if something went wrong. After the failure of the breakthrough, Yun Nuoxing was startled awake. When she saw Xian, she was stunned. In half a year, she had jumped from demigod rank 2 to demigod rank 9. Her body had been cleansed by divinity 9 times, and her physical body had changed a few times. When she first opened her eyes, she thought that she had mistaken Xian for someone else. After a while, she finally recognized Xian based on the color of her hair. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. After Xian reached demigod rank 9, she really changed so much that even Yun Nuoxing could not recognize her. Just as she had guessed before, the fairy aura that she had obtained from the Empress had begun to take shape in her body. It made her look like a fairy from the 9th heaven. Not only her appearance, but her temperament had also changed greatly. That was why he could not recognize her. "Don't worry. This time, if I can't help you reach demigod rank, I would have lived for dozens of eras in vain." Yun Nuoxing shrugged her shoulders and said half-jokingly, "This time, even if you don't want to break through to demigod rank, I can still help you." Xian smiled, stroked her long hair, and nodded. After saying that, Yun Nuoxing looked at the others. Lin Sheng had not reached demigod rank yet. At this moment, he still looked like a demon rank 7 seal. Compared to others who had advanced 8 to 9 big realms, he was considered the slowest. However, it was not a good thing to cultivate too fast. Others had other ways to stabilize their realm and condense their energy. Lin Sheng used the stupidest, simplest, and most primitive method, which was to suppress his realm. Moreover, even if he tried his best to suppress his realm, a year was enough for him to reach demigod rank. As for the others, the biggest gains were probably Ming and Bing Er. They were demigod rank experts. Ming jumped from godly master to godly emperor, which was 2 big realms. Moreover, she was lucky that she did not encounter the seal. Perhaps it had something to do with the divine runes here, which prevented the seal from descending. As for Bing Er, she had also advanced from divine son to divine king rank. As for Yun Nuwashing, as usual, he did not show any expression on his face. No matter how the others sensed, he was still a demon rank 2 seal for 10,000 years. Seeing that everyone was about to reach demigod rank, and some were even trying to reach demigod rank, he was not anxious at all. Everyone also knew that this guy was not as simple as the so-called demon rank 2 seal. Half a month ago, he had fought everyone here alone. Under the situation where he did not use any divine weapons, he still crushed everyone here. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Yao Hua, and the others lay on the ground to express their calmness. This was because they were already used to it, no matter how strong they became. It seemed like they would never be able to defeat this big freak. They could not defeat this super freak in the past. Now that he had recovered part of himself and had mastered the mutated form of the 10th element, the element of chaos, it was even more impossible to defeat him. Lin Sheng's heroic demeanor as he fought against a group of heroes was forever imprinted in Lin Sheng's heart. That was the kind of expert he yearned for. He was fearless of everyone. He also believed that this scene would forever be remembered by others.